Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. I'm very excited to be here.
तो यार सब कोई पेन पड़ा हुआ है? पेन है कोई? चल चल गया ही चल नहीं नहीं चलता। पेन दे दे कोई एक।
Hello, 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 testing 1 million, 2 million, 3 million.
Hello. Hello. Mic testing.
चेक चेक हेलो चेक चेक हेलो अच्छा मैं बोला हेलो 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 ठीक कर लिया लाइव जाता मैं देख सकता हूँ नहीं चेक कर सकता नहीं वो उसमें है ना सिस्टम नीचे आ जाता है वो माइक कर दिया लाइव अब वहाँ पे दोबारा नहीं जा सकता उस ऑप्शन के ऊपर दोबारा जा सकता जहाँ पे वो बल्कि एक मिनट देख लेता एक मिनट मैं दीजिए भाई कर लेना बाद में मुझे ना कंप्लेन करना ये ये रिसीवर है इसका स्टेरियो आउट है इसको लेके इसके अंदर इन कर लो क्योंकि ये उसमें लग रहा होगा माइक है ये वायरलेस इसको कनेक्ट होगा एक्सटेंशन केबल है कनेक्ट आया हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हेलो माइक चेक एक मिनट हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हेलो आ गया ये रिसीवर ये है हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हेलो हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 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 हेलो हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हाँ हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हेलो हाँ हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हेलो हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हेलो ठीक है हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 हेलो हेलो माइक हाँ इसमें कनेक्टिविटी आई है दूसरे की देखना ये तुम लगा के जरा बोल के देखो ये चल रहा है आ रही है ना हेलो 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 ठीक है जो आ रहा है ना इसकी क्वालिटी अच्छी नहीं आ रही मुझे बताते हैं मैं अपना लगाता कुछ ना क्या घर में कल छोड़ा है मैं तो रहता हूँ मेरे पास में आपने निकला हुआ आपने निकला लेकिन ये वाले हैं पहले वाले तो ये बड़ा मुश्किल मुझे मैनेज करना पड़ा है फोकस कैसे मैं इसको यहाँ पे हाई नहीं कर सकता क्या ना, इसका वॉल्यूम खुले थोड़ा, तो ये सीन नहीं होगा। चेक कराऊँ आपको हो जाता? हाँ करा लें, इसकी फ्रिक्वेंसी कोशिश करते हैं सर।
Hello, mic check 1 2 3. Hello. 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 आशिमी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। Hello, mic check 1 2 3. Hello.
हो गया। रिकॉर्डिंग का क्या करना है? रिकॉर्डिंग का क्या करना है? रिकॉर्डिंग आपके पास ऑडियो जा रही है ना, लाइव जा रहा है ना, रिकॉर्ड है। आगे से आपने करना है, अपने लैपटॉप से आपने करनी है आपको। अगर मिक्सर से सैंपल चाहिए तो उसकी मदद से नहीं कर सकते।
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. We warmly welcome you all to the first ever National Summit on the future of education and tech enhanced learning. I am Aisha Sohail, Marketing Specialist at Lums X.
And I'm Sameen, the Instructional Design Lead at Lums X. Aisha and I will be your co hosts for this exciting summit. On behalf of Lums X, we're delighted by your presence at this inaugural event. Throughout the day, we will discuss the latest challenges in education and explore tech enhanced solutions which will pave the way for a new future.
That's right, we're all gathered here with an eye towards a new future. This vision and desire to create impact and change in our country is what resulted in the inception of LUMSx, a center for online learning and professional development that extends LUMS's excellence in teaching and research beyond its borders. We do this by leveraging the transformative power of technology in education.
And it is with the same spirit of producing transformative change that we bring the summit to you. A gathering of educators, policymakers, researchers, entrepreneurs, and tech enthusiasts that believes that technology can help solve some of our pressing problems and chart a new course in education. We will hear from our distinguished speakers across multiple panel discussions, research presentations, and workshops, bringing to the forefront ideas and strategies that could profoundly transform Pakistan's educational landscape.
We'd like to begin our day by first inviting Arslan Akhtar Khan, who will recite a passage from the Holy Quran. Please join us on stage.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Arslan. Our opening ceremony today will be dedicated to setting the context for the summit. To provide an overview of the summit, I would like to invite Dr. Salman. Dr. Salman Shahid is an associate professor of computer science at LUMS and the founding director of Lums X. He is also the former founding director of the LUMS Learning Institute. He's a strong believer in the power of technology to enhance educational advancements. And to introduce us to the summit, please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Salman Shahid.
Assalamu alaikum. It's good. Can I walk? Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. आपके आने का बहुत शुक्रिया. It's very exciting to be here. Rector Lums Shahid Hussain Saab, Vice Chancellor Lums Dr. Ali Chima, Federal Secretary Mahiuddin Wani Saab, Dr. Faisal Bari, Adil Zafar, our Dean School of Science and Engineering, faculty members, and guests, Assalamu alaikum. It's absolute pleasure to be here. We have been thinking about this event for a couple of years. We wanted to do it aaj se 2 saal pehle, but just took some time for us to sort of come up with this event. And today I'll be talking about how this all started, what FutureEd event is in the next about 10 minutes, and more importantly, what the journey of Lums X has been in about 5 minutes. So let me briefly talk about crisis in Pakistan, and I'm not going to talk about it because Bari Saab is here, and I think he can shed light on that in a very, very meaningful, interesting way. So there's a serious problem. Status quo is not working. Second thing is that we are living in the age of disruption, and Dr. Ali Chima is going to talk about it, that how disruption looks like and why it is important that we at LUMS also need to respond to that, right? So there's a second need for that. And thirdly, LUMS as a part of this society at Pakistan also firmly believes that we need to work on lifelong learning, skill building, so that we connect our youth with the right skill set and they're a good fit for the market. And how can we, LUMS, improve our access and excellence outside the scope of this physical campus? So there are three main ingredients which actually are the DNA of Lums X. But before we started Lums X, we did a very short, interesting, informal survey. And we asked people to define LUMS in one word. So this is what we got after quite a bit of a response. And if you see in the center, what people love about is faculty, is merit, societies, quality, campus, curriculum, and of course, home. There's also a little bit here, liberal, and there's some other words also which I didn't put. I thought, wo nikal dene chahiye, khair hai, koi baat nahi. So this is how people look at LUMS. But one thing I wanted to see was access, and that was missing. And I thought, iski wajah kya hai? Because we spend a lot of money actually on access. We have one of the best national outreach programs. We extensively spend money on financial aids. We have a very diverse student population. And I would highly recommend that you watch Lums Ki Kahani, and you will see that we are actually investing a lot in access. But why does it not come up when we ask people that how do you represent Lums, and access doesn't really come up as a primary construct? So what we did, we thought that what we take the best of LUMS and extend that also in the digital world. So for example, how can we take the very best faculty we have? How do we focus on the merit? How do we focus on the quality education? How do we focus on some of the best courses we teach? And how do we put access and scale in its DNA? And how do we make sure that we scale ourselves up through this? So that's how the beginning of Lums X. That was the beginning of Lums X. And if you look at that, there's number 1, number 2, number 3. So it's actually, Lums X is about all three things. It's really about addressing the current needs of Pakistan educational crisis. It's about looking internally at LUMS and making sure that we do a good job. And also, more importantly, looking externally and making sure that we are serving the society and employability and skill building and everything else. So this sort of combines our vision for Lums X at this stage. And before that, with every project, and also at this project, LUMS online learning, was just an idea, was a concept, was a dream. And there was a lot of effort. There was a whole journey which we needed to make this a reality. And one of the most important things you need is actually funding. And without that, you can think big about everything, but if there's no funding on the ground, you can't really start there. And for that, we're very thankful to Babar Ali Foundation to help us to bridge that gap. And I don't know if it is intentional, but what I love about this logo, there are two things. So it always starts with 1, but ends up with 2. So you ask for $1, you get $2, but he also asks for double impact. So I think that's a very interesting way. I think that's how the logo has been designed. Aapko do rupaye mil jayenge, but kaam bhi double karke dikhaye. So I think that's in the DNA. So we're very grateful to Babar Saab that this conference is also partially sponsored by the foundation. So very helpful. We're grateful for that. And secondly, we have an excellent team. We have a great infrastructure here at LUMS. But an online learning of the scale we are aiming at cannot be done without excellent technology partners. And for that, we're very grateful that LUMSx is working with us. And very briefly now about what LUMSx is. There was a why part. That why do we think that we are a part of this conversation and why this conference is important? And second thing is now that what is LUMSx? We'll play this video.
Access to learning is a fundamental human right. When provided equally, high-quality education has a far-reaching social impact, allowing individuals to not only meet their own needs, but also become active members of their community. However, the quality of education in Pakistan is affected by several issues, including but not limited to social class, gender, geographical location, and physical disabilities, creating an imbalance in society that is difficult to address through conventional strategies. That's where we come in. We at LUMSx believe that technology is a great equalizer. As the next frontier in Pakistan's education, LUMSx is a digital learning center that aims to realize LUM's vision of learning without borders. No matter who and where you are, whether you're a mid-career professional in Hyderabad looking to evolve in your career, or a university student from Peshawar wanting to fill certain gaps in knowledge, you can benefit from a range of our courses. LUMSx creates online learning experiences that are contextually relevant, inclusive, and accessible for Pakistan. We create hybrid, asynchronous, and massive open online courses. Our output so far has addressed fundamental gaps in teaching and learning, which will help standardize high-quality education across the country. We aspire to work towards a reality where tens of millions of Pakistani learners can learn anytime, anywhere. Join LUMSx and help us fulfill our mission to revolutionize digital education. For more information, please visit our website.
So that is a LUMSx, but we have more information out there. And we are situated at LUMS, which means we're very connected with what work is being done at School of Education, Learning Institute, and larger LUMS, because that's how we operate. We're not an independent entity, but an extension of what LUMS is already doing and excellent work LUMS is doing. So where we stand so far, we have already a couple of thousand learners across our different programs. We're one of the fastest online growing brand as compared to other comparable brands. And we have a number of cohorts coming up in this area, and you can know more about it outside. But this is a quick list that we are working on. We have 3 main domains: teaching and learning, business management, and computer science. And we have open course fairs. We have specializations, and we're expanding that base. And one of the reasons that we wanted to have this event is to sort of extend this conversation to the wider audience and find more partners who can work with us in the coming days. We started a very, very interesting initiatives because, again, access and scale is a part of our DNA. So we started a very interesting program, Bridge Scales, Build Futures Initiative, Citizen Foundation. And we've already done 2 cohorts where, the grads or the undergrads of TCF who finished their program from TCF, they were enrolled in free programs. So it's a program in which we get money from the donors, but we give free courses to TCF. So LUMSx gets all the money we need in a sustainable fashion, but we offer free courses for TCF. Similarly, Ali sitting here from Amal Academy, so we have also done a couple of cohorts with them. So idea is that, so LUMSx would work with donors to design learning experiences, and the people at the end, would be able to get those experiences. It's a part of one initiative we are already working on. We're also part of the Gaza initiative. LUMS did an excellent job. Again, supporting many learners outside Pakistan on this topic. So I was Dr. Imdad sitting there. He was one of the teachers. I was one of the teachers. We also support them technologically. Whatever we could, we did that to make sure that we have a say in this whole conversation. So that's the first part, that what LUMSx is, why LUMSx existed, and what we do. And second thing, which is very, very important for us as a part of our mandate, then we also want to work as a forum at LUMS and outside LUMS on this very critical topic of the importance of online digital learning on the policy side, on the tech side, implementation side, and the big why, how should we do it? So this is a second important thing we want to highlight. And that's very well connects with today's FutureEd Summit. So FutureEd Summit, let me give you very briefly a very basic idea how it was. We had day one. It was a combined effort of Lums X, LLI, and School of Education. We have 5 workshops done in IST, and they were all house full. We were packed. Alhamdulillah, it went very well. So just a little bit of a glimpse of our workshops that were happening yesterday. There are 4 different topics. This one is from LLI, from Lums X, from SOE. So we worked together on that. This is the whole program for today. You will see that. Let me briefly, we have an opening keynote, a speaker, Dr. Ali Chima, Education in the Age of Disruption. We really look forward to that very interesting conversation. Then we have, again, our own Dr. Faisal Bari, who will be very kind. He'll be leading the conversation on addressing Pakistan's learning crisis. He'll take first 5-7 minutes to highlight what this challenge is all about, and then we'll go to the panel. Then we have an interesting panel on the role of education technology in shaping Pakistan's K-12 education. Hassan, just few from Karachi, and other people are also coming in. Then we have Adopting Higher Education to the Digital Age. It's also moderated by Dr. Hamad Ali, who's a Director of Learning Institute. Rector Virtual University, Dr. Arshad is also coming, Jazib, Dr. Yasra Vikar. Then we have Future of Future Professional Development that's hosted by Maria. And then we have an excellent panel. Salma is also from Durbin, flying from Karachi for this, this panel. And we have also DG of Qaid. And then we have another panel, Digital Learning Initiatives in Lower Source Communities. That's led by another of our colleague. And then I'll also be coming back for this panel, Beyond the Classroom, the Future of Continuing Education. We have Ali Sadiq Amal, Yasser Bashir, Naveed Bhatti, and Saima Rana. Then we have a very interesting research showcase. We're talking about the use of Edtech in different settings. We have Hamna from SERP. We have Fakir from LMX. We have from people from Niyat, Talimabad, and our very own Ali Usman Kasmi, who will be talking about one of the projects he did. Then we're very honored to have Mahiuddin Wani Saab. He was very, very excited about it. I'm sure we'll have a very nice conversation on the last panel, moderated by Dr. Farah, on the scope of integrating educational institutions. How can we put the policy challenges and opportunities? We have a closing keynote speaker, Fareed Panjwani. He's also flying, must be landing by now. And he'll be talking about negotiating with technology, reflections from social scientific perspective. And I'm sure you will really appreciate it. It's a very interesting perspective also on that. And also we have guest of honor, Mahiuddin Wani Saab, who will also be giving a short presentation during his panel to talk some of the initiatives he has already worked on. So quickly, we have 2 networking teas. We have lunch at 1:30 p.m. and we have a networking dinner at 7 p.m. We sent you a couple of emails, and I really wanted to make sure that we really mean it at Lums generally, but Lums X specifically. We have almost zero printing policy. We don't print. So there is one purchase request which I almost never approve, is that we need a new toner for the printer. Almost never does it. They have to really convince me that why do we need a new toner? So for this reason, we ask you that we're not going to give you any extra stationery. If you can bring your own pens, own copies, we all have that. You can bring your own water bottle. There's plenty of water there. It doesn't mean that we don't have those things. They're sitting out, but we request you that you use your own, because if we don't start in this community, where do we start this conversation? So this is very, very important that we do that. So, but if you need, we are very welcome to have all those things. We had a very, very successful registration round, and we're about 150 people sitting here. They're spread out, so it doesn't look like there are too many people, but this is a very decent number. So we had 1,000 registrations. We could only have 250 people here at any given time, and so that's why we have to cap it. We have 100 plus participants in workshops, 100 plus networking dinner. We have 50 plus organizations who will be sitting here all day. Schools, universities, colleges. We have 5 vice chancellors coming in, 8 to 10 deans coming in. So it's a very interesting audience to interact with during all those networking breaks. And we have 40 plus speakers, and we're very grateful for that. So there's a lot of effort at the back, which was done to make this event work, other than our regular work, which we're already doing. So it was an additional work. But we are very grateful to you all that you made it, to all the speakers, to Lums, amazing support. I've been doing these conferences at Lums for a good 8 years. I do the biggest national conference of design, and I tell everybody that just because you do it at Lums, it just makes it possible. It's just so difficult. I did some of these conferences outside Lums, and I said, "Mujhe wapas Lums hi jana," and because it just makes life easier, because the system works and comes to your support. So everybody at Lums was very grateful for that. To amazing Lums X team, we've been working very hard on that. Let's have a great day. And with this, I would like to invite Shahid Hussain Saab for some opening remarks to start the event formally and invite Dr. Chima. Thanks a lot.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let me welcome all the participant speakers to today's summit. And I think, as Dr. Salman Shahid explained, this is probably the most appropriate location to have such summits and discussions. In many ways, LUMS has played its role over the years in terms of the disruption that Dr. Chima might be talking about in another context, whether it is pedagogical or how schools, curriculums, and other programs are designed. LUMS has been taking a lead. We started the business school with the case method study, which was the first in Pakistan. And a lot of you would remember that the undergraduate degree in Pakistan used to be awarded after 14 years of education, which was not the norm and not acceptable in the rest of the world. So LUMS debated and took the courage to start the 4-year undergraduate program, and the rest of the country has eventually had to follow. Similarly, in the law school, we have launched a 5-year program, LLB program, and that has also encouraged many others to look at the law program in a similar way. I think the other important outcome is the School of Science and Engineering, where contrary to the normal engineering universities where you get basic sciences taught by in a casual way, we decided that basic science has to be an integral part of the school, and we offer majors in basic sciences and the engineering programs jointly. And our new dean, Dr. Walter Schwarzecker, I'm sure is working hard on seeing how to take this forward. The School of Education is also another, not only relatively young, but a very thought-provoking program. And it is to do with education, leadership, and management, and not the traditional teacher training program. So the whole concept behind what we do here, especially also in the School of Social Sciences and Humanities, is to prepare young graduates so that when they go out in the world or in their professional careers, they can contribute in a positive manner. Things have evolved. We are a young university, 37 years old, but the world around us is changing very fast. And it is in that context that today's summit should be placed. How it's not only the pedagogical changes, not only the technological changes, advancements that are taking place, but it is how the young of today are growing. How are they thinking? We are blessed with many grandchildren, and I talk to 7, 8-year-olds, and they are very different from what we were or what our children were. So it is a challenge to how to educate the incoming generations. They think differently, they are free-spirited, they're free-thinking, and that is what institutions like us, where you get formal education, that is where we need to adjust and think, how are we going to excite them? How are we going to encourage them to stay focused on what we want to teach them? The mediums can be different. What we'll be talking today is more centered around technology and the use of technology to create an impact and accessibility to a much wider audience and what we can do here within the boundaries of this university. So I look forward to all the presentations. I'm sure they will shed light on a lot of work that has already been done by some of the people here and what they are planning to do. So I would like to thank again Dr. Salman Shahid and his team for putting this show together, and wish you a good day of deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Shahid and Dr. Salaman, for sharing with us the contributions that both Lums X and Lums have made for the education sector of Pakistan. We live in a time of rapid advances in technology, where change is no longer the exception, but a rule. The landscape in which we educate our next generation is evolving constantly, but with disruption comes opportunity. Today, we will explore how we can reimagine and reshape education to not only survive these changes, but thrive within them. To tell us more about this, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Vice Chancellor of Lums, Dr. Ali Chima, to deliver his keynote speech on education in the age of disruption. I will give a brief introduction of Dr. Chima before he can join us on stage. Dr. Ali Chima is a distinguished economist whose research focuses on economic development with an emphasis on human capital, inclusion and economic mobility, gender dynamics, and political economy. Associated with LUMS since 1999, he has served as an associate professor of economics and politics and also as a director. Dr. Chima has been a member of the Board of Trustees of the Institute of Development Studies at Sussex. He's also a co-founder of Center of Economic Research in Pakistan, also known as SERP, a senior research fellow at IDEAS, and invited researcher at JPL Lab at MIT. Presently, he serves on the board of directors of the State Bank of Pakistan. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ali Chima. Sir, अगर आप ये mic भी लगा लें, so that online audience can hear us on your collar. Just clip it on. Thank you.
And वो है clicker.
Clicker.
आपने मेरी presentation तो upload कर दी थी. Thanks. Okay, thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I particularly want to thank Dr. Suleiman Shahid and people from Lums X who've worked really hard to put together this excellent summit. And I'm sure you're going to have an exciting day of talks today. I'm sort of not an education researcher. Suleiman asked me to basically jump in and sort of give some views. So what I'm going to be sharing today is basically, sort of some ideas that I've been developing over the years about how technology and the skills landscape has been changing. I'm an economist, I'm a development economist that has looked at these things over the years. But the other thing that I want to bring to bear to this conversation is my role as an educator. So I've been teaching students for 25 years, almost entirely in the Pakistani context. I've taught them at Lums, basically both at the graduate and the undergraduate level. But the nice thing, and I see kind of like my sort of colleague Faisal Bari, for whom I've learned a tremendous amount, that Faisal and I have been for most part of those 25 years teaching first years. So first years are when school kids come into university. And I think it gives you an insight, which is quite interesting. And the second thing is that basically over the years, essentially, we've seen a lot of the generational shift that Shahid Saab was talking about. So it's in that role that I want to give and share some ideas. So it's interesting. I was hearing Suleiman, I heard Shahid Saab, we talk about disruption, but what really is disruption and how do we actually think about disruption? So let me kind of give you a context. If you think about technological disruption and you look at, we have very good data now about sort of how growth happened in the human world, starting from about 1000 AD. I should have actually maybe put that slide up, but I don't have it. But if you look at for the first 800 of those years, GDP growth is almost flat, right? So the best way to describe it is like the heartbeat of a dead person. It's a flat line. And then something happens around the 18th, sort of 19th century, 17th century, and growth starts to pick up, and it picks up exponentially. And two things shift, which we don't really appreciate. One, the wealth of societies, starting with Britain, of course, and of course, colonialism and these things had a lot to do with it. It sort of catapults, but as it catapults upwards in a very exponential fashion, so does productivity. So human societies become tremendously productive, and they liberate themselves from land and become dependent on human capital. And that's the big transformation that starts to happen. And then what you start to see is you start to see a catch-up with society after society actually growing exponentially with different rates of exponential growth. The other big transformation that happens is that if you look at the first 800 years, people die very young. So again, people don't appreciate this, but in colonial India, even for white colonial officials, the average age was something like 28. And they would die from things like dysentery. And now I have my wife has a nephew who's very bright, was dragging his feet about getting married. Mother was getting very, very worried. He's a doctor, a leading doctor in the world. And I was given the task to try and convince him. And he said to me, he said, look, my average life is going to be around 120. Right? So if I get married at around 40, I'm doing just as well as my parents, if you normalize it with mortality. So what's happened is longevity of life and healthiness of life have increased in the past 200 years, and we don't actually appreciate it. But with those disruptions, what we also see is that the world is not equal. The world is not inclusive. Right? When the Industrial Revolution happened, wealth of societies, starting with Britain, went up very fast, but real wages took about 150 years to catch up in terms of exponential growth. And in those 150 years, the best insight you can get is by just picking up any Charles Dickens novel, because it's about destitution, it is about disease, it is about fragility, and it is about poverty. So there may be upsides to disruption, but there are massive downsides to disruption too. And how do you navigate this terrain is really what human choice would have to be about. So it's in that context, I just want to present some thoughts. And some of the people, colleagues from Lums, have probably seen these graphs a million times, so sort of they should excuse this. But I've recently been looking at this. The World Economic Forum does this survey of top employers in the world. And if you look at this survey, what it's simply doing is really asking people about the shared disruption of skills that they expect. These are employers. These black bars over here are basically the proportion of the skills that employers think are no longer going to be relevant in the future. There's just a proportion. It's just saying, here are a set of skills which you think are core. Tell us out of this list what proportion is just going to become irrelevant in the future. And you see it's a very high amount, right? So employers expect massive disruption to happen, right? The other interesting thing is, if you look at what is it that they actually value, how do they think that this landscape is actually going to evolve? So this vertical axis is skills that they say are core today. So these are what they think in 2023 were core skills. And this is what they think should be the reskilling focus for a job market for tomorrow. What's interesting is, so anything that's up here is core today, and it's going to be important tomorrow, right? if you think about it, the two big skills that pop up are analytical thinking and creative thinking. Something actually no education system right now is putting much weight on. If you think of things like reading, writing, and numeracy, actually it doesn't show up in the upper right-hand quadrant. Or you can pick other things over here, which is what we think about as specialized technical skills that the education system is focused a lot on. And I think what this reflects is really how job markets have evolved. So, my parents' generation, my generation, basically the job market was as follows. You went and you picked a skill, you took a job, you entered it, and you climbed the ladder to retire in it. So if you're an accountant, you wanted to retire as an accountant. If you became a doctor, you're going to spend your life being a doctor. This is not what the future job market is going to look like. This job market is going to constantly be disrupted. That's what these employers are saying. So we have to not only start thinking about skills in a very different fashion, and as educators to start thinking about how do you impart these skills, but actually what we also have to start really thinking about is that the way people will have to navigate their careers is going to look very differently. There's a very brilliant development economist called Chris Blattman. I think he's Chicago now. He really talks about so he's talking about poor people. Poor people in developing societies are a lot like that. They never have careers, if you think about it. So you just track anybody who works in your home, who's a driver or a cook. It's not like they grew up at 18 and thought, I'm going to become a cook or a driver. If you take their path to a job, they'll have done all sorts of jobs throughout their life to end up somewhere or the other. So Blattman calls these things portfolios of work. So they're not careers, they're portfolios of work. But what's going to happen at the upper end of the job market is also going to be about portfolios of work, and it's not going to be about specialized jobs. That's what this data is showing, and that's what a lot of work is showing, and we need to start to think about that very, very seriously. Now, what's interesting is this is what employers are saying, but if you look at what learners are doing, so this is sort of just, again, the reskilling focus, and this is the types of courses people are opting for in Coursera. Remember, sort of critical thinking, analytical thinking were courses. So this is the reskilling focus from the employers. This is what people are taking. So people are still focused on things like programming, design. But very few people are actually picking up courses that are going to strengthen their analytical and creative thinking. So it's not like the learners are adapting, right? So the future, the direction of the future and where the learners are, there's a big gap. So it's about how do you match that gap? And I think that's where the education sector has to show a lot of leadership. Otherwise, what you're going to do is you're going to have a huge amount of actually highly educated, talented people who are massively underprepared to navigate this future job market. And let me also translate for you what analytical thinking and creative thinking mean in terms of jobs. What they mean is that they're training you on how to think and how to learn so that you can constantly navigate. They're not here to teach you how to become a good accountant. It's about how do you actually learn so that you can cross-navigate if your job in the accountancy profession gets disrupted altogether, then you have the ability to reskill yourself to go somewhere else. If people don't have that innate ability that is developed, then no matter us throwing those courses, us talking about lifelong learning, us talking about disruptions, it's just going to be that it's going to be really hard for people to navigate. The second big disruption is AI. And I thought I'd do something cute, which is to ask AI about how dystopic AI is. And actually, AI is very reflective about how dystopic AI is. So I just popped in a question, say, write a para on the role of AI and de-skilling students, because this is something that as educators, we struggle with. And I'm not going to bore you with the whole para. But AI says, well, relying too heavily on AI learning can reduce the need for deep comprehension and analysis. And that's quite a deep statement, right? So when you think about sort of the ability to learn, then you also have to have the skill for deep comprehension. But if you're constantly going to throw AI at kids and they start to use that as a crutch, it reminds me about those bikes, those tricycles that people used to use, that at some point you have to kind of get those wheels off. What AI is going to start to do is put those wheels back on, right? And then, it points out very correctly that its students may prioritize quick solutions over understanding underlying concepts. And it says it could discourage persistence in grappling with complex problems, right? I mean, that's how the human mind develops. It's about persisting to unravel complex problems. But if you take that persistence and make it easy, then you take a skill away. And I think that is something as educators that we need to start to take extremely seriously. The other thing, which is kind of mechanical, but I think actually even today where we're standing, the assessment system is dead. We're in denial about it. We still think we can make exams, like take-home exams are now hugely, hugely challenged, because it's going to be really difficult for us to actually find out how much was supported by AI and how much effort did the student do. Now, the standard response, which is Vani Saab is here, is a good PAS officer, which is a very PAS officer response. कि invigilators भर्ती कर लें, उनको classroom में बैठा दें और उनके सर पे invigilators बैठा दें. That's not going to do the trick, right? So how do we think about assessments? Like plagiarism is going to become very difficult to detect. Even basically within exams, there could be all sorts of things. But I think we need to have not only assessments, but students, when you talk about Gen Z, you have to get Gen Z to take ownership over their learning journey. So the policing model is just going to be massively difficult to actually enforce, because it's become extremely costly to do that, right? So how do we develop that ethic? How do we develop that investment and that ownership to say, I'm coming to university to learn, right? I tell my students this, I said, the biggest irony in this world is AI. Here's a technology that's going to de-skill you, and then your employer is going to tell you, you're so de-skilled that I'm going to replace you with AI. You couldn't get a bigger irony than that. And I think, how do we turn that to use? Because where AI is very good, particularly if they're kids who are skill challenged, that if they have the ethics and the ownership, then they can use AI to navigate like deficiencies in that language. How do you get to a complex idea, right? Those are things that could be reinforcing, but provided your investment is that in learning in the first place. So you can't get rid of that problem. In fact, solving that problem becomes really, really important. The third big disruption, and you find it in all schools, you find it in the university. I took over as vice chancellor in January. It hit me like, the smog hits you in December, is this thing about the emergence of the anxious generation, right? This is a set of graphs, so really, so from the American College Health Association, but it's from a book by Jonathan Haidt, which I recommend everybody should read. I mean, what it's basically showing you is it's tracking data on anxiety, depression, ADHD. But what you can see is that post 2010, there seems to be an exponential growth in things like anxiety and depression, right? And this is US undergraduate students. And we're finding very similar things in different contexts, even in the global South, right? Now, we don't really understand why this divergence or why this break actually happens, but we're still treating it. And you know, it's again, it's a shift. It could be that this conversation has become a bigger conversation, so you know, people have started to reveal it. But we come from what's called the boot camp generation. You just kind of put your chin up and you kind of just went through life, you know, whether you were coping or you weren't coping. Well, guess what? Not coping is on the table and we have to deal with it. And I think that's another disruption of another sort that we have to think about. And what's interesting in this data is that it doesn't, it's kind of this exponential rise doesn't really show up in like the older cohorts, right? So it's showing up basically in the 18 to 25 years old, which is the generation that Shahid Saab was talking about when he said the free thinkers are also anxious thinkers. So how do we deal with this? How do we change this conversation? So Hyatt, like I said, I'm not like a researcher of this issue. I mean, these are interesting questions that I actually think are very worth thinking about in our context. But he kind of has two big things that he puts on the table. One is he says that with this codification of education, of jobs, there's been a decline of play-based childhood. So, you know, play was a very important part of childhood. I remember, you know, when I went to college as an undergraduate, there was no expectation about what you did. You went to, you know, college was the time that you found yourself in some sense. Except now, you know, even a first year comes and tells you, well, I'm picking this course. Could you tell me what the return on the investment on this course is going to be for my jobs? And you're like, what do you want to do in life? And that's a question that's off the table. And the second thing is what he calls the rise of phone-based childhood. So, you know, phone-based childhood is where basically, you know, the virtual world has this freedom to navigate, and then you have the formalized space, which has become more and more regimented. You have school systems which pick an assessment mechanism and then shove everybody into a path which only trains them for that, taking that assessment test, starting grade 4 or grade 5. And it's not really about how do you develop creativity. It's not about how you develop lateral thinking. It's just get them to climb this ladder, and that's about it. So I think this is another disruption that we have to think about, but the collateral of that destruction seems to be a rise in anxiety and stuff like that. Another collateral, and this is a really nice article, I can circulate it, The Slate by Adam Kotsoko, who was an instructor in the US. He says, 10 years into my college teaching career, students stopped being able to read effectively. He's not talking about schools in Pakistani districts that are learning challenged. He's talking about actually pretty well-resourced US schools. So some skills are just going off the table. And those are very key skills to develop deep comprehension. So how do we actually revive those interests are also challenges that we need to take seriously. The third big thing, which is a challenge, which has been there for some time, actually, it's just that it's unacknowledged and we started to talk about it, is the diversity of learning in the classroom, right? The most extreme manifestation of that is basically kids having learning disabilities. This is, again, data from the US, but it's pretty similar over here. What you start to see is, you know, the numbers are pretty stark. This is 6 to 21-year-olds percentage of children having been identified to have a learning disability. Of course, this is a huge underestimate because many kids simply won't get tested, right? What we also have a lot of good data on now, these are NAP test scores by disability status, is basically if you have a disability, so the kind of this blue is eighth graders. The blue rounds are the eighth graders who have not been identified with disabilities, and the red rounds basically are kids who have been identified with having a disability, and you can see the levels are pretty different. And the diamonds are fourth graders, and again, the blues are above the reds. So this is average reading scores. You have a similar pattern in average math scores. And this is reading below the basic level. And you can see in fourth graders, if you have a disability, it's really off the charts, right? But you put a lot of these kids together in class, and you try and teach the average. And we have no way of actually separating as to what those education plans ought to be. And I think here technology has actually an important role to play, because technology should be able to actually respond and tell you what different needs are. So this is where we can make a big dent. But again, we need to take this problem very, very seriously. The last thing, which I think is tremendously important for Pakistan, is basically we also have to use education to change stereotypes. So this is not data from Pakistan, but there's kind of huge gender stereotyping in different types of jobs. This is just percentage of students in the US. Actually, it's not just the US, or no, it is the US. Basically, the purples are males and the blues are females. So you can see education sector or education-related courses tend to have a lot more women, but you look at courses like information and communication technology, engineering and marketing, it's much more male. A lot of this gender stereotyping starts in schools and in homes. So how does kind of education actually transform this, right? How does it sort of give confidence to break those barriers to be able to say, these are the fields we can go into? Is going to become extremely important. And it's particularly going to be extremely important for Pakistan, because if you look at female labor force participation, Pakistan has kind of one of the lowest rates in the world. And I don't think this society can transform in a positive way unless basically these gender divides are very consciously broken. And I think the education system has an important role to play. The good thing is that if particularly you look at urban cities, the gender gap in education is closing pretty fast. So it's not like girls are not coming into school, but what do those schools equip them with? And that is not only to do with giving them the skills, but also giving them the imagination that these are possible careers that you can do. Okay, so how does kind of conventional education stack up against all of these challenges? And I think it stacks up pretty poorly. So basically conventional education, as we see it in Pakistan, is really about disciplines and tools. It's not about building critical and analytical skills. And it's become, over the years, more and more grade and exam focused, right? So everybody is teaching to the test. The test has become the reality, right? Everything else has gone into the background. And the best manifestation to that is academies in Pakistan, and they're a great business opportunity. What's their job? Their job is not to make people learn. Their job is to train people to sit specific tests, right? Our education system is also very segmented, segregated. It's for the upper, what we call the elite schools or high fee schools. It's very unresponsive to diversity context, right? Like, I was saying to somebody that my grandparents' generation was actually quintilingual, right? And now you get kids coming out of Pakistani schools who are not even bilingual. And that's another big journey that we've seen in our own lifetime. And that means that the embeddedness of the education system, with the context in which it is reproducing itself, is just there's been a disjuncture. So how do you build that back? And it hugely underemphasizes humanistic thinking, critical thinking, analytical thinking. And even OA levels has become, like in I did metric and FA, the great curriculum, but all they made us do was learn to sit the exam, right? So there's nothing wrong with the curriculum, is what we were being made to do. The irony is OA levels has become pretty similar, not the other way around. These are just kind of graphs about sort of outcomes. This is learning poverty. You can see Pakistan, even in the regional context, does really badly. This is learning deprivation. So learning deprivation is just percentage of children of primary age who read below their minimum age level or proficiency level, right? So Pakistan is an outlier. So this emergency is pretty emergent in our particular context. But what about kind of well-resourced schools? So here what I see is students excel technically. They're incredibly, incredibly bright, but they really struggle with articulation and critical reasoning. It's not that they don't have the ability, it's just that they have had 10 years of just preparing to take the test, right? So you say, forget the test and think about it a little bit. It's a bit of an alien exercise that you're making them do. But if you actually debate with them on Twitter, they're going to give you a run for your money, right? Like that disjuncture is a disjuncture that we want to turn around. But the kind of worst kind of part about this is that the system does not get people to invest in asking questions. So, you do a simple exercise. You take bright undergraduates or high school students and you say, okay, what do you want to do? What are the big questions that excite you? And they don't think like that. They don't think in terms of questions, or they don't link education to thinking about questions. And how can people learn to learn if they don't have questions that they're engaging themselves in? There has to be a starting point. So the education system has to give them the ability to ask a question. And I think that is extremely, extremely important. So if you think about an education future, I think it has to be about creating curriculums that integrate critical reasoning, ethics, humanistic inquiry, and embed students in our context and break stereotypes. It's about rewiring childhoods through mainstreaming creative arts and play. I think that has to be brought back in, whether they're being tested, not tested. That's leveraging technology to create customized learning paths and assessments. And I think lastly, and Faisal and I went through this, like we've always been well-rated teachers. There was a bit of a dip pre-COVID, and then everybody told us COVID is coming, we're going to tank, and we actually did better in terms of student assessments. And the reason we did this was that we actually started to teach actively. So we flipped the classroom in some sense by putting in some tools of assessment in which we got kids to be active presenters of material rather than passive recipients of material. And when we took that journey, it sort of occurred to me that, what is really passive lecturing about? It's about being a parrot, right? Tota, right? Which is, you have this material which students can read, they choose not to read it. So what you do is you create lectures and slides, and then you deliver the lectures and slides to deliver the material which students who haven't read the material are now sitting and taking notes about, right? That's not what is an effective use of a classroom. The effective use of a classroom is students actually read some stuff, they figure out what they're being challenged, you come into the classroom, and they ask you the questions and you clarify what they're getting lost on. So that's very effective, right? But again, if it's all about just creating the notes to take a test at the end, then there's a problem, right? But if you're really saying the class is a chance for me to learn from this person, then the equation sort of flips. And I think that flipping has to be not only about the curriculum, it also has to be about changing the assessment framework almost entirely. So those are kind of the big challenges. So for me, and I'd add one other thing, which I think is really important, is engaged citizenship. When we think about education, we also need to think about the question about what are we trying to do? What is the student we're trying to prepare? And for me, creating engaged citizens has to be at the top of the priority, but this is a kind of visual about what I think should be a new education pact purely as an educator. And I thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Question answers tea break, Mikhail. Dr. Ali would be around.
Okay. We'll do Q&A during the tea break. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali Chima. Before we move on to our first panel discussion of the day, I would like to invite Dr. Salman Shahid to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Ali Chima. Thank you, sir. We will now move on to our first panel talk of the day. This discussion is based on addressing Pakistan's learning crisis, the potential of Edtech in adaptive learning technologies. In the spirit of tech-enhanced learning, please note that some of our incredible speakers during this panel and during other panels during the summit will be joining us online. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Faisal Bari. Dr. Bari has served as the Dean of School of Education and is an Associate Professor on Joint Department for Education and Economics. His research focuses on key areas such as disability inclusion, gender representation in textbooks, the political economy of teacher recruitment and retention, and the role of private sector in education reform. Dr. Bari holds a PhD in economics from McGill University, a master's in philosophy from the University of Punjab, and 2 bachelor's degrees, one from the University of Oxford and another from GCU Lahore. In this address, Dr. Bari will examine the current state of Pakistan's education sector, identifying key challenges and exploring how technology solutions can play a driving role in reform and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Faisal Bari.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the invite, Suleiman, and Lums X. It's a pleasure to be here and to actually see so many people. I'm always surprised when education gets a lot of people to come together. Surprised, उसका reason जब मैं बात करूँगा crisis पे तो तब आ जाएगा कि crisis इतना बड़ा है, लेकिन तालीम पे लोग आते हैं बात करने, which is always a good thing. To save on a bit of time, I will now introduce the speakers of the panelists and invite them to join me on the stage or to be online if the connection वगैरह हो गया है. So in no particular order, Mr. Mahmood, the founder for Knowledge Platform. Adnan Ahmed Qureshi Saab, who's the Vice President, Teach the World Foundation. Salman Naveed, CEO for PAMS. And Iza Farrukh is joining us online. She's a Senior Education Specialist for the World Bank. ये चल रहा है, आवाज आ रही है? हाँ जी. अच्छा जी, तो एक तो अली ने काम आसान कर दिया थोड़ा, जो बहुत सारी disruptions हैं वो अली ने सेट कर दी. What I'll do is very briefly, मुझे सुलेमान ने कहा कि 5 मिनट से ज़्यादा ही लेने आपने. किसी टीचर को ये कहना 5 मिनट में कर दो बड़ा मुश्किल काम है, पर खैर लेकिन just to set up के crisis at a larger level क्या लग रहा है, and then of course the panelists will talk about specifics much more deeply. लेकिन मेरे ख्याल में चार बड़ी चीजें मैं अब पाकिस्तान की बात करूंगा, अली ने disruptions larger की बात की, चार चीजें बड़ी जो है ना वो जहन में रखिए, बहुत हमें इम्पैक्ट कर रही हैं वो। पहली चीज हमारी पॉपुलेशन, इस दफा का सर्वे जो 23 का है सेंसस was a very rude awakening. We are still growing at 2.55%. We have a population base of 240 plus million, which means that at 2.5, about 6 to 7 million children are being born in Pakistan every year. देखिए young लोगों को पहले 15, 20 साल, 22 साल are investment into young people, right? So we have to get ready not just for the stock that is there. हमें पता है 26 million बच्चा स्कूलों से बाहर है, 5 से 16, but the pipeline effect which is कि 6-7 million बच्चा हर साल आएगा, जिसकी अगले 15-20 साल हमने education, skills, ट्रेनिंग, ये सारी चीजें और जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स होती हैं, हेल्थ, बाकी सब चीजें, वो तैयारी करनी है और वो रखनी है, वो हम नहीं है तैयार। सो एक पॉपुलेशन। दूसरा पॉवर्टी। वर्ल्ड बैंक की एक मैं रिपोर्ट देख रहा था, 40% के करीब पाकिस्तान पुअर है। इसकी इम्प्लीकेशन सोचिए, 40% पुअर है, इसका मतलब है 50-60% जो है वो अपने बच्चों की तालीम और सेहत पे ऑप्टिमली खर्च नहीं कर सकता। ये समझना जरूरी है, तालीम महंगी चीज है, क्वालिटी एजुकेशन इज एक्सपेंसिव, समवन हैज टू पे फॉर इट। Parents, clearly more than half of Pakistani parents can't pay for it. So we have to figure out a way in which the rest of society can pay for education. जैसे टीके लगवाने जरूरी हैं, हम कह चुके हैं 25A में अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के, तालीम जरूरी है। अगर जरूरी है तो फिर सोसाइटी को ये फंड करनी पड़ेगी सब बच्चों के लिए, वरना नुकसान कौम उठाएगी। तीसरी चीज इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन। 47 के एंड में, 47 के एंड में पहली एजुकेशन कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई, उसमें कहा गया, और उसमें हुज हू था पाकिस्तान का उस वक्त का, उसमें कहा गया कि जी तालीम बिल्कुल राइट है बच्चों का और हाई स्कूल तक है, लेकिन हमारे पास पैसे नहीं। वो मंत्र कि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं आज तक चल रहा है, हालांकि वो मंत्र गलत है। जितने ममालिक में मैथ एजुकेशन हुई है, सब उस वक्त गरीब थे जब उन्होंने शुरू की मैथ एजुकेशन। अमेरिका, जापान, मेजी रेवोल्यूशन, जो मर्जी देख लें, प्रायोरिटी का इशू है, पैसे का इशू नहीं है। 2021 की आप यूएनडीपी की रिपोर्ट जो हफीज पाशा लीड राइटर थे, उन्होंने लिखी, उन्होंने बड़े साफ ये कहा कि 2660 बिलियन रुपया आप अमीरों को टैक्स ब्रेक या सब्सिडीज में दे देते हैं। If you wanted to triple the amount of expenditure on education, वो आप सब्सिडीज ना दीजिए, वो आप टैक्स ब्रेक्स ना दीजिए, इधर ले आइए तालीम में। तालीम तिगनी हो सकती है, जो कि अब इमरजेंसी में हम वादा भी कर रहे हैं 4-5% पे ले जाने का, उससे ज्यादा हो सकता है अगर प्रायोरिटी। सो तीसरी चीज इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस का वावेला और प्रायोरिटी एजुकेशन की। चौथी, एंड दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट आई थिंक, इज ईस्टरली का एक विलियम ईस्टरली का पेपर था 2001 का, जिसमें उसने 99 का डेटा पाकिस्तान का लेकर दिखाया था कि हमेशा से पाकिस्तान अपने कंपैरेटर मुल्क, यानी जिनके साथ इनकम तकरीबन बराबर, ग्रोथ ट्रेजेक्टरी तकरीबन बराबर, उनसे जब मुआवजना करते हैं तो पाकिस्तान ने हमेशा तालीम और सेहत पे कम खर्चा किया बाकी मुल्कों की निस्बत। आज जो नंबर्स अब अली दिखा रहा था आउटलायर के पाकिस्तान के, दे आर नॉट ए सरप्राइज। 2000 तक का डेटा उसने देखा था, 2000 के बाद का डेटा भी यही शो करता है। रीजनली, इंटरनेशनली, हर तरह से। ईस्टरली के पेपर का नाम था ग्रोथ विदाउट डेवलपमेंट। तब तो ग्रोथ भी होती थी पाकिस्तान में, अब तो ग्रोथ भी नहीं होती ना, ग्रोथ से भी गए, पर वो लिंक है उसका एजुकेशन। सो हमेशा हमने एजुकेशन और हेल्थ पे कम खर्चा किया है। And it's a 75-year pattern that is continuing still. ये 4 चीजें शेप कर रही हैं उस क्राइसिस को जिसकी अभी हम बात शुरू करेंगे. 26 मिलियन मैंने कहा आउट ऑफ स्कूल हैं. लर्निंग पॉवर्टी का अली ने जिक्र किया. तो पहला सवाल मेरा इज़ा से यही है. Iza, you're at the bank. Bank has done some extensive work both on learning poverty as well as the out of school children. What is the state of crisis? How do you see it right now in Pakistan?
Thank you, Dr. Bari. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what Dr. Chima said. I think startling figures presented there and startling figures presented by yourself as well. But when we unpack learning poverty, something that was actually quite surprising and is being reinforced when we see the results of board exams, the national assessment test, achievement test that Vani Saab and the Federal Ministry led last year, is that girls are not coming to school. So unpacking learning poverty, schooling deprivation is certainly higher among girls. But when girls come to school, they're actually learning better than boys are. The NAT showed that, our learning poverty figures show that, and exam results also show that. So having said that, what I wanted to start my conversation with was a little bit of optimism. Okay, there is potential. We are making gains on a historically underserved population group, which is girls. Unfortunately, that's the only bit of positive news I'm going to give over here. And we spoke about Pakistan, we compare it regionally as well. And just to give you a little bit of context on a learning poverty figure, it is actually 18.3 percentage points higher than the average for the South Asia region, and 16.6 percentage points higher than for your average lower middle income country. We have a figure called learning adjustment years of schooling, which shows that even when our children graduate from high school, they're actually only acquiring about 5.1 years of schooling. So starting with primary through middle through high, they've invested 11 to 12 years of your life. But the actual acquisition in terms of learning is equal to 5.1%. So, and then, we spoke about human capital. Faisal Saab spoke about 40% of Pakistanis being below the poverty line, but 40% of Pakistani children, as a consequence of this, of course, are also stunted. So what we are seeing right now in the education sector is actually a combination not only of poor service delivery in education, but also as a result of the choices and that parents have, right? So stunting is not just associated with poor maternal and infant health, but also the quality of the soil in which we grow our crops, the quality of the water, sanitation arrangements, etc. So we have a major education emergency, but it's not an isolated incident. It's also being fueled by challenges in other sectors as well. And Dr. Chima spoke about human capital. Faisal Saab also spoke about human capital and female labor force participation. A child born in Pakistan today will only be able to achieve 41% of the human capital potential. So that, again, really gives you some food for thought that we're not even achieving half of our human capital potential. And when it comes to provinces like Balochistan, it's at 0.32, so 32%, which is equivalent to Niger, which is the lowest performing economy in sub-Saharan Africa. Female labor force participation, something that we can also call human capital utilization among women in Pakistan, is 0.08. So just 8% of women are actually achieving the human capital potential. And when we rank Pakistan globally, we are at 141 out of 174 countries. We're all, very familiar with the public data that comes out of learning, assessments in Pakistan, in the provinces, board exams. But the World Bank has a global knowledge product called the Global Education Policy Dashboard. And we conducted a survey across Pakistan last year. And what it did is it highlighted gaps between what evidence suggests is effective in promoting learning and what the actual practices are in Pakistan right now. And we had a whole bunch of indicators. We looked at teaching, we looked at school management, we looked at policy inputs and infrastructure, and we looked at learners. And again, we compared Pakistan to global proficiency standards. In math, only 34% of Pakistan's children met global proficiency standards, and in language, only 28%. This is for 4-year-olds, grade 4 students, at which you also measure learning poverty, so 10-year-olds. And what we saw is that teacher knowledge was a major weakness. Only 28% of teachers were proficient in what they were meant to teach. Pedagogical practices, how they deploy what they know to help students learn, was also at 28%. Instructional leadership, also super poor. And to compound all this, which we know affects attendance and enrollment, is basic infrastructure in schools across Pakistan was very, very poor. And this I'm giving you as a national average. And you know that provinces such as Balochistan, rural Sindh is much lower. So, and we also looked at children who were coming into school, and only 9.5% of children coming into school actually showed readiness for learning. And student attendance in Pakistan, although one would say 81.6% is fairly high, when you look at the complexity of our curriculum, when you look at how much they have to learn daily, 81.6% is again one of the lowest figures that you see globally. And how does Edtech now? I'll talk a little bit about what we have learned, how Edtech can actually leapfrog learning, and what some of the risks and challenges associated with Edtech are. I think our colleagues at Lums are very familiar with the Global Education Evidence Advisory Panel that comes up with a list of good buys, great buys, emerging but poor evidence, and bad buys in education. And I think one of the traps that we face is that we think that investing in hardware like laptops, tablets, computers will leapfrog learning. But these inputs alone are actually called bad buys, right? They need to be complemented with a well thought out strategy, complementary measures, and teachers really have a big role in this. We cannot replace the teacher in the classroom with technology. Other evidence such as adaptive learning software, teaching at the right level is an approach that is really gaining traction, where the teacher teaches not to the age cohort of the child, but to the learning ability and the proficiency levels of the child. So what we need to do is we need to look at...
My apologies, but can I, before you go to recommendations, can I stop you there? Because we need to, I need to talk to other people about the problem first before we come to the recommendation, if that's okay. I'll get back to you about the recommendation part thing. Mehboob, if I may come to you. So we've been hearing about edtech potential for at least a decade and a half, if not more. And बीच में COVID भी आया, जिसमें सब बंद हो गया, सिर्फ edtech type pressure रहा. But despite that, 26 million out, quality variance जो ईज़ा ने अभी बताया भी इतनी बुरी. What is stopping us from achieving the edtech potential in at least K-12 sector in Pakistan? मसला क्या है? होता क्यों नहीं है फिर? Potential की बात किए जा रहे हैं.
I think that's a good question. And I think before I just get to that, I'd like to give a statement that Isaac Asimov made. And he said that in the pre-industrial world, personalized learning was for the very few. So, if you're a noble, you can get archery and statecraft and religion or poetry, whatever suits you. And then we went into the industrial world. And in the industrial world, we had standardized, depersonalized learning for the masses. And now we are moving into the knowledge economy. And we now have the potential of personalized education for the masses. So I think Dr. Chima had said, what is it that, what is the direction in which we are heading? So one question is, what is EdTech trying to solve? Is EdTech trying to make you better at getting better exam results, more proficient exam takers? In other words, are you trying to optimize your performance within the existing system? And the second is, are you trying to now create a new kind of learning paradigm which is personalized? So if you look at, I feel that this Asimov quotation is good because it kind of frames what are we trying to do with EdTech. So now regarding the first component, you see, we keep saying that hardware is not a problem, is not a good return, and I completely agree that hardware by itself is not a good return. But the reality is that we now have 55 million kids in the education system, but only about 3 million kids have their own devices, and using EdTech is not like ordering food on Food Panda. It's not 5 minutes a day. Okay, some people spend 15 minutes a day. You have to use a device for 2, 3, 4 hours a day. So the first problem is a massive, massive infrastructure problem. We don't have devices and we don't have internet bandwidth to address that. Arva's sitting here from TCF and she's struggling with this because in some schools they have 10 tablets and we are working with them to try to put more like get content in there. But it's tough. Only a few kids have devices, only a few schools have devices. So this is a major, major issue that unless we invest more in education, we're not going to be able to realize the potential of EdTech. The other factor is that, EdTech requires much more investment upfront. So if you compare India to Pakistan, India has 450 startups in the education field, which have raised over $3 billion of investment. Pakistan has maybe 15 to 20 startups that have raised about 20 million. So, not only has there been an underinvestment on the infrastructure side, there's also been a massive investment in the solution side. And thirdly, our schools, our teachers, and so on are not ready to embrace this. They took on EdTech as kind of as a jugaad during COVID, but have not really embraced this. And I think fourthly, we should not put too much emphasis on the schools and the teachers. We need to also create direct bypasses to the kids, because ultimately, if you want to create this new generation of kids, you can't just do it by improving the skills of old teachers, because it's happening too slowly and it's a very difficult task to do. So we have to think of education as schools plus.
And Adnan, coming to you, have a model, Teach the World, which relies on tablets, is not structured school, at least not for now, and does it at a reasonable cost as well. So thoda sa ek to model bata dein, but then also talk about the question of what do you see as the way of getting to these 26 million with quality education.
Absolutely. Can you get? I just want to reiterate that point that until we, as you pointed out, the scope and the scale of the problem is now so big that we have to understand that status quo approaches are not going to work. Just the back of the envelope, if you do the math, you would need to bring 12 to 13 schools every day for the next 20 years, and you'll need 800 to 900,000 teachers who just don't sprout like that. A good teacher takes time to develop. I want to make this point very emphatically and forcefully that if that approach hasn't worked to solve this problem in 75 years, I don't see that happening. And we need to get out of that rut of brick and mortar and traditional, as you pointed out, teachers, and need alternative delivery channels or modalities through which we can bring this education. Fortunately, we've been working on this for the past 6-7 years and have developed this low-cost model, which we call the digital micro school. It's a one-room school that we bring to the heart of the communities where these out-of-school communities and children reside. You do not need infrastructure. You can convert any room that can house 25 students very quickly into this learning space. You bring in these low-cost devices, preloaded with some of the best content in math, English, and Urdu, because that's the definition of foundational literacy and the need of the hour at the moment. One way to think about this, we're in such a dire situation that when a patient comes to the ER, you have triage, right? You don't. The idea is to stabilize the patient and have them you know,
So
at
you're
least back to
you're creating education ERs.
in some ways that's what we see ourselves, the mission that we're at. The scope and scale of the problem is so big, we need to build the absolute foundational base for these children before we can even think of fixing the rest of the pipeline.
And what is your cost for doing that?
So over time, we've brought this down to roughly $120, but I foresee one of the per child per year. But this is a sort of cost at the scale we're operating at the moment. This is something I radically see going down as incremental economies of scale, both in terms of hardware, in terms of software. Once a system like this, a delivery channel like this, is spread around and we reach a critical mass of 100,000 or 200,000, and the other thing we have to also realize is that this allows us to tackle the issue of quality as well, both from some of our local partners over here, but it's a sort of personal and organizational pride that we're bringing in some of the best game-based content that's available from the world. So our children, the poorest of the poor over here in Sindh, Punjab, are using some of the same products in foundational math and English that some of the students from the South Korean districts or the Californian districts are using, and performing and outperforming some of those students based on the results that we're getting. So for me, technology delivered through this medium is a smart buy. What we need to work on with the state, that there's no even the private sector's capacity will limit after some point, with plateau after some point. We can perhaps create 1,000 of these one-room schools, but eventually the responsibility, the constitutional mandate lies with the state. And it's the state that has to own up, with the help of the private sector, get out of that rut of brick and mortar business as usual approaches and take approaches like these, because I do not foresee any other way of being able to tackle this 26 million out of school children problem that we have.
बहुत शुक्रिया सलमान. Math and science. People, I mean, usually think languages are harder to do under EdTech. It's a presumption. It might not be true, but there is that presumption. But math और science में तो ऐसी बात नहीं है. लोग समझते हैं बड़े आराम से EdTech से पढ़ाई भी जा सकती है, quality भी बेहतर की जा सकती है, क्योंकि supposedly ज़्यादा objective चीज़ है math और science ये वो. So what's your experience, and do you see EdTech is the way to बहुत deficits हैं on STEM education? Do you see that as a way to reach out to these very large numbers, both in school and out of school?
Can everyone hear me? Yes, the short answer is EdTech or a प्लेटफॉर्म या जिस तरीके से भी हम पढ़ाना चाहते हैं, वो क्लासरूम के अंदर हो, क्लासरूम के बाहर हो, वो ट्यूशन एकेडमी में हो, वो कंप्यूटर के थ्रू हो, वो इंटरनेट बेस्ड हो, everything can and will help. Goes without saying. किस हद तक is a question mark. One of the challenges that we're seeing more and more, and with certain disagreements and with all respect, जो providers हैं इस वक्त पाकिस्तान के अंदर, वो टीच द वर्ल्ड फाउंडेशन हो, वो एडटेक प्रोवाइडर्स हो, वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो या वो सरकार हो, सब ने इस वक्त इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस, टू बोरो योर टर्म, वो उस मोड के अंदर इस वक्त ऑपरेट करें. देयर इज नो थॉट लीडरशिप. हम एक्चुअली तालीम से चाहते क्या हैं? सो इट्स लाइक द मुसलमान कनंड्रम, राइट? यू पुट 10 together and you ask them for one definition and you'll never get it. वो तालीम के साथ भी हमारा यही प्रॉब्लम है, and it's fine. I think it's fine. वो divergent views होने चाहिए सबके कि हम तालीम से चाहते क्या हैं, मगर कुछ चीज़ें जो हम collectively हमें decide कर लेना चाहिए कि हम चाहते क्या हैं. And to your point, math सबको आनी चाहिए. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division सबको आनी चाहिए. So it's not about kids in school or out of school. ये सबको आनी चाहिए. अगर वो आनी चाहिए तो वो आएगी कैसे? वो EdTech is an instrument, a teacher is an instrument, a parent is an instrument, society is an instrument, TV is an instrument, a mobile device or a computer is an instrument. वो अब हमने collectively या सरकार ने ये decide करना है कि हमारा pathway होगा क्या? I think it's unfair to ask EdTech providers, sorry Bari साहब, कि काम क्यों नहीं कर रहा या इतना ज्यादा काम क्यों नहीं कर रहा? बिकॉज दे कैन नॉट on a national scale decide कि हम चाहते क्या हैं. A few months ago, a friend of mine who has worked in this space but has now retired from the space, not retired, asked me a very simple question. उसने कहा 2 साल हम सरकारी schools बंद कर देते हैं just to rejig everything that we've thought कि education deliver कैसे होनी चाहिए, and we start doing it from year 3 onwards. क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? And unfortunately, I could not give him an answer other than the fact कि मेरी तरह के और बहुत सारे लोग होंगे जिनकी नौकरियां चली जाएंगी, but actually we might, Pakistan may not have an impact. जो Edtech और math या STEM के अंदर जो one of the bigger challenges that we're facing right now is we're not allowing Edtech into the answer of हम चाहते क्या है तालीम से. We want well-equipped teachers where there are teachers in school, government के हों, private के हों, NGOs के हों या मदारिस के हों, to be equipped with the right kind of knowledge, content knowledge and pedagogical tools के वो classroom के अंदर रियाजी सिखा सकें. यहाँ पे जिसने भी metric या O levels किया हुआ है, please हाथ खड़ा कर लें. I'll do this, sorry, very quickly. Metric या
दूसरा तो किया होगा.
yes. जिन्होंने हाथ खड़े किए हैं, हाथ खड़े रखें बस. Sorry, I'll just take 20 more seconds. तीसरी जमात के क्लासरूम में जाके आप में से कितने लोग हैं जो विलिंगली रियाजी पढ़ा सकते हैं? जो नहीं पढ़ा सकते वो हाथ नीचे कर लें या नहीं पढ़ाना चाहते. So half, great. I think half of the room wants to or can. In most private schools, including elite private schools, in most government schools, जहां पे सबने मैट्रिक या ओ लेवल्स किया हुआ है और सबने रियाजी जरूर पढ़ी होगी लाजमी, वहां पे मैथ के जिस दिन टीचर की छुट्टी हो उस दिन सब्स्टिट्यूट टीचर आके मैथ नहीं पढ़ाते. दिस इज द नॉर्म एवरीवेयर. एंड बेसिक मसला क्या है कि हम सब ने मैट्रिक और ओ लेवल्स ज्यादातर हम सॉरी डॉक्टर अली चीमा एक्सक्लूड कर रहा हूं मैं आपको इस बात से, वो शायद लर्निंग के लिए स्कूल में या यूनिवर्सिटी में नहीं गए थे, वो एग्जाम देने के लिए गए थे. जब उन्होंने इम्तिहान दे दिया, उर्दू के अंदर ए लेवल्स कर दिया, ओ लेवल्स कर लिया, उसके अंदर ए ग्रेड आया, मगर उसके बावजूद मोनोलिंगुअल ही रहे, सिर्फ अंग्रेजी ही आती. मैथ को जब तक हम इस तरह इस्तेमाल नहीं करेंगे एडटेक के अंदर कि टीचर्स को क्या सपोर्ट चाहिए और कांस्टेंट सपोर्ट चाहिए. सिर्फ बच्चा इज नॉट द ऑडियंस. The audience is a parent. The audience is also a teacher because that is how a child is learning. आपको proxy के ऊपर भी एडटेक में उसी तरह इन्वेस्ट करना है जैसे आप बच्चे पे कर रहे हैं.
अच्छा, वो शेर भी है ना कुछ ऐसा, कुछ शेर दे लोग भी जालिम सी, कुछ सानू मरंदा शौक भी. तो एक तरफ से अली चीमा ने ज्यादा टाइम लिया, दूसरी तरफ से सुलेमान ने मेरा इस सेशन का टाइम काट दिया. सो इसलिए अब थोड़ा सा टाइम रहता है, तो उसमें मैं चाहूंगा कि ऑडियंस अगर कोई सवाल है आप कर लें, क्योंकि दूसरे राउंड का वक्त अब रह नहीं गया. जी मैडम प्लीज, वो माइक आ रहा है. हम 4-5 सवाल इकट्ठे ले लें तो ज्यादा बेहतर होगा ना. ये दरमियान में, हाँ जी प्लीज, वो सामने.
Assalamu alaikum ji. I just wanted to share a data point. I work in the edtech space और corporate training programs में करती रही. एक डेटा पॉइंट है कि हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे अगर एक महीने में 1800 लोग रजिस्टर करने की अटेम्प्ट करते हैं एज टीचर्स, वो क्लेम करते हैं कि उन्होंने अंडरग्रेड डिग्री की हुई है, बट उसमें से सिर्फ 1 या 2 लोग हैं हु आर एबल टू पास थ्रू अ 3-step प्रोसेस जिसमें हम सिंपल चीजें पूछते हैं, ये कर सकते हैं, ये कर सकते हैं. दे आर नॉट एबल टू रीड, अंडरस्टैंड एंड फॉलो वेरी सिंपल इंस्ट्रक्शंस.
जी बिल्कुल ठीक.
So it's a data
So
point.
the quality हमारी एजुकेशन की even at undergrad is very poor. जी सर को दीजिए, हम 4-5 इकट्ठे कर लेंगे तो देन we'll देख.
बहुत शुक्रिया जी. जावेद तामरा फ्राम सियालकोट. महबूब साहब से मेरा क्वेश्चन, अभी इन्होंने अपनी स्पीच में ना टैबलेट्स का एक स्कूल का जिक्र किया, तो वो मेरा स्कूल था, मेरी इनसे बात हुई थी. तो डॉक्टर साहब इन्होंने वादा किया था कि हम अपना कंटेंट टैबलेट्स पे लेके आएंगे, तो मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ क्या इस साल हो जाएगा?
आपने वादा पूरा नहीं किया अभी तक अपना. जी और कोई सवाल? जी हाँ जी, वानी साहब को दीजिए. वानी साहब आपको तो जवाब देने वाली साइड पे होना चाहिए, सवाल वाली साइड.
जी
जवाब है सर, कमेंट है
हाँ
बेस्ड ऑन दिस
जी
गुड
जी
डिस्कशन।
बिस्मिल्लाह
पहली बात तो सर ये, इट्स नॉट ईदर और, वी हैव टू गो फॉर एवरीथिंग। वे कहते हैं ये करो तो ये अच्छा है तो ये करो, वी हैव टू गो फॉर ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग, वी हैव टू अडेप्ट एवरी टूल, एवरी प्लेटफॉर्म टू ब्रिंग पॉजिटिविटी। जो इन्होंने बात की है कि एक सिंगल स्कूल में डिजिटल मीडियम से एक करेंगे आउटर स्कूल के लिए, वो भी सोल्यूशन है। आपको एक्सेस भी इम्प्रूव करना है, आपको न्यूट्रिशन भी इम्प्रूव करनी है, आपको पॉपुलेशन भी कंट्रोल करनी है, आपको एडटेक भी लाना है। तो ये सवाल अब खत्म हो गया है कि फलां चीज होगी, इट्स नॉट चिकन और एग, यू हैव टू डू एवरीथिंग and it has to be a 360 degrees approach, then we will be able to succeed। और जो important बात है, आखिरी बात, अगेन मेरा वापस घूम के वही बात है थी, जब 48% स्टंटिंग होगी तो आप वो बच्चा चाहे एडटेक हो या ना हो वो नहीं पड़ेगा। तो you have to address the nutrition and the health issue of the kids, then you will be able to allow kids to learn।
जी वो पीछे ले जाइए जी। आपने यदि कुछ कहना नहीं, मैं आ रहा हूँ सान, पीछे ले जाइए, सेकंड लास्ट आप हाथ उठाए रखें ना। हाँ जी आपके पास आएंगे जी, हुक्म।
सर मेरा सवाल ये है कि इन द एब्सेंस ऑफ अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एजुकेशनल पॉलिसी, इन द एब्सेंस ऑफ अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एजुकेशनल पॉलिसी, जहाँ पे हमारे जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं और जहाँ पे जो फैसला साज लोग हैं जो डिराइव करते हैं इस सारे प्रोसेस को, जो कंट्रोल करते हैं सारे प्रोसेस को, जब तक उनके अंदर क्लैरिटी नहीं होगी रिगार्ड्स के हम क्या करना चाह रहे हैं, हम करिकुलम को क्या डिजाइन दे रहे हैं, हम और हमारी जो आउटपुट्स होनी चाहिए एट डिफरेंट लेवल्स ऑफ एजुकेशन, और वो एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव और एक एलैबोरेट किस्म की पॉलिसी जब तक इन्फोर्स नहीं होगी और इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं होगी, तो ये सब जो डिस्कशंस हैं, यू नो,
ठीक है जी,
व्हाट इज द फन
डिस्कशन की एक तो खैर वैसे अपनी वैल्यू होती, बट आप बिल्कुल सही फरमा रहे हैं और अभी इनसे जवाब लेंगे जी। इधर आ जाइए।
Availability of AI, ChatGPTs, and how that could bring in personalized learning.
ठीक है जी, सवाल आपके सामने है, आप में से कोई भी अगर वन बाय वन एड्रेस जो आप करना चाहें उनमें से कर लें। महबूब, वी कैन स्टार्ट विद यू।
जी आपसे फिर बाद में बात कर लेंगे तो इंशाल्लाह आपको कंटेंट दिलवा देंगे। I just want to earlier Izzat Sahiba had raised the question and you had raised the question of investment in education. So how much money do we need and how are we going to get this? Because if we don't solve this, to be honest, the question is not edtech or not, as Vani Saab said, we have to do everything. The question, the real essential question is, we're not putting enough money in education. By my estimate, the government spends less than $100 a year on education per child in the primary and middle school levels. Now, it's fine for us to say we should increase the budget, but is it going to happen? Let me just walk through some math. A dehadi worker in Karachi makes about $2,500 a year. So if he gets a job every year. Now, how much money do we need? Is $100 enough? Now, if you need to give a tablet to a kid, internet access, some kind of content, which we are not delivering, and so on, we need to spend about $200 a year per kid, apart from what we're doing on education, to really realize the potential of EdTech. Right? But let's do the math. $200 a year per kid is $20 billion a year. In Pakistan, we need to be spending $20 billion a year more in education. Now, what is the return on investment on that? It's $200 a child. That means, keep in mind the $2,500 that a dehadi worker in Karachi is making. If you give a child $200 a year, over 12 years, that's less than $2,500, right? And the return on investment will be 30 times the $2,500. In other words, if the incremental earning of that kid is only that of a dehadi worker, they'll make that back 30 times. In other words, there's no better form of investment than investing at the primary and middle school level into education and using EdTech. But how are we going to get this money? Today, I believe their children, the only way you can get that money is from the child themselves. In other words, if you're earning back your investment 30 times, you have to come up with creatives. We need digital currency. We need to untap the potential of children today. EdTech, the biggest opportunity of EdTech is capturing the data of the child and reselling it. In other words, the child can be the financier of his or her own education. So the issue is not so much EdTech, but how do we unlock enough capital to bring about this new revolution in education?
So just to answer, we are, as practitioners of digital, in a very rudimentary sense, we're already using AI. Some of these platforms we use have adaptive mechanisms and machine learning algorithms built in that automatically creates the personalized learning journey for the child. So it teaches at the right level already. But बात घुमा फिरा के वही आती है कि we've proven the concept, but until investment comes in at a massive scale, these technologies are not really going to be
Salman,
spread around.
Thank you, Ji. So to the data point that you mentioned, Pakistan के अंदर I'm just going to list a few of major disruptions जो हुई हैं पिछले कुछ दिहाइयों के अंदर. एक 1998 के अंदर पहली मोटरवे inaugurate हुई, has changed how Pakistan travels, largely urban Pakistan travels. दूसरा, आपके पास शेल ने ग्लोबली एक इन्वेस्टमेंट की थी जो वो पाकिस्तान के अंदर भी लेके आए और उन्होंने रीब्रांड किए अपनी आउटलेट्स और सिलेक्ट स्टोर्स खोले. 24 घंटे नॉन फार्मेसी 24 घंटे स्टोर्स खुले रहे. मेजर डिस्ट्रप्शन इन अगेन अर्बन सेंटर्स. तीसरी, तालीमी हवाले से जो ब्रिंगिंग टू योर डेटा, कनेक्टिंग इट टू योर डेटा पॉइंट, पाकिस्तान ने ये डिसाइड कर लिया कि 4 साल की डिग्री अंडरग्रेड की होनी चाहिए उन लोगों के लिए जिन्होंने स्कूल टीचर बनना है. तो उन्होंने बीएड प्रोग्राम शुरू किया और बीएड प्रोग्राम इस तरह से शुरू किया कि वो अनफॉर्चुनेटली, एंड आई एम हैप्पी टू टेक दैट नेम, अल्लामा इकबाल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी के थ्रू आप 4 साल की डिग्री कर लें. आपके पास इस वक्त, और ये नज इफेक्ट भी था और ये एक मेजर डिस्ट्रप्शन थी पाकिस्तान के तालीमी निज़ाम में. अब आपके पास लाखों लोग हैं जो बीएड कर चुके हैं. इस वक्त हजारों लोग हैं जो बीएड और एमएड के अंदर इस वक्त इनरोल्ड हैं जिनको खुद नहीं कुछ आता और वो इवेंचुअली उसी डिग्री की बेस के ऊपर प्राइवेट और पब्लिक स्कूल्स में जाएंगे.
Izzat, do you want to add anything before we conclude?
Just to add to what Mehboob Saab said is that definitely need to increase our education budgets, but also need to improve the efficiency and the equity of our education budgets. The way school budgeting happens right now is the more the children in the school, the greater your budget is. So automatically your bigger high schools that are already well resourced end up getting more money. The smaller, overcrowded, multi-grade, single teacher schools, by virtue of just having the smallest student population and poor infrastructure, don't get that. And the second also is our human resource. We did a survey many years ago and found out that for every four teachers, you have one non-teaching staff in the public education sector. So we really need to trim down the excess human resource in our education sector so that the money actually goes towards our children who need it most.
बहुत शुक्रिया panelists, इज़ा, महबूब साहब, अदनान, सलमान. ज़्यादा पैसा, ज़्यादा focus, all sorts of interventions, whether EdTech or otherwise, और quality consciousness, वरना इसके बगैर तालीम को हम, crisis बहुत बड़ा, बहुत deep है. मेरे ख्याल में मैं हमेशा इस पे लिखता भी रहता हूँ कि ये पाकिस्तान के लिए existential crisis है. अगर एजुकेशन में नहीं सॉल्व होगा तो बहुत मुश्किल है कि पाकिस्तान का फ्यूचर हम 30, 35, 40 साल बाद देख सकें. और वो चॉइस हम सब की है, each of us individually. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bare, Izza, and all the panelists. I would now request Dr. Sulaiman to please come on stage and give a token of appreciation to all the panelists. After this, we will transition into our next set of talks in which we will dive into the state of learning and education in Pakistan. We will now take a break for 15 minutes. When we come back, we will be hosting panel talks and presentations in this auditorium B3 and the auditorium on the left B2 till lunchtime. Details can be found on our page, but for those of you interested in K-12, please attend the panels happening in B2. And for those interested in higher ed, please come back here. We have tea stalls stationed outside. Please help yourselves to some tea, and we will be back. We will be back at 12 sharp. Thank you so much for showing up. We hope you all stay with us till the end of the day. Our panelists will be available during the day. So in case you have any further questions, you can reach out to them and have a conversation with them. Where is everyone? Hello, everyone. Please settle down. We'll be starting shortly. I would ask everyone who's outside to please come inside. We're starting our panel discussion. I would request everyone to please settle down quickly. We will be starting our panel discussion on adapting higher education to the digital age, the role of online learning shortly. ठीक है. Hashim, are we good to go? Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing break. Our next panel discussion will focus on how online learning can impact higher education. To moderate this segment, I would like to introduce Dr. Hamad Alizai. Dr. Alizai is an associate professor and chair of computer science at LUMS and the director at LUMS Learning Institute. He brings years of experience as a faculty, researcher, software engineer, and technical lead in both industrial and academic settings. He has authored several book chapters and published more than 60 scientific papers while abroad. He's also a certified trainer for instructional skills workshop. To lead us through the next segment on adapting higher education to the digital age, it is an honor for us to welcome Dr. Alizai.
Assalamu alaikum. So I am in a slightly confused state. सुबह मैं नाश्ता कर रहा था तो सुलेमान बात कर रहे थे कि वो कागज शागज इस्तेमाल नहीं करने. मेरे पास कोई 5-6 कागज थे पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए, तो आई हैड टू गेट रिड ऑफ देम. फिर जो मैंने लिखा अपने लिए थोड़े से नोट्स बनाए कि यार कुछ तो पैनल डिस्कशन को आगे लेके चलना होगा. तो वो फिर जो earlier discussions that happened on the crisis, we were here to give to sell higher education, sell online education, online tools in higher education, but it appears we are tackling a bigger problem here. Anyways, time is short, so let me get to the business and invite my esteemed colleagues. सबसे पहले Dr. Arshad Salim Bhatti, Rector, Virtual University of Pakistan. Dr. Yasira Wakar, Dean, School of Social Sciences, UMT. Please. Last वाली मेरे लिए छोड़ दें तो Dr. Rukhsana Zia, Head of Learning and Teaching at FC College. And Mr. Jazib Zahir, co-lead and Edtech Hub and CEO of Tintash.
Are you going to be here?
I'm going to be here.
So, आप इसको sequence में और सीखो और पीछे करके ऐसे जाते हैं.
So just to connect things with the previous discussion, जितनी भी discussion हुई, सबसे पहले डॉक्टर चीमा ने बात की assessments and rote learning in school education. मेरे ध्यान में फौरन ख्याल आया कि उसमें हमारा भी उतना ही रोल है, क्योंकि अब एडमिशंस जब लम्स में होते हैं तो सबसे पहले बात होती है एसएससी स्कूल में 9 A stars चाहिए कम से कम, 7 A stars कम से कम SDSB के लिए चाहिए, 6 A stars कम से कम HSS के लिए चाहिए, and so on and so forth. So the problem is bigger. और हमारा उसमें अपना रोल है और उसे हमें एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा. दूसरी बात जो मुझे सबसे ज्यादा महबूब साहब की अच्छी लगी वो टीचर ट्रेनिंग के हवाले से थी कि ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन, अगर हमारी जितनी भी पॉपुलेशन है, लेट्स से 10 मिलियन बच्चे हैं, तो 1 मिलियन टीचर्स भी हैं जिनको अगर हमने ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन की तरफ लाना है तो वी नीड टू थिंक अबाउट दैट एज वेल. बट पैनल डिस्कशन को हम इंशाल्लाह फोकस करते हैं 3 की पॉइंट्स पे. विल ट्राई टू आंसर 3 क्वेश्चंस ड्यूरिंग दिस पैनल डिस्कशन. सबसे पहले डिफाइनिंग ऑनलाइन लर्निंग, इस पे बात नहीं हुई. व्हाट इज ऑनलाइन लर्निंग? इज इट द ट्रेडिशनल वर्चुअल यूनिवर्सिटी लर्निंग और इज इट समथिंग ब्लेंडेड, कंबाइंड, या ये चीज क्या है? दूसरा, द करंट स्टेट ऑफ ऑनलाइन लर्निंग इन पाकिस्तान, एंड फाइनली असेसमेंट एंड द वे फॉरवर्ड कंसिडरिंग एआई पे भी बात थोड़ी सी कम हुई है. सो दीज आर 3 सिंपल क्वेश्चंस. I'd like to start with Jazib. Jazib, डिफाइन करें ऑनलाइन लर्निंग को. प्लीज हमें बताएं कि ऑनलाइन लर्निंग का मतलब क्या है एंड हाउ इज इट डिफरेंट फ्रॉम ट्रेडिशनल लर्निंग.
Sure. I think the early misconception on online learning was that you're just reproducing the content available in the classroom. Yahan tak ke I think the first time I saw somebody attempt what was described as online learning around me was literally que just put up the PDFs and people can review them on the laptop, and that was considered online learning at the time. Obviously, there was some technical skill developed in developing the infrastructure to host that, and some data was collected on people who used it. But it's a far cry from the online learning we're all probably envisioning today when our expectations have ramped up so much. I think it can take a lot of very different forms, but it is not just a reproduction of the classroom experience. It is an enhanced classroom experience, and it is optimized for online delivery. That could include kind of the delivery mechanism, the way the person interacts with you on the screen, whether you see them or not, whether you see the content written or in visual form, whether you can interact with it, whether there are forums that support it, whether you get a separate tutor. Everybody is trying to kind of key in on what is the way to deliver it. And at the moment, there's no clear answer. We have certain insights, like we have insights on KG. In addition to the teacher, if you have the equivalent of an online tutor, an online teaching fellow who supports you with the equivalent of office hours, that encourages people more. We have seen some evidence that when people get into a routine, KG, itne baje hi class hogi, like your classroom one, to wo discipline bhi add hota hai, although there are other situations where people kind of take advantage of just the fact that it's asynchronous. So there are lots of different forms it can take. And I don't think we've hit upon the exact form to take it. But I would say the figuring out the form it needs to take is a function of what the purpose is. In my mind, online education available to the current students in a university has its values, but the main value is reaching out to people outside the campus to extend the mission and to even bring back the alumni for these learning experiences and to learn new things. So you need to think about what is the right format and what is the right approach to engage them and to bring them. And if you set up online learning to optimize the experience for them, I think that fits in what online learning needs to be.
Thank you. That's a very precise answer, Jazeb. It's not just a repetition or reproduction of the content in the classroom, and it is actually to extend the boundary. Coming to Dr. Arshad, because virtual university is a pioneer in Pakistan of online learning, and I would like to share a personal story. I was a university student in UAT Peshawar, and the kind of teachers we had were fresh graduates. जो अभी graduate करते थे, अच्छे वाले चले जाते थे मल्टीनेशनल्स में या जिधर भी जो एवरेज रह जाते थे उनको यूनिवर्सिटी हायर कर लेती थी। पिछले साल वो हमारे क्लास फेलोज या एक साल सीनियर होते थे और अगले साल वो हमें पढ़ा रहे होते थे, तो कुछ समझ नहीं आती थी। तो व्हाट आई वुड डू, आई वुड जस्ट डाउनलोड द कंटेंट फ्रॉम वर्चुअल यूनिवर्सिटी। किसी एक स्टूडेंट ने पैकेज लिया होता था, वो डाउनलोड करके हम जो है ना पढ़ लेते थे। फिर उसके बाद मैं खुद लेक्चरर जब बना तो मैंने वही जाके वर्चुअल यूनिवर्सिटी से सीखा और क्लास रूम में जाके पढ़ा दिया। बट इट वाज एन अमेजिंग इंटरवेंशन। तो आप उस जर्नी के हवाले से थोड़ा सा बताएं कि उस टाइम पे गोल्स क्या थे virtual university के and how they have evolved, and perhaps share some success stories, student outcomes के जो आपके graduates हुए हैं वो कहाँ पे जा रहे हैं, and what have been the challenges. So an open question again.
Thank you very much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। virtual university all hearing चलें। Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Virtual university was established almost 23 years ago in 2002. उस वक्त हमारे टर्शरी एजुकेशन में एनरोलमेंट थी अराउंड 7%, द लोएस्ट इन द रीजन। इंडिया कोई 18-20% के करीब था, एंड इवन बांग्लादेश वाज हायर देन दैट। एंड इफ वी वांटेड टू आइडिया, उस वक्त ये था कि बाय 2025 we should have a 15% enrollment in the tertiary education. वो अभी भी नहीं हुई, अभी भी we are just over 10%, even though we have 260 plus universities in Pakistan, including public and private. The problem is still there. And then I think the massive problem which we are now facing is this out of school children, which is even greater than the tertiary education in Pakistan. Anyway, so the idea was, why not? And most of the students, they belong to areas where financial situation was not good, or and then social setup was like that. The students could not leave their parents or their families to come to the major cities where big universities were there. So the virtual universities was established. Why not we take this quality education to their doorsteps? And I'm very happy to learn that you have taken the benefit of the content which virtual university developed. So we started by contacting the top professors of Pakistan and started developing content in different subject areas and started offering online. And by the way, all this content is freely available through our open courseware. And So we started our journey with in the very first batch, and I was lucky that I was part of that team in 2002 for a year. We enrolled around 350 students in computer science batch, and I'm happy to share that right now we have a student population of more than 160,000 all over Pakistan, and few thousand expatriates from all over the world, around 57 countries where our students reside, mostly in the Middle East area. And we are taking around 5% of the enrollment of the tertiary education students. At the moment, there are some 2 million plus students enrolled in the universities at the moment. So this journey started at that time, and you know, and that was the time when most of the developed universities started putting up their content on the web, and it was in a passive format, as you just heard कि ऑनलाइन लर्निंग के ऊपर पहले यही होता था कि आप अपना कंटेंट ऊपर रखते हैं, लेकिन बेसिकली दे वांटेड टू क्रिएट अ फ्लिप क्लासरूम मॉडल, सो दैट you have a content available online, you go through it and you come to the class and then you start doing discussion on that one. This is one of the issue which Pakistani universities are also facing. I will not go in right now into detail of this one, but I tell you कि वर्चुअल यूनिवर्सिटी ने अपना सफ़र एक कन्वेंशनल यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ शुरू किया कि स्टार्टेड डेवलपिंग लेक्चर्स 3 क्रेडिट आ रहा है तो 40 या 45 लेक्चर्स हों, वो हम स्टूडेंट्स को डिलीवर करें, एंड देन वी हैव अ proctored exam. But very soon we realized that this is a passive way of delivering education. We have to do some kind of intervention in the content development and then the content delivery as well, जिसको कि हमने ज़्यादा engaging करना है. So 5-6 साल के बाद we started changing, modifying our content development, और उसको हमने engage students की engagement के हिसाब से develop करना शुरू किया. So formative, formal, informal, quizzes, questions, discussion boards where live discussions could go on, or offline discussions that became part of our system. So LMS ko we started developing the learning management system in-house, and we tried to bring all those activities which in a regular classroom could be done, built into our learning management system. And in parallel, we developed our own production house with fully equipped with not only the people expert in developing the video content, but the digital content as well, whether it belongs to gamification or it belongs to some animation or simulation tools. So all this support was given to the resource person who was to develop this content. And very important role, I think, which when we come to the online is of the instructional designer, and because it's the role of the instructional designer to decide what kind of what is the mode of delivering a concept or something and how it can be translated into that one. So virtual university has come off the age where we started from a conventional. Now we are using the technology, and we are heavily using the generative AI, particularly in designing our curriculum, and that's very important. Where whenever we talk about the education technologies, the flexibility it gives us is the personalized learning. So depending on a student's needs, ability to assimilate the knowledge and acquire the skill, वो उसको हम we are addressing through AI, and we are building it into our learning management system, जिसमें वो student की progress को देखता है, उसकी performance को देखता है, and it gives suggests multiple paths to the students कि अब आप ये कर सकते हो, ये कर सकते हो, ये कर सकते हो. It's not like a linear one way, one एक direction में आप learning path hai. So this is what we are doing right now. I think I can go on a lot, but I hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. So Roxana, जैसे ये बात कर रहे थे कि they have transition from more traditional learning to more active learning, जहाँ पे कि learning management systems हैं, AI tools हैं. how ready our teachers are to embrace this technology landscape. अभी महबूब साहब बात कर रहे थे कि वो बहुत मुश्किल काम है, तो हमें direct access students के लिए चाहिए. But still, we need to, जो teacher learning है, this is also like an adult learning challenge. So you being the director of Learning Center at a famous university college, what innovative strategies are you thinking on getting not the students, but the teachers ready for this new challenge?
Interesting. I didn't see it as a innovation. I thought it was a push from COVID that forced us into the role that we are now. But I do say that जो अरशद साहब ने बताया कि they're doing adaptive pathways, और इनकी बात जो जाज़ब ने कही कि stakeholder जो है is the primary person at the center of everything. Before you start anything, it's the stakeholder that has interests और एप्टीट्यूड देखने होते हैं. हमारा as you know, हमारा campus जो है is an in-person campus. We are also very middle class oriented campus. We are very proud of that. We take care of the lower, lower class and lower middle class sort of ambit. हमने अपना सर्वे किया, लाख रुपया महीना कमाते हैं माँ बाप जिनके बच्चे वहाँ आते हैं. सो हमारे लिए एक बड़ा चैलेंज होता है कि उन बच्चों, हमारा फोकस फिर भी बच्चे हैं. जब टीचर्स को हम ट्रेन करते हैं तो हम तभी हमारे CLT में है सेंटर ऑफ लर्निंग एंड टीचिंग. द फोकस इज लर्निंग एंड वी नेवर फॉरगेट दैट. तो हमने अपने बच्चे का प्रोफाइल एक तो देखना है, फिर उसके मुताबिक टीचर्स अकॉर्डिंगली आर similar subset, मगर highly educated, many from abroad. अब उसमें हमारा challenge ये था कि जब in person था, और I must first put in a disclaimer कि I am not by any definition a computer savvy, very computer savvy or an online person. I am basically come very traditional in-person education. मेरी PhD में जब मैंने अपना computer पहली बात 1990 में UK में सीखना शुरू किया तो मेरा कंप्यूटर पे लिखा हुआ था I hate computers and they hate me back. So that is where I started my journey. And then along the way, computers became a necessity. We all know that. फिर उसके बाद दूसरा disclaimer ये भी कहूँ कि जो Center of Learning and Teaching में what I could do was just a solitary effort as one academic, and I had one support staff. And all these 12, 15 years की जो journey है मेरी CLT की, we started with training teachers on computer use first. We were totally a paper campus. फैकल्टी आते नहीं थे सेशंस में क्योंकि वो कहते थे कि हमें इंफॉर्मेशन हाथ से पहुंचाई जाए हमारे पिजन होल में, और वहाँ से स्टार्ट लेके द इनोवेशन आप उसको तो नहीं कह सकते, बट आई सेड वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू डू एनीथिंग बाय पेपर एंड आई एम गोइंग टू सेंड यू ईमेल्स इफ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड इन योर professional development. And funnily enough, I don't take credit for that. I must say it was the teachers who were interested in. I don't know, लम्स के आपके तो बहुत शानदार किस्म के पढ़े पढ़ाए लोग आते हैं. हमारे यहाँ लकीली वो इनसिक्योरिटी जो मेरे में भी है और हमारी शायद टीचर्स में भी है कि हमने सीखना है, हमने कुछ सीखा नहीं हुआ. I think that was a blessing for me, for both me and for my. So I kept on learning with changing times, and the teachers, all the teachers would come to me and say, हमें इसकी समझ नहीं आती, रुखसाना कैसे करें? And I thought our teachers were sort of pushed me into that direction. So उससे मुझे रीडिंग बहुत करनी पड़ी, फ्यूचर ट्रेंड्स को देखना पड़ा, और उसके बाद डिवाइस Moodle हम 2014 में ले आए. And I heard about Moodle from नस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी में एक मीटिंग में, HEC की मीटिंग थी, हम सब बैठे थे, उन्होंने कहा Moodle यूज करते हैं, और मैं कह रही हूँ व्हाट इज Moodle? And then I learned from them, and then I made sure कि हमारे campus में 2014 that could be an innovation, because our Moodle is totally customized to the philosophy of our teaching and to a dumb for a dumb competent, such a dumb competent, which I called myself when I sat with my ITT. I would say आपने dumb user friendly इसको करना. I don't understand this language जो computer की जो है, and I don't understand जो आपकी ये लिखे हुए हैं और ये खाने हैं, this is not what is applicable to us, ये निकालो. And I can tell you that was a rocky collaboration, but it was must to in our path towards where we are, massive collaboration with other departments. तो उसमें फिर जब COVID आया तो we were ready with Moodle. We shifted online. We didn't have to waste any time. Our teachers were already trained, more than 50% at that time. We quickly put up sessions for the rest of the online sessions. And that is when I, as CLT, started thinking of doing everything online. Our learning groups shifted online, which are faculty आप उनको communities of practice कहते हैं, they shifted online. We had blended courses since 2014. Epigem के हमने acquire किए थे on online courses on teaching and learning. But once our faculty completed on those 2.5-hour course, they had to have a face-to-face with me to qualify that you have done this course. So we started blended learning way back in 2014. So when COVID came, we already had a model and we shifted quickly to a online remote teaching, blended model. Our meetings became online. We talked to our whole faculty of emergency measures that we were doing online. Our collaboration started going online. And then I'm very proud of the fact that the material that we developed, we placed it online. And our website, within, I think, a span of 2 years that we launched in 2020, had over 10,000 unique visitors from some 80 countries. And I was surprised to see South America, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, figure. Not many, but they had touched that website. And recently, as you know, I invited Lums, and we started collaborating with HEC on, we started research courses in person. And I believe that sharing, if we have good experts, should be free to all. And we need that. We don't need to reinvent too many, silos, and we should collaborate. And so the in-person research course we started again in 2014-15, which is now over 20 sessions, including AI. This year, it was attended by some 90 universities of Pakistan and another 30 universities abroad. So we're very proud of that. And similarly, as you know, our AI and research course, we were able to get, and we don't pay anything to anybody. We don't charge anything from anybody. So it's all the logistic is at our end. And the AI course, I was
Roxana,
told,
may I interrupt? AI
जी,
ka jo hai next round
अच्छा,
is all about
no
AI, so
problem.
let's reserve it for that. Dr. Yasira, you are a practitioner, mashallah. Aap online tools, digital tools, how to use them in class, how to extend classrooms beyond the boundaries of a classroom through technology. What are the success stories in your domain कि जहाँ पे आपने digital tools को classroom में embed करने की trainings भी दी और किया भी?
I'll start with doing it in the class. So first thing which I started doing when ChatGPT just started was embracing it. So students को मैंने ये नहीं कहा क्लास में कि आपने इसको बिल्कुल यूज नहीं करना, असाइनमेंट्स में यूज नहीं करना, वैसे यूज नहीं करना. I was learning to use it myself. तो जिस तरह हमारे शुरू के जो मेरे लेक्चर्स थे, I would explain them the framework कि है क्या, because I was teaching education technology. Then I would say कि ये एक assignment है, so I want all of you to go to ChatGPT or just plug in this और उसमें से निकाले what it does. तो उन्होंने असाइनमेंट डालते थे क्लास के अंदर, चैट जीपीटी उनको निकाल के देता था कि ये दिस इज द लेसन प्लान जिसके अंदर ये एट्रीब्यूट्स ऑफ लर्निंग आ रहे हैं. देन आई वुड टेल देम कि अब ये दिस इज द समथिंग दैट चैट जीपीटी डिड फॉर यू, अब इसको एवेल्युएट करें व्हाट इट डिड वेल एंड वेयर इट वेंट रॉन्ग एंड हाउ यू कैन इम्प्रूव इट. सो उस तरह से आई लर्नड अ लॉट फ्रॉम माई स्टूडेंट्स कि वो कैसे यूज कर रहे हैं, हाउ टू डू इट वेल ऑल्सो. एंड देन स्टूडेंट का कंटेंट के साथ एंगेजमेंट वाज नॉट जस्ट कि वो मेरा लेक्चर सुन रहे हैं और वो घर में जाके उसको यूज कर रहे हैं और मेरे से शेयर नहीं कर रहे, बिकॉज आई इनकरेज देम टू यूज इट. So they would then evaluate chat GPT. फिर उसको वो they started telling me कि अगर हम chat GPT में इस तरह के prompts डालेंगे तो बेहतर रिजल्ट आएगा. फिर वो चीज आती थी, उसको हम evaluate करते थे. फिर मैं कहती थी अब इसको contextualize करो for a classroom. इसको differentiated कैसे करेंगे. So it was, I never started with telling the students not to use it. I started with let's start using it and let's see what do we get. सो एक फाउंडेशन जो लर्निंग है, जिस तरह वर्चुअल यूनिवर्सिटी के लेक्चर्स जो हैं दे गिव फाउंडेशन लर्निंग, द अदर देयर आर सो मेनी यूट्यूब लेक्चर्स दैट गिव फाउंडेशन लर्निंग जो बिल्ड करते हैं. उसके बाद क्लासरूम में आई डोंट थिंक इन हायर एड वी शुड स्टॉप स्टूडेंट्स फ्रॉम यूजिंग इट. We should use it in a way which is meaningful for them and meaningful for us also, and then evaluate chat gpt altogether. अब हो ये रहा है कि over the time from when it started, chat gpt has become very intelligent also. So उसको जब आप चीज देते हैं कि make this, it does it very well, और उसमें प्रॉब्लम निकालना कि अब कोई गैप रह गया, कम होता जा रहा है, which is good to know, right? आगे इन्होंने प्रोफेशंस में जाना है, फ्यूचर जहां भी जाना है, they have to learn to use it. दूसरी चीज जो मुझे थोड़ी सी वेयर आई थिंक इट्स वेरी हेल्पफुल इज कि स्टूडेंट्स को सिखाना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि एट टाइम्स बिकॉज आई हैव टॉट एट मेनी डिफरेंट यूनिवर्सिटीज, व्हेन आई वाज एट वर्चुअल यूनिवर्सिटी उस वक्त the LMS was so limited कि उसमें gamification भी allowed नहीं थी. We couldn't do anything because the way it was designed, it had to be used that way. So, in another university, ये है कि course outlines at times are not updated. जो टीचर ने खुद पढ़ा था, let's say 30 years ago, वो आके वही पढ़ा रहे. तो स्टूडेंट्स को कहें कि कि इस टॉपिक को सर्च करो, इसमें नई चीजें क्या आई हैं, what is the new thing that's coming up. So I think it's enabling the students learning with them and evaluating, what's coming from chat GPT. Instead of feeling insecure, embrace it, embrace it yourself, embrace it in your classroom. क्लासरूम के अंदर मेरे जो एग्जाम्स होते हैं उसमें टेक इज नॉट अलाउड, क्योंकि इट वुड डू एवरीथिंग फॉर देम, लेकिन इट्स ओपन बुक, ओपन नोट्स. तो वो सारा मटेरियल जो है वो लेके आते हैं, दे यूज इट एंड दे आंसर क्वेश्चंस. सो देन दे नो कि इफ दे डोंट डेल्व डीपली इनटू मटेरियल क्लास में, दे डोंट अंडरस्टैंड इट वेरी वेल, तो वो ओपन बुक एग्जाम नहीं कर सकते. सो एग्जामिनेशन में डेफिनेशंस और वही मैंने पूछनी है, तो देन आई एम टीचिंग अ वेरी रॉन्ग ऑडियंस राइट नाउ. तो मतलब that whole thing has to evolve and change in a way where it's embraced by everyone. क्योंकि if you go to workplace now, people who use chat GPT, they work much better than others who don't. तो फिर why shouldn't they use it in higher ed? फोन सबके पास है, चाहे वो whatever background they are coming from, students के पास फोन भी और इंटरनेट एक्सेस है क्लासरूम में. सो बजाय इसके कि इसको बंद कर दो, खोलना ही नहीं है, कुछ करना ही नहीं है, let's use it, let them use it and you use it and learn with them and learn from them, because that's the purpose of tools. तो उसको बेसिकली थोड़ा सा रीथिंक करने की जरूरत है. When I conduct training, so सबसे ज्यादा जो मुझे चैलेंज आता है, that comes from CS teachers जो introductory coding courses पढ़ाते हैं, and they say कि हमारे लिए बहुत difficult हो गया, क्योंकि the assignments that we give, students सारी करके ले आता है. तो मतलब it's basically then कि स्टूडेंट कर रहा है तो क्वेश्चन द स्टूडेंट इन द क्लासरूम, सो दे कम अप विद स्ट्रेटजीज देन के वाइवास लें प्रोजेक्ट्स के. तो अब रिसर्च, इफ वी टॉक अबाउट हायर एड एंड रिसर्च हैज बिकम सो इजियर नाउ with AI tools के there was a person, और ऐसे डिस्कशन आई डोंट थिंक यहाँ पे होती है, लेकिन इन अदर यूनिवर्सिटीज पीपल टॉक अबाउट टूल्स, ऐसे टूल्स which actually facilitate you so much in research कि you type, you put in one article, वो आपको 10 उसके निकाल के दे देगा जो आप पढ़ेंगे, and it will make a framework for you, and based on that framework then you just use the framework. तो अब research has become much easier in a way from what it used to be. तो अगर हम ये टूल स्टूडेंट्स को नहीं बताएंगे तो देन आई वुड बी लाइक कि जब मैंने रिसर्च की थी वो बड़ी मुश्किल थी, तो अब ये भी उसी प्रोसेस से गुजरे. मतलब व्हाई थिंग्स हैव टू बी इजियर फॉर देम, व्हिच मे मीन कि उन्हें इंफॉर्मेशन बड़ी जल्दी मिल जाए, जो मुझे लेट्स से पूरे 4 महीने के बाद मिलती थी. दे कैन गेट इट इन 4 hours मे बी, बट दे शुड रीड इट वेल एंड अंडरस्टैंड इट वेल. तो ये सारी जो है ना चेंज ऑफ एम्ब्रेसिंग द चेंज, नॉट actually deleting it or saying it's wrong, I think is the way forward for higher ed teachers and for students also.
Dr. Yasra. Jazib, time हमेशा की तरह थोड़ा रह गया है. I'll just ask one question and then we give chance to everyone to speak about AI, and then we open the floor for the audience. Jazib, question है artificial intelligence के हवाले से. When it came 6 महीने पहले, everyone was like, अब क्या होगा? The dust has settled. Now everyone sees कि अच्छा AI है, लेकिन it's a good assistance, but nothing more than that. And the hallucinations that it brings with itself, that we might never be able to resolve. So 2 questions. What's the best way of integrating AI into higher education, number 1? And number 2 comes from Professor Walther, who just gave me a new project outside when I was having a tea. I regret now why was I having a tea with him. Was how can we use AI for assessments? Okay, how to scale up, because we are dealing with large numbers these days, classroom sizes of 200, 250, and assessments is a major challenge. So just to repeat, what is the best way of integration and how can AI help us in assessments?
Thank you. Dekhiye, the world has embraced AI. The genie is out of the bottle. There's no going back. I can tell you, even the big companies like Coke and P&G, they've already made their own AI systems that are very similar to ChatGPT, slight modifications. They do all their analysis with PNG GPT and Coke GPT. That's what they call them. So we need to prepare our kids for that world as well. I think they need to understand the tools and how they can be used to support analysis. I don't think the AI needs to be directly integrated into the online learning. A lot of the work you do in university prepares you for critical thinking and to be able to utilize those tools on the job. So I don't think AI needs to rapidly come into higher education. At the most, you can use it for some forms of assistance. There are lots of really good AI tools within Zotero and other research tools that do not compromise your work, do not plagiarize, but make it easier to automate the tedious things. And once you hit the workforce, people expect you to do these things, and they'll be unhappy if you're still doing them manually, and you're still not up to date with AI. So for higher education, you need to assume they're going to start using AI tools right away. So that was it on integrating in higher education. Assessments is one of the best ways you can integrate it. I can tell you, out of schools across Pakistan, one of them, Source STEM schools, I mean, they're not higher education, but they're still an innovative STEM school. They are using a tool called Assess Prep. They haven't developed it themselves. The only school that's tried to develop its own thing is Beacon House. But Assess Prep is a readily available assessment tool, and they have found that they're paying a small amount of money, but they're saving a lot of time. So they're running a lot of their assessments through AI in that tool and getting really good insights, they feel, from the students, from the parents. So the equivalent in higher education, I think, is fair game. For the intro courses, using AI to simplify things. I mean, I was involved in teaching a CS course after 20 years of taking it, and I saw there was so much AI to help the students built within it. There was generative AI to help you find exactly where your bug was. And that was not considered cheating, because that's the kind of tool that's going to be available to you on the job. And it's not possible for the TAs and the teachers to keep sitting with you like they used to sit next to me 20 years ago to help me debug my code. That is where the world has moved. There are readily available tools in assessment, and the universities should be embracing it.
Rukhsana, maybe you can start where you left, and I had to stop you at
No,
that
no,
time.
not
So.
at all. I think Jazeb has made some very good points. All I'm saying is that at our campus also.
नहीं नहीं ठीक है इसको करीब कर ले बस on है
It was हमारे campus पे we are starting to work with AI, and the policy is we did a wahi online meeting with all faculty and took their verdict. They wanted to move with it, and of course that was the right decision. उसमें हमने बड़ा एक सस्टेनेबल मॉडल बनाने की कोशिश की है, और क्योंकि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे AI is here to stay. So उसमें अगर आप टीचर्स को सिर्फ फैकल्टी को ट्रेन करते हैं तो दैट डजंट डू द 360 वर्क फॉर अ हायर एजुकेशन. So we did surveys of all faculty, all students, 5,000. I think some 15% responded, which was a good size, 15% of the student body, and staff. तकरीबन सब ने किया, faculty ने more than 50% responded. On basis of that, we picked out areas where they needed help. Students, of course, were using it, but they were highly unregulated, जो कि हम सब realize कर रहे हैं, और उन्होंने भी बात की कि वो फिर वो assessment जिस तरह वॉल्टर ने कहा कि कैसे करनी है, तो वो open पे को exams का concept इन्होंने अभी बात की है, that is very very good. दूसरी बात ये कि आपको वाइवा वगैरह लेके चलना है, उसके बगैर कोई भी आपकी assessment अब आप उस पे अपने खुद ही पे शक करेंगे, because you do not have the lay of the land like Jazeb. Many teachers will not know कि क्या what is out there to do something about it. So the best they can do is their own one-to-one understanding with the student. Students के लिए अब हमने एक infograph बनाया है जो कि walks the faculty with all the links on AI, starting from कि आपने कोर्स कैसे बनाना है, कौन सा टूल उस कोर्स बनाने में आपको हेल्प कर सकता है, कौन सा टूल आपको असाइनमेंट्स और असेसमेंट्स के लिए हेल्प कर सकता है. एंड माइंड यू, वी स्टार्ट विद द ऑब्जेक्टिव स्टूडेंट लर्निंग आउटकम, and then we plan the assessments, like I think they're done for most courses. What is the evidence? And once you do the two and the rubrics, then you go to assignments and activities. So that sort of model actually AI facilitates, and it helps you devise the appropriate, and it will come up with the right answers, I've noticed. ये हम अपनी faculty को तो हम एक infographic के through before the semester, after the semester, सारी reflection ये वो, we walk them through with massive links and briefs. And that's, by the way, an online document because the links have to be opened. It's only 4 pages, brochure, and it is very, very effective. It will give you in-depth edu. इसी तरह हम students के लिए भी बना रहे हैं. We call it the AI spell book. और वो उसके ऊपर आजकल हम पायलट टेस्टिंग कर रहे हैं. It came out of the survey. We do evidence-based work. और उस सर्वे की बेसिस पे उनके मसले क्या थे उनको एड्रेस करके हमने वो स्पेल बुक बनाई है विद अ वर्कबुक, और वो उसका हम इन्फोग्राफिक बना के और बच्चों को वर्कबुक all across campus. Mind you, the first disclaimer on that workbook is, are you ready? And are you ready means, are you ethically there? Are you willing to be transparent? Are you willing to own up? Are you integrity के आप में qualities हैं? तो हम पहले उनको वो pre एक check देते हैं कि are you there to take this magic journey onwards? और let me say that doesn't mean कि हमारा campus को बहुत हर चीज academic integrity के issue नहीं है. Unfortunately, right now, we still are struggling with sort of rethinking our academic integrity policy in light of AI. और वो हमें ही task दिया गया CLT को. अब मेरे पास कुछ 2-4 बहुत अच्छे लोग on team आए हैं, and we are also working on institutional guidelines. Or the sustainability part we did was, I don't know, we did an online education for our selected 100 faculty. ऑबर्न यूनिवर्सिटी एक बहुत अच्छा कोर्स जो कि हैंड्स ऑन है एआई का कर रही है. आई एम नॉट हियर, आई एम नॉट इन देयर पे टू प्रमोट इट, बट वी थॉट इट वाज अ वेरी गुड कोर्स एट दैट टाइम. वी पेड फॉर आवर फैकल्टी, और 100 हमारी फैकल्टी आउट ऑफ 300 आर नाउ literate, competent, AI, not just literate, AI competent. Or they are now, we are starting a cascade model of educating all our other 200 faculty on that model. So the idea is to have a sustainable AI model on it.
I could not believe this is coming from someone who was just claiming a little while ago that she is not a tech-savvy person.
Okay.
Bilal? Yasra, please.
For assessment, I think in higher ed, one area where AI can really help is designing assessments also in rubrics. Because rubrics take a lot of time and effort to develop. And then how do you differentiate the rubric for different types of students? That can easily be done. So I think that's one thing. And then training the students to do self-assessment first, and then the teacher does the assessment later. So I think Udar, something that used to take a lot of time can now be done easily. And also, as Jazib said, jahan pe skills hain, where you want to test them on certain skills. So there, multiple choice type questions and assessment where they get instant feedback and personalized learning path, that's possible. But jahan pe it's higher order thinking skills, that's where the coming up with the rubrics and differentiating it for students is something that can easily be done with AI, given the right prompts.
Thank you very much. पहले मैं ना in the first round I missed one part के हमारे बच्चे क्या होते हैं. Wherever I go, I tell के virtual university के बच्चे डिग्री तो ले लेते हैं, लेकिन 2 चीजों के ऊपर ना they are never shy. Number one, they are very good self learners. उनको उस्ताद नजर नहीं आता, किसी के पास वो जाके interact नहीं करते other than के email के ऊपर या discussion board के ऊपर. So they know how to find their way. And second is they are very good using the computer tools, क्योंकि उन्होंने सारा काम कंप्यूटर के ऊपर करना है. तीसरी चीज जो हमें नजर आती है, हमारे जो बहुत शाइनिंग बच्चे होते हैं ना, they become very good hackers as well. और हर वक्त हमने एग्जाम सिस्टम के अंदर घुस के क्वेश्चंस को पता करना है, can we change our results or not? And I tell you that we have to be very vigilant. हम खास तौर पे एग्जाम सीजन के अंदर हमारे सिस्टम्स के ऊपर अटैक बढ़ जाते हैं, and we take it very positively. कुछ बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो साहिवाल, विहाड़ी, अंदरून पंजाब में बैठे हुए हैं, they are getting bounties from Amazon, from Google. वो उनके systems को hack करने के उनको मिलते हैं वहाँ पे. So this is another added advantage when you are working online, because you know how the system it is going to be. अच्छा AI is AI. I fully second जो डॉक्टर यास्रा ने कहा है, इसको embrace करें, accept this is going to be. आपने इसको use कैसे करना है वो उनको सिखाना है कि how it is going to help in your learning. मैं एक छोटी सी अपनी personal example देता हूँ, और it is how to teach your faculty and your students कि prompt engineering क्या होती है, कि आपने एक कैसा क्वेश्चन फॉर्म करना है जिससे आपको एक सेंसिबल जवाब आ जाए, जिसको आप प्रेजेंट कर सकें, यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड एंड यू कैन प्रेजेंट. मेरा बेटा BS इकोनॉमिक्स की डिग्री की, उसने खत्म किया, मास्टर्स के लिए जाना था, देयर वर फ्यू मंथ्स इन द गैप, घर में बैठा रहता था, वीडियो गेम्स खेलता रहता था. तो मैंने उसे कहा यार तुम कोई काम करो, इस्लामाबाद में हम होते हैं, तो मैंने कहा ये दिस रोड ट्रैफिक जैम हो जाती है, रोड बन रही है, मुझे ये बताओ कि एक महीने में हमारा एक्सचेकर को कितना एक्स्ट्रा पेट्रोल बन जाता है बिकॉज ऑफ द ब्लॉकेज ऑफ द ट्रैफिक. यू जस्ट टेक 10 or 12 मेन रोड्स और उसके ऊपर फाइंड आउट हाउ मेनी कार्स गो डेली ऑन दैट, और ब्लॉक होते हैं. 3 दिन के बाद वो पूरे नंबर्स वगैरह लेके आ गया मेरे पास. मैं आई थॉट इट्स अ 1 month लॉन्ग रिसर्च प्रॉब्लम. तो मैंने कहा ये तुमने कैसे कर लिया ये सारा कुछ? कहता है चैट जीपीटी जिंदाबाद. मैंने कहा चैट जीपीटी में अगर करना था तो तुम आधे घंटे में घंटे बाद आ जाते मेरे पास. कहता है बाबा it took me more than 2 days to form a right question to get the answers. So this is very important. And the virtual university, what we are doing is we are transforming our passive LMS into interactive one with the help of AI, जिसमें हम students को पूरा personalized learning experience देना चाह रहे हैं. Now, this is very interesting, and I as 35 years I've been into higher education, जिसमें से 32 साल मैंने क्लासरूम के अंदर पढ़ाया है. टाइम इज कमिंग, और ये सुबह भी बात हुई थी, डॉक्टर अली चीमा ने भी कहा था, बड़ा जबरदस्त लफ्ज किया था, people are going to look at your portfolio of work, of your skills, not the degrees. कि तुम आपके पास डिग्री क्या, आपको काम क्या आता है. This is going to happen very very soon. मेरे ख्याल में कुछ सालों में हो सकता है हमारे लाइफ टाइम में ये चीज नजर आ जाए. They will not require BS degree or master's degree. PhD is going to survive because knowledge has to be created. I'll take few minutes to and this one, yeah, I know. क्योंकि उसके बाद आपने रैप अप भी करना है. हाँ, वो ये है कि अपना, so what we are doing is we are eliminating the course boundaries. तो अगर मैंने एक कोर्स पढ़ा रहा हूँ, फॉर एग्जांपल एक प्रोग्रामिंग के अंदर एक किताब को फॉलो कर रहा हूँ, उसके 8 या 10 चैप्टर्स हैं. सो व्हाट आई एम डूइंग इज रिमूविंग दीज बाउंड्रीज. आई एम कन्वर्टिंग दीज 10 चैप्टर्स इनटू माइक्रो मॉड्यूल्स, and I'm linking all these micro modules to whatever the next level is, maybe in the 3rd semester or in the 5th semester. So a student will have liberty to, if he has done 1 or 2 or 3 modules and want to take another module which is in the 5th semester or in the 2nd semester, why the student has to wait to finish this semester of 4 months and then register into the next one. So the system will allow कि आप उस module को कर लें, so you can learn this skill in the shortest possible time. This is how we want to, and we are developing our system, and AI is helping us. AI किस तरह help कर रहा है? AI help कर रहा है उसकी performance, developing assessments to test that module के cognitive level के ऊपर उसने वो module किस level का सीख लिया है. Is that student ready to take the next module in that line or not? And then the system is keeping the track, क्योंकि उसने at the end of the day डिग्री कंप्लीट करनी है, तो क्या उसने वो 8 या 10 चैप्टर उस कोर्स के कंप्लीट कर लिए, नहीं कर लिए. So that is we are trying to eliminate time. बार जौन सा उसका है कि जनाब उसने 4 महीने में करना है, it can take few 2 सेमेस्टर्स में कर ले, 3 में कर ले, लेकिन 4 साल के अंदर उसने ये सारे मॉड्यूल्स कर ले ताकि वो डिग्री ले. आखिर को HEC ने उसको वेरीफाई भी करने उसकी डिग्री को. But this is where the whole system is going on. So we are encouraging our teachers. हमने पिछले 3 महीने में 2 international workshops only for our teachers जो कराई हैं. Number 1, how to design curriculum using the Gen AI, जिसमें हम micro credentials, micro modules, learning objectives, and how these learning objectives can be tested through the assessments. या assessments को उनके साथ कैसे लिंक किया जा सकता है. And second is the workshop which we conducted was for our content developers from the television network and the learning management system. ये हमने we organized these ones with the help of Asian Productivity Organization Tokyo, and now in December we are planning to have a bigger AI workshop where we would like to invite students to participate to learn. और इसमें sir, I feel the very important is the ethics, the use of the AI. हम अपने बच्चों को मैं कहता होता हूँ कि university is too late to teach ethics to students. It has to be done at the school level. लेकिन फिर भी there's no harm giving them lectures on that.
Thank you, Dr. So you just gave me my best learning of this session. के online learning, it's not just black and white. As you said, जो online आपके students हैं, they become great self-learners. तो we talk about social, experiential learning, के in person क्या क्या होता है. लेकिन online learning के भी अपने कुछ ज़बरदस्त benefits हैं. They become independent learners. They don't necessarily need a teacher always talking to them. So do we have time for asking a couple of questions? 2 questions. Okay, जी. So 2 questions. One here and one I'll go there, and then we are done. पहले आप पूछ लीजिए और फिर.
Is it okay? I have one appreciation and one question. Appreciation for the all panelists, especially to Ms. Yasra Vakar. 12 years back, she kept us bound to read the blogs and write the blogs in BNU. Thank you very much, Ms. Yasra Vakar. तो वो जो अभी फरमा रहे थे कि हम स्टूडेंट्स को कहें कि करो इसको, तो आई एम द एविडेंट दैट शी सेड कि मैं इधर मौजूद हूँ, करो, अपना लिखो, पढ़ो, करो. थैंक यू वेरी मच. एंड द सेकंड क्वेश्चन टू जाजिब. First AI hospital is opened in China just to make it believe that a robot can understand the disease and can have the proper treatment. This is all about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your informative talk. I just need your help in understanding a paradox regarding online learning, and that is that despite all the richness and the AI tools that have been incorporated, the perception of online learning still remains low. It is thought to be something for underprivileged students or students who cannot access information, but it's not a system of choice even now. On the other side, if you talk to any O-level students, A-level students who are getting great grades, A stars, they say that I've been taught nothing in class and all that I know I've learned through YouTube lectures. So if you could help me understand why this paradox is still prevalent in Pakistan especially. Thank you.
Both very good question. Who is this question for?
Anyone could answer, I guess. You're
Okay.
all experts in this field and all have
Jazib,
been...
first you can answer this question and then maybe.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't see that as a paradox. The question of why you get more of your benefits outside the classroom is a much deeper question, and we all have ideas about why that is. But it also comes down to, well, there are benefits from being in the school and university that aren't related to the learning, right? There's the social network and kind of building the social capital and stuff. I think it really just comes down to, we all agree that the conventional education model has a lot of limitations, and the kids who are very much at the top find their own ways, their own hacks to learn better. And that often involves online learning. I would go back to one point I made earlier, that for me, the role of online learning is really focused on two things: reaching out to the corporate sector for the university and engaging the alumni. Don't think it's very critical for it to be used for the current students. So it should be seen as a supplement. And if done well, it can really be a cash cow for the university, which is important as well. Coming to your question about medicine, I mean, medicine is definitely one area where we use AI and digital tools to supplement what we're doing, but the risks are so high, we never make the final decisions there. So yes, it's one area where there's a lot of progress, a lot of research, particularly on the radiology side, but it'll always be one area where the consequences are so high of getting something wrong that the gatekeeper of the doctor will not go away. It's very different from how Amazon uses AI or how Netflix uses it, where they can get something completely wrong and nobody really gets affected by it. So the consequences and the frameworks are different.
I do not know why you had a feeling that online is for the privileged. It's for the privileged because they know more. But otherwise, I think online education, ka to, the way I look at it, I don't know, Hamare, I think it is to reach the masses. And it should reach the masses because that's the only mode for a country like us with very limited infrastructure to be able to educate a whole population. It's another debate. What do you mean by education? And I don't want to go into that. I think when we're talking only of degrees or certificates, that's not the requirement. Just suna Ali Chima ne kaha, it's the skill. And the skill based जो है हम दे नहीं पा रहे. मैं तो यहाँ तक भी कहती हूँ कि हायर एजुकेशन के बच्चों का मतलब है एक एडल्ट बाहर, कॉन्फिडेंट एडल्ट, रिस्पॉन्सिबल एडल्ट बाहर निकालना सोसाइटी के लिए. वी आर अनेबल टू डू दैट क्योंकि हमने अपने एडल्ट को रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं सिखाई, हमने उसको फैमिली लाइफ की इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं सिखाई, हमने उसे रिलेशनशिप बिल्डिंग नहीं सिखाई. हम इस वक्त द मुआशरा जो है, वी आर बिकमिंग अ लोनली क्राउड despite all that noise of technology. Reisman, I read ages ago, and it struck with me that how we are going, it is a lonely crowd. And unless we try consciously in our outreach to the community, it's not just the campuses, it's the community that needs to be involved. And I'm a firm believer in life skills and what is relevant. Nobody should aspire for a degree to sit at a kursi. That is not the aspiration we should give for education. So I think those are things we need to reconsider. It's a big debate. I don't want to go there.
We have run out of time. Thank you very much, Jazib, for all your input on AI and online education and higher education. Ruxana, about teacher training and how you prepared your teachers even before COVID, embracing AI, Dr. Yasira, and the journey of passive learning to active learning. Dr. Arshad, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If you could all stay for 1 minute, please. Thank you, Dr. Hamad and all the panelists for such a wonderful discussion. Dr. Hamad, if you could distribute tokens of appreciation to all of our panelists. All right. We will now move on to our next segment, which is research presentations. So I will be reading out the sequence and introduce our presenters, and then they will all come in sequence and give their research presentations. So featuring our research showcase is Fakir Bilal, Chief Operating Officer of LUMSx. LUMSx is also one of our sponsors for this event. His presentation will be followed by Hamna Tariq, Program Manager Education at SERP. This will be followed by an online presentation by Sabina Abbasi, Chief Digital Learning Officer at Talimabad, and Taimur Abdullah, Training and Evaluation Manager at NIAT. Our last research presentation will be in person by Dr. Ali Usman Kasmi, who's the director of Gurmani Center for Language and Literature. Before we begin, I would like to remind all of our presenters to please stick to their time limit, which is 10 minutes, including question and answers from the audience. In the event that you run out of time and your presentation goes beyond 10 minutes, our participants can find you after your presentation is over and ask those questions one-on-one. I would now like to invite Fakir Bilal to begin his presentation. If one of our volunteers could please inform Fakir. You're up.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Fakir Bilal. I am the CEO at LUMSx, which is an education technology social enterprise based out of Lahore, and it's also an Arbisoft company. Before I start, I do want to call out one thing. So this talk is categorized under the research showcase, so that might be a little bit misleading. Just wanted to put it out there in case you were expecting something else. I hope you won't be too disappointed. So before I start, if you would allow me to ask you a question by raise of hands, how many people here have at least some degree of anxiety about AI taking over your role or what you do for a living? Okay, so some people. And then another follow-up question that I'd like to ask at this point is, how many people here have jobs today that did not exist more than 30 years ago? Some people. Again, hi. So I work in the education technology sector. I've been working in technology for more than a decade at this point. And a lot of people that I work with have jobs that they cannot explain to their grandparents or their parents about what they do. And so one of those jobs is a mobile developer or a product manager. I've worked as a product manager for a number of years. And that's a job that didn't strictly exist, let's say, a few decades ago. And then there are other roles as well. So for example, esports is a new class of athletes that are going to be in Olympics in Saudi next year, for example. Again, you couldn't have envisioned this. And so how do you prepare for a future where you don't know which jobs are going to exist? And that's one of the things we're going to talk about. So these were the new jobs. So what about the old jobs? Again, the old jobs that we are familiar with don't look the same as well, even if they've been around for a long time. So one example that we can talk about is that of accounting. So in 90s, even in Pakistan, if you were an accountant, you had a massive department that had a bunch of ledger clerks working with you. There was a lot of paperwork. And it wasn't that there weren't computers. It's just that the job looked very different. You had some early accounting software. And then today, it's not just that one person is able to do a job of maybe, let's say, 50 or even 100 ledger clerks and accountants. It is also that the job has become much more specialized. There are things that you need to know that you wouldn't be expected to know in the 90s. The regulatory environment wasn't as complex. And so I would argue that you don't have to predict the future to prepare for it. And that there are steps that we can take today. There are things that we can consider to allow us to be more ready for this uncertain and unknown future. And so I'd like to present a brief and pragmatic case for preparing for the future. This isn't a wish list. This also is not a prescription. It's a list of key considerations that could be part of a strategy for preparing for the future for Pakistan. And so my perspective is that of someone from the industry who works with researchers, who works with universities and other institutions globally. And so this is from that perspective specifically, and obviously other people may have other perspectives. So one thing that I would suggest that we need to get right is to focus on the basics. The fundamentals of education haven't changed. And since I'm from Edtech, and I can take some blame for that, we feel that we're reinventing education, whereas core of what education hasn't changed much in multiple decades. And so core principles that underpin what successful education and learning looks like hasn't changed much. Another thing that we could be guilty of talking about is how people have changed, how they learn has changed. Like our brains work differently. Younger people, they have diminishing attention spans. And we hear a lot of that, and we probably say it as well sometimes, but it's largely discredited by the research. Those aren't necessarily things that you can measure, and so it's safe to assume that they don't exist in the way that we say in our everyday speech. So cognitively, how our brain works, how our brains think, how we learn, hasn't changed much. Our biology remains intact as far as that is concerned. Another thing that we could be guilty of is that we feel that some of the things that we're talking about, they're very new concepts that were just invented, and we sometimes take credit for them. So I also want to provide some context around that. Things that we talk about, such as the discussion forums when it comes to online learning. In Edtech, we talk a big game about social learning. So that's an idea that has been well studied for over 5 decades at this point. So people were educational researchers, some of which are also might be present in this room have been studying discussion forums for over 50 years at this point. Same for chatbots. We feel they just came around. They did become mainstream more recently, but people have been studying the role of chatbots in education, specifically for K-12, for 20 years at this point. I talked to some of the researchers at MIT that have been studying it to understand, what their predictions are about how it's going to fit in our education going forward. And it's an area of education that's already fairly well understood. There's already been a lot of research here. And same for computer-aided instruction. It's been around for over 70 years at this point. Another thing that we could be guilty of is the shiny object syndrome. An example of that could be gamification. So again, in institutions, at Edtech companies, for learning platforms, we talk a lot about gamification. And gamification does normally lead to more engagement, but that doesn't mean it's also leading to more learning. And so that's the fallacy that we make, or that we are guilty of a lot in this industry of EdTech, that just because we've incorporated gamification, that will automatically improve learning outcomes. And that may happen, but it may not. Gamification isn't inherently good or bad. So is engagement. Improving engagement doesn't mean that people are learning more. And we'll talk about that in a second. And this also needs to be a shift towards more evidence-based practices. In education, we talk about things like learning styles, how I'm a visual learner and he's an auditory learner, and she's a kinesthetic learner, and this person learns through colors. And again, that's a very common idea, but it's also largely discredited by research in education. You don't need to, as a teacher, as an educator, you don't even need to record people's individual learning styles to be an effective educator. Same for designing content for left-brained people versus right-brained people. Again, based on actual biology, but the concepts have been corrupted over the decades. It's based on initial research on patients suffering from Alzheimer's. But we have this misinterpretation of the research that they did, and we think some people are left-brained or right-brained. We're all whole-brained. Another thing that I would want to talk about, and this might be the mildly controversial part of my talk, is the government's role in all of this. So on one side, we do expect the government to be involved in all affairs of our life, have a key role to play in running our airlines and making soap dramas and running the trains, etc. But at least when it comes to education, and I've been involved in a lot of those conversations, my organization has been involved with a lot of conversations. We've looked at a lot of public implementation models. And our perception is that the ideal role for a government in all of this and preparing us for the future is a very small supporting role. We necessarily don't need the government to make opportunities or provide platforms. We just mostly want them to, maybe get out of the way. And a lot of the, let's call it well-meaning interference, isn't necessarily going to get us ready for the future. The third thing that I would like to talk about is redefining the role of vocational training. And so in the future of learning and the future of work in Pakistan, right now, a lot of times we tell kids, for example, that if you don't do your homework, you might have to set up a rairy or you might have to work at a workshop. And so maybe it's time to retire those ideas. Vocational training, especially specialized vocational training, is pretty much an untapped market in Pakistan. So someone who goes through vocational schools, becomes a specialized mechanics, they're working with computers, they're doing computer programming, and sometimes they're making more than people that go to like a formal university track. So that's the stigma that we need to get over around vocational training. And we have to reframe their role in Pakistan. And the current mix of bringing more graduates through the university, the 4-degree standard track, hasn't worked out, and it's not going to work out for us, at least for the foreseeable future. So we need to diversify our educational mix. The last thing I want to talk about is just getting better at measuring learning. And as someone who works with hundreds of universities and institutions, thousands of users of learning platforms, we don't always get this right. So we think that if we have presented information, like I'm doing right now, that it's been acquired, or that if there's interaction, learning has happened, or if there's engagement, that means there was learning, or if people are motivated, that it's a given that learning is going to happen, or that if we have higher scores, they're going to lead to more learning. And all of those are proxies for learning, but in and of themselves, not any of them is like a reliable indicator that learning happened. It's obviously something that happens in the brain. We have to rely on proxies of learning, and we have to ideally figure out a mix of proxies to accurately measure learning. Another aspect of it that we tend to get wrong for both traditional and offline learning is where we conflate being learner-centered to being learning-centered. Building content, building platforms, and building experiences that are learner-centered doesn't mean that they're also going to be learning-centered. And oftentimes, you have to prioritize that. If you care about, satisfaction scores, you're probably focusing more on learner centricity. But if you care about, what people are going to learn, things that they need to know, skills that they need to have, that's an element of being learning-centered. And so my recommendation for right now is that we're at a crossroads, and we have two options. We can choose the path of despair, where you can be paralyzed by uncertainty. We can have some empathy about this and feel that any investment in our skills is useless. What's the point? AI is going to replace it at some point. Versus the alternative path, where you can be more optimistic and prepare for this unknown future and identify things that you could maybe do. What are skills that you can build that are less likely to get automated, and build on those today when there's this uncertainty, which could also be fertile grounds for innovation and growth. So I'll leave you with that. Feel free to reach out to me. We're doing a lot of work on some of the things that we talked about at LUMSx and Edley. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Fakir, for such a wonderful presentation. For those of you who have questions from Fakir, you can find him. He's with us. And we will now move on to the next presentation. Again, I will remind our presenters, please stick to the 10-minute time limit. Please welcome Hamna Tariq.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about the Targeted Instruction Program, which is an Edtech remedial program in foundational literacy and numeracy. This morning we've been talking a lot about education technology, what is the promise of technology. So hopefully the work that we did as part of this program will help us understand a little bit better how technology can be used in education. So I'm going to start by setting the context for the work that we did. Then I will move on to giving an overview of the Targeted Instruction Program. I will talk about the research design intervention model and the tech tool that we developed. And then I will present findings from 2 RCTs that we conducted as part of this program, and finally end with some of the high-level takeaways that we have. So to set the context, let me take you back to 2018, 2019, pre-COVID times. There were 2 issues that we were facing. Firstly, there were very low learning levels that we were seeing in Pakistan. World Bank reported that 2 out of every 5 class 3 students cannot do 2-digit subtractions, right? And the other problem that we had was that there was really slow learning happening from year to year. So there was a learning crisis even pre-COVID, and then we get to COVID times, school closed down, and there is even a further drop in learning levels. After COVID, when schools opened up in 2022, we did some of our own diagnostic assessments, and what we found was that learning levels were still low, right? If you look at the second graph here, looking at class 3 mathematics, you can see that only 9% of students did not need remediation. There was a whopping 49% of students who needed remediation at the grade 2 level. That means these students are sitting in grade 3 classrooms, but they need remediation at the class 2 level. And there is still some students who are in grade 3, but they need remediation at the kindergarten level. Now, this is really something that we need to be thinking about. How can we bridge this gap that we're seeing? And as you can see in this graph as well, that there was really high variation in students that were sitting in any classroom. So with that, we get to the Target Instruction Program. We collaborated with the Federal Ministry of Education in Islamabad and the KP Education Department to think about how can we bridge these learning gaps that we were seeing. And yes. So I will try to do both. Okay, sure, I will try. No worries. We do have just about 10 minutes, so I want to get through this quickly because there's a lot happening here, but I would be happy to answer any questions afterwards, and I will try to go slowly. Okay, so targeted instruction program. This is a 40-day remedial classes that were designed to help students catch up in their foundational literacy and numeracy, right? And there were 2 RCT studies that were embedded within it because we wanted to be empirically test the program and be able to say whether this program works or not, right? So be able to causally attribute the impact of the program. This was a program that was developed in very close collaboration with the government. It was fully aligned with government priorities on foundational learning. We also worked very closely with teachers to be able to make sure that this program was contextualized for the Pakistani context. And we wanted to minimize costs. So that includes the financial cost, but also time costs that schools or teachers would incur as part of being a part of this program, right? So this is the research design. Sorry, I will try to speak a little bit in Urdu as well, sir, आपके लिए. So ये जो program है, ये KP और पेशावर और मर्दान particularly, और उसके अलावा इस्लामाबाद capital territory में किया गया था. There were 2 research studies that were embedded in it. TIP KP की एक separate study थी और TIP ICT की separate study थी, right? So सबसे पहले TIP KP में हमारा जो research design था, उसमें sample was कि तकरीबन 1250 public primary schools were a part of our research study. There were 7,000 teachers that were trained and about 250,000 students for classes 1 to 5. And as part of the TIP ICT program, इसमें 560 schools थे, public primary schools, both formal and non-formal schools, to 2,500 teachers, 90,000 students, and 10,000 parents. So this is the research design. हमारा focus KP में और ICT में slightly different था, although the intervention was still the 40-day remedial classes. KP में हम ये देखना चाह रहे थे कि technology adoption और tech enabled TIP program जो है, वो किस तरह से student की learning outcomes को impact करता है, right? And so for that, we had a control group. Control group essentially is where business as usual happens, right? So there's no intervention from our side at least. और हमारी 3 separate intervention groups थे. The first group was paper. So basically, this is where जो program है, complete TIP program, वो fully hard copy materials पे दिया गया था, right? The other one was optional. This is where we give the option of opting into technology or paper to the schools. So वो खुद decide करके हमें early on बता सकते थे at the onset of the program कि क्या वो tech adopt करना चाहते हैं या नहीं. Third was the mandated treatment in which the schools had to use technology. So this was the KP focus. ICT में हमारा focus ये था कि हम जानना चाह रहे थे कि क्या information, guidance, or both are helpful in enabling the parents and teachers to work on student learning levels and bridge these gaps. So इसके लिए जो हमारी intervention थी, उसमें again there was a control group, business as usual. Then we had a workbooks group, जिसमें सिर्फ students को workbooks दी गई थी. Then we also had information, जिसमें ना सिर्फ workbooks दी गई थी, but workbooks के साथ teachers को information दी गई थी student के learning levels पे, और parents को SMS और automated calls के through हम students के specific areas of improvement जो थे, उस पे information दे रहे थे. Then lastly, we had the guidance group, जिसमें again workbooks भी हैं, information भी है, but on top of that, teachers के लिए scripted lesson plans हैं जो कि वो use कर सकते हैं instruction देने के लिए. And for parents, they were also being suggested कि आपके बच्चों के ये learning gaps हैं. So for example, आपका बच्चा subtraction जो है वो नहीं कर पा रहा है, workbooks में आप page number 10 पे जाके बच्चे को subtraction की practice करवा सकते हैं, right? So there was a lot of guidance being given. I will run through this quickly now. Intervention model जो है, it was a 4-step model. सबसे पहले बच्चों की learning levels जो हैं वो diagnose हो रहे हैं कि as it stands बच्चे क्या performance दे रहे हैं, right? उसके बाद बच्चों के learning levels जो हमने diagnose किए हैं उसकी basis पे उनको sort कर दिया groups में. So for example you can think of it, अगर मैं ज़रा आसान अल्फाज में कहूँ, high performers एक ग्रुप में होंगे, low performers एक ग्रुप में होंगे, medium performers एक ग्रुप में होंगे, और टीचर या तो वो एक ही क्लासरूम में उनको सॉर्ट करे या अक्रॉस क्लासरूम सॉर्ट कर रहा होगा, बट ऑलवेज बेस्ड ऑन द लर्निंग लेवल्स, एंड देन उनको टेलर्ड इंस्ट्रक्शन दी जाएगी इन 40-day एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लेसन्स, ताकि उन बच्चों को वो जो गैप्स हैं वो फिल करने में हेल्प की जा सके. एंड लास्टली वी वर ट्रैकिंग देयर लर्निंग थ्रू आउट. दिस वाज हैपनिंग थ्रू समेटिव असेसमेंट्स एंड फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट्स. फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट में क्विजेस वगैरह थे, समेटिव में उनकी एंड लाइन रिजल्ट्स जिनको हम कहते हैं, जो उसके लिए असेसमेंट की गई थी वो था. This was the support provided. Training की गई थी टीचर्स की पहले प्रोग्राम के लिए, this so understanding and adapting this new system, and also ongoing mentorship support was also available. This is the tech tool. I've already spoken about these components, but basically there was a tool that was developed by our team, जिसमें assessments थी available, tech tool available था, training materials available थे, and also TLMs. Now these are the findings. सबसे पहले तो टिप केपी की मैं findings present करूंगी. In tip KP, what we found was that optional treatment had the largest effect on student scores, followed closely by paper treatment, or जो mandated treatment थी उसमें there was no statistically significant impact. Now this is really interesting for us to see why is it कि जो optional technology है वो हमें अच्छे results दिखा रही है. We have two conjectures here. First is sorting. उसका basically what sorting means is कि स्कूल्स जो हैं वो खुद से ये चूज कर रहे थे कि क्या वो जाना चाहते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी में, या वो नहीं टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करना चाहते, वो पेपर यूज करेंगे. And we think teachers were, or schools were making that decision based on their teachers' capability in technology and their confidence in technology, right? So that has an impact on results. Secondly, giving schools choice helps. इसमें अब ये है कि all of us are very well aware that schools face a lot of on-ground challenges, and those challenges look very different from school to school. और क्योंकि at the end of the day teachers ने ये implement करना है program, उनको ownership देना कि you can choose whatever you think is best for you and your students really helps. So उसकी वजह से वो ownership लेके किसी भी reform को या program को fully take up कर सकते हैं और उसको implement कर सकते हैं. Now, this is another interesting part, which has a lot of implications for how we think about education policy, Edtech, reforms, etc. Optional technology में हम ये देखते हैं कि जो बच्चे bottom में हैं, so bottom half of the classroom, वो optional technology treatment में सबसे ज़्यादा benefit कर रहे हैं. Now, why is that, right? This is because teachers जो हैं उनको tech tool के ऊपर students की results real time में नजर आ रहे होते थे. I told you कि there were formative assessments happening, so उन assessments में teachers देख सकते थे कि okay आज मैंने अगर quiz लिया है अपने students का, where does each student stand? And then based on that वो उसको group भी उसका change कर सकती थी. For example एक बच्चा जिसने start किया middle group में, उसको वो high group में या low group में लेके आ सकती थी, and then उसको accordingly tailor कर सकती थी उसके लिए instruction, right? So that was really something that was helping the students in the optional treatment, और उसका हमें impact नजर आ रहा है. Now I get to tip ICT findings. Here, again, we know that the program works, right? इस program में जो है, it's as if कि आपके बच्चे को 2 महीने की additional schooling दी गई हो as compared to the control group. This is true for KP, this is true for ICT. But what is interesting here now is कि जिन बच्चों को workbooks दी गई थी सिर्फ, वहां पे अगेन हम ये देखते हैं कि जो लो परफॉर्मर्स थे उन पे सबसे ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है ट्रीटमेंट का. Whereas if we compare it to the guidance treatment or the information treatment, वहां पे हम ये देख रहे हैं, you can see it in this graph, कि across the ability group, चाहे आपका बच्चा हाई परफॉर्मर है, लो परफॉर्मर है, मीडियम परफॉर्मर है, उन सब पे information और guidance का equal impact आ रहा है, and impact is statistically significant. This program works, right? So this is where I will end with a few takeaways from our side. So targeted instruction is something that is really the need of the hour. क्योंकि पाकिस्तान में foundation skills जो हैं उसमें बच्चे are still lagging behind. This is a priority area now for the government. So we know that targeted instruction works. Since this morning, we've been talking about कि technology का promise यहाँ पे क्या है? Does technology work? If it works, how should we be using it? Isa Farooq World Bank से जो है उन्होंने सुबह GEEP की report जो है वो भी reference की है. GEEP में technology is a promising buy, right? This is something that seems to have promise when we just don't know enough about it, या हमारे पास अभी enough evidence नहीं है. So this is the kind of work that really helps us to see कि technology जो है exactly किस तरह से help कर सकती है. So my last comment on this would be कि as researchers, academics, policy actors, when we're thinking about how to bring reform, what reform to bring in education, whether it's targeted instruction, whether it's technology, we really need to think about giving some choice and options to schools because that can have huge impact. और जब हम ये खुद भी सोच रहे हैं कि हमें क्या रिफॉर्म लेके आना चाहिए, we need to be very careful about it कि क्या मसाइल हैं जो हम हल करना चाह रहे हैं. Are we trying to target the low learners? Are we trying to target the high learners? And accordingly introduce करवाना चाहिए teachers को और schools को इस तरह की इंटरवेंशन जो उनके बच्चों के लिए और उनके जो यूनिक चैलेंजेस हैं उन पे हेल्प कर सकता है. So with that, I will end my presentation. I do want to thank all of our research partners and funders because the consortium that we worked with really made this program very successful. So thanks to everyone, and we can take questions during the networking hours.
Thank you so much, Hamna, for such a wonderful research. We will now move on to our online research showcase conducted by Ms. Sabina and Taimur from Talimabad and Niyat respectively. The floor is yours.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting us, and thank you, Hamna and Bilal, for your insightful presentations. I'll just quickly give an introduction and then I'll pass it on to Taimur. My name is Sabina, and I started my journey in education around 11 years ago with Teach for Pakistan. And I think जिसको भी Teach for Pakistan का पता है, एक बहुत ही unique इदारा है जहाँ पे you actually get to go into the field, not just for a day or two, but for a good 2 years, sit with them, teach them, interact with the community. And I felt that उस तरह का experience जो है, वो at least मैंने कभी experience नहीं किया. And one of चीज करने से, that was my biggest learning, that a 1 day workshop या 2 day workshop जो कि usually बहुत ज़्यादा prevalent होती हैं, compared to that, actually, going into these communities and embedding yourself, your perceptions change quite a lot. And जो थोड़ी बहुत हम लोग teaching interventions करते थे, उसमें एक huge difference आपको नजर आता है. जिस तरह बच्चे आप respond करते हैं, they fall in love with learning, and that, I think that is a huge motivation for an educator. And at that time, I decided that I want to do it at scale, and that's where technology comes in. और उस time पे भी काफी Edequal एक इदारा था जहाँ maths में हम interventions कर रहे थे with elite schools, not even low-cost private schools, जहाँ पे बच्चों के there were segments of students जिनकी learning level बिल्कुल low थे. And because हमारी crowded classrooms होती हैं, teachers and even good schools are not able to give attention to them. Fast forward 5 years, I ended up in Talimabad, and Talimabad is a very mission-driven organization, जहाँ पे हम हमेशा अपने आप से यही सवाल करते हैं कि बच्चों की जो student learning outcomes हैं, वो हम कैसे improve कर सकते हैं. It is in Edtech, and like Bilal mentioned, that it's very easy to fall into the engagement part of it, जहाँ पे ज़ाहिर है technology की best बात ये होती है, especially a private sector technology, कि जब तक आपको user जो है respond नहीं करेगा, adapt नहीं करेगा, तब तक वो चीज नहीं चलेगी. So एक major difference जो मुझे नजर आया था, being an educator and being a part of a technology organization, that as educators हम लोग research पे focus करते हैं कि अच्छा research in terms of education, that okay, this theory works, let's apply. Activity based learning is the next thing, let's apply it there. But the ground reality is very different, especially in low cost private schools. Overcrowded classrooms होती हैं, teachers की बहुत ज़्यादा training नहीं होती है और वो नहीं adopt करते हैं. जब तक आप सर पे डंडा लेके खड़े होंगे वो शायद कर लेंगे, जैसे ही आप जाएंगे they will fall back into their old practices, especially because आपका system भी ऐसा बना हुआ है, आपका assessment rote learning को promote करता है. So technology has given us a chance that जब especially आप scale करते हैं, आप सर पे नहीं खड़े रह सकते हैं. आपको ये इस तरह की intervention design करनी पड़ेगी कि जो टीचर है क्लासरूम में वो भी readily adapt करे, उसको भी motivation नजर आए, उसको भी incentive नजर आए. And that's where I think we've learned a lot being a part of this organization. Temur, I'll pass it on to you, and you can share some of the learnings that we have through some interventions.
Temur, we can't hear you. Could you start again? We can't hear you. You're still not audible, Temur.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. We can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, Temur, you are audible. Please start your
Okay,
presentation.
perfect, perfect. Thank you. I just started right away. Okay. So currently, Niyat is working with the Federal Directorate of Education schools. We are currently working in 350 schools, and the basic purpose of Niyat is to support and empower our teachers, whom we think that have been in the shadows for so long. As Sabina said, that we have learned a lot of lessons over the past few years and decades about what works, and it was time that we wanted to work on the scale. So this program began in February, and as a first phase, we wanted to leverage technology to support and empower our teachers, and that was where we onboarded around 4,000 teachers across all primary schools in Islamabad. And then as we went into the schools and we wanted to support teachers in three different domains. The first one was scripted lesson planning, where we provided lesson plans from grade 1 to 5 across all subjects, all grades, to all the teachers, so that they can be better supported in the work that they were doing. Secondly, we wanted to work on digital teacher training, and in the same Niyat application that all teachers in Islamabad now have access to. There were bite-sized teacher training modules. And the third and the most important part, which Sabina also just mentioned, is that we realize that the technology is important. At the same time, we have to work on the fact that this technology can be used to improve student learning outcomes. And that was where I think our third main part of intervention is continuous professional development of these teachers through in-person coaching support. So we have 55 coaches who visit the field every single day, and they cover all these 4,000 teachers. They conduct classroom observations through Teach Tool, and really work on improving and supporting the teachers to improve classroom practices. But I think a very, very important thing stood out for us, and that was that oftentimes the interventions, the things, the advices that we give to teachers is divorced from the context. For example, if a teacher is teaching 120 students in a single classroom, it is very, very difficult for her or him to apply classroom management techniques, right? And that was something that we realized, that we actually don't have the data which will help us to see and visualize the problems across all the schools. And that was the first thing that we wanted to do. That once we started Niyat, we wanted to understand that, okay, what does the educational landscape looks like? The school profiling were missing, the digitized student data was missing, the learning levels data was missing. We get once or twice a year a cert test, but that is again not across all the schools. So we wanted to start an initiative where we can gather all the data points pertaining to our educational landscape on a single platform. Hence, we started to build school profiles, gathering data points such as student to teacher ratio, student to classroom ratio, internet and smartphone access, other interventions in Islamabad. And then across the span of 2 months, we digitized and verified the student data of around 90,000 students in all the primary schools of Islamabad. At the same time, we embedded this data into our existing dashboard, where we are able to continuously track the lesson plan usage and teacher training module usage of the teachers, so that when a coach, let's say, visit a school on a weekly basis, they can really understand that, okay, if a teacher is has taken this teacher training, why is it not implemented in the classroom that I am observing? So the main idea was to merge and embed all of these data points, ranging from school profiling to teachers lesson plan usage to classroom observation data, to really understand that what is happening and where things are not working. Is the teacher lacking skills? Is the teacher lacking mindset? And then how does the coach work with the teachers to solve that challenge? At the same time, we also wanted to reduce the workload of the teachers, and to really free their schedule. So that is why we also launched, in the same very platform that they are using, an exam generator, where a teacher can use the a 10,000 plus questions data bank to devise assessment for any grade, any subject, any topic, ranging from class test to annual exams. And again, this is also categorized according to different thinking levels, as per the Bloom's taxonomy. So the teacher really got empowered as to how their workload can be reduced, and they started seeing value. And I think one other thing that I think is probably the most important contribution is that we were not able to get very regular, frequent learning data. So a teacher, a principal, an AEO, and the FTE was not able to make real-time interventions because they did not have real-time data. And now, with the AI exam checker that has been launched in all the public schools of Islamabad, a teacher can just scan a student's assessment, upload it on their platform. The student data is already embedded in that application, and a real-time weekly basis and monthly basis learning data can be obtained. And then जो FDE है या जो मिनिस्ट्री है, वो ये फैसला कर सकते हैं कि अच्छा हमें किस एरिया में, किस जगह पे किस तरह की इंटरवेंशन करनी है. So like really being surgical in how we are operating.
Sorry to
And
interrupt
then
you, Temur. We're above our 10-minute limit. So if you
okay,
could start wrapping up. Thank you.
I'll just wind up. And this is the dashboard that we have created for the government to visualize the data. And I think I'll just close off that our idea at Niyat is to be really really surgical in the intervention that we make, and not adopt the approach to throw everything and see what sticks. And already the FDE has acted on this kind of intervention, where it has hired 211 new teachers and have converted 50 morning schools to evening schools, based on the data that we have been providing. And I think lastly, my last point will be that even though we have been doing this work really requires the help of everybody. And I think this work cannot be done alone. We at Niyat are looking to collaborate with all the relevant stakeholders, so that we are really able to make that impact. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sabina and Temur, for such a wonderfully curated combined presentation. We will now move on to our last presentation for this showcase, which is in person, presented by Dr. Ali Usman Kasmi, who's the director of Gurmani Center for Language and Literature. Please welcome him on stage.
the other video. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Hi everyone. Thank you for being here. I am a historian, and as you can imagine, people from humanities are differently, they did have like problems with the technology. So my presentation, there is no presentation as such. अभी जरा ठहरिएगा, मैं इसको जब कहूँगा फिर आप स्टार्ट कीजिएगा कि इतनी ना elaborate presentation है, ना इसमें कोई खास कोई डेटा है. It's just about a couple of projects that we did in collaboration with Dr. Suleiman Shahed a few years ago. It was part of a course which I was teaching. It was called Walking in the City, and we were working with our students to look at different aspects of Lahore's cultural and political history. And the idea was that students would go out in the field to the archives, collect data, historical data, and then we wanted to curate it in a way that that'll be more presentable and that accessible to a larger audience as well, right? So in that sense, our motivation was that there is an appetite for history, for art, for culture, for heritage. People are looking for that kind of content, and they consume a certain kind of a content on YouTube, let's say. And also from a pedagogical perspective, this kind of if you make available this kind of data, it's a very good, effective pedagogical tool, something which is, as we know from the kind of work that Khan Academy, for instance, is doing for high school students and for undergrad students. Right. So as part of this project, this is all what our students they collected. This is all available on our website, archive.lums.edu.pk. You can go and check it out. So I'm just giving you example from one of our projects. There were like 5 different themes on which they were working, and one of the projects was, you can start के लाहौर में 1920s में 2 बड़े events हुए, which was के एक तो इल्मदीन ने जो कत्ल किया राजपाल का, and the other one was भगत सिंह ने जो कत्ल किया एक British officer का. So our students collected all this data from the archives, and for us then the idea was that we use that archival material and present it in a visually kind of like attractive form, so that it is not just a description, but it's also based on like newspaper reports, archival material, court documents, witness reports. And if you really zoom in, you will see like we produced Ilmdeen's original statement, the kind of evidence which was collected by the police from the spot, including like the dagger with which he stabbed Rajpal, and all, so on and so forth, right? So it really is about not just collection of data or information or material, but also like presenting it in a manner that can be that can enhance our understanding, generally speaking. Now, what we believe is that the way technology is being used for teaching humanities is primarily, at least in Pakistan's case, is limited to digitization projects, like massive digitization projects which are being carried out. You go to any public sector university or library or an archive, they've all purchased very expensive machines, and all they do is just scan. Now, scanning is important, digitization in that sense is important, but curation is much more important. Like, what do you do with what you have scanned? It's just like, without any cataloging, without any sort of like purpose to that data, it's like a digital heap of sorts, right? So this is where I think it's important that there should be more of such collaboration and conversations between historians, let's say, and people from tech, because this is where we want to move forward in future, especially here at Lums, where we're thinking about the possibility of setting up, let's say, a Lums digital digital humanities lab, right? So like there are digital humanities lab elsewhere, and this is where we all come together and we work on such projects. There's another project, we don't have it here, इस पर मैं आता हूँ अभी, वो हमारी वेबसाइट पर है, उसको ज़रूर जाकर आप चेक कीजिएगा. It's a work in progress. And I think that will give you an idea about why and how this collaboration can work. So what we have done is, or we're trying to do is, that we have massive data on partition violence, right? So that, as you know, at the time of partition in 1947, um, thousands of women and children were abducted, and so we have extensive lists of where these incidents of violence and abductions took place, right? So if we can even further um, increase the scope of the project to include incidents of looting and murder and arson, and that requires looking into police reports, FIRs, all of that. That could also be done. तो अब उसमें करना क्या, उसमें हम जो करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो कि जाहिर है कि technologically challenged historians can do themselves, is to create a visual map. Like you have that we have reports के फलां डिस्ट्रिक्ट के फलां गांव से इतनी औरतें अगवा हुई, या यहाँ पर इतने लोग कत्ल हुए, या इतनी दुकानें लूटी गईं, and we map, or we sort of like plot all of this information onto that map. And once you have like a more extensive data and you accumulate that data, it turns out that you can see some connections. So it's not just about visualization. It is going to help tremendously with our analysis, because there has to be an explanation as to why in some areas there were more incidents of violence and abduction as compared to others, right? So based on what we have right now, it's a fairly basic kind of like mapping that we have done. It's clear that violence was more pronounced in Patiala, for instance, and there is already kind of like a historical explanation available for that, because Patiala was a princely state and it had a more organized army, so the pattern of violence in case of Patiala was more widespread as compared to others. But there has to be a reason as to why in some places such incidents did not take place. Perhaps it has to do with whether that particular district or that particular village was attached to a market, was close to a railway line, it had a prehistory of communal tensions and violence. It can only happen, so this analysis can only happen once we have that extensive data mapped onto these maps that we want to develop. And this is purely a project of digital humanities, where historians have to sit together and work with people who have necessary technological skills. Okay, and there are various examples of how this has been done in other parts of the world, especially with regard to Holocaust studies, right? So there are massive projects where one such project is about documenting and listing the names of every single person who was killed during the Holocaust. And the idea is that eventually the project is to document the names of all the 6 million people who were killed during the Holocaust. I mean, so imagine like how massive this project would be. And so like doing similar projects for, let's say, partition violence is going to be of incredible historical and political importance. Now lastly, ये हमने एक ऐप बनाई थी, एंड्रॉयड ऐप थी, again with Dr. Suleiman Shahid's help and supervision. And again, the idea was that we wanted people to be able to access the walled city on their own. So what our students did, they were assigned, they were made into different groups, and each group was assigned a particular gate, Bochi Gate, Lahori Gate, Bhati Gate, वगैरह, and they were asked to read up on these different gates. कि हमने उनको वो classical text assign कर दिए कि आप जाकर पढ़िए लोहारी गेट के ऊपर, उसमें कौन कौन सी इमारतें हैं, मंदिर हैं, हवेलियां हैं, गुरुद्वारे हैं, श्राइन्स हैं, और उसमें फिर आप ये जाएंगे इस ऐप में तो उसके अंदर ये सारी की सारी जो लिस्ट्स हैं मस्जिद की, मंदिर की, चौक की, वो सारी उसके अंदर वो आ जाती हैं. आप इसी एक पर इस पे क्लिक कीजिए तो वो उसमें आपको ज़्यादा डिटेल वो इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगी, उसकी हिस्टोरिकल इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगी. आप जब इसको नेविगेट करने के लिए जाते हैं, इसको मैप पर जाते हैं तो वो मैप पर आपको उसकी जो प्रिसाइज लोकेशन है वो बता देता है। इसमें हमने जो बिल्कुल प्रिसाइज लोकेशंस जो जीपीएस कोऑर्डिनेट्स के जरिए वो हमने मेंशन कर दी थी। एंड दिस इज हाउ इट सॉर्ट ऑफ लाइक प्रोवाइड्स यू विद अ वॉकिंग ट्रेल कि अगर आपने वर्ल्ड सिटी में खुद से जाकर इसको एक्सप्लोर करना है तो वो आप कर सकते हैं। And this is we did for all our the 12 gates of Lahore. And but अब इसमें जो challenges हैं, now these are mostly places which we do not think that most people, most Lahoris even they know about, right? And even if they do, it is incredibly difficult for them to venture into the walled city and access them directly. So at least what we have been able to do is to provide historical data and precise location of these places. But here's the challenge. The challenge is that कि walled city में आप जाएं और इस map के साथ जाएं, but it becomes difficult to use the app because internet connectivity is low, right? So अब इसके क्या अब इसकी जो इस चैलेंज को ओवरकम करने के लिए या तो ये है कि आप गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलकर काम कीजिए, वॉल्ड सिटी अथॉरिटी वगैरह के वो और यू कम अप विद योर ओन मैप्स, व्हिच इज आई डू नॉट थिंक इट्स टू should not be too difficult, I presume should not be too difficult of a task कि इसी डेटा को लेकर अगर हम अपने मैप्स बनाएं और उससे ताकि लोग जो हैं इस ऐप को ज्यादा आसानी से इस्तेमाल कर सकें. I mean, think of it in terms of for at least for this app. पिछले प्रोजेक्ट्स में जिस तरह मैं कह रहा था कि उनकी हिस्टोरिकल पॉलिटिकल इंपॉर्टेंस बहुत ज्यादा है, लेकिन फॉर दिस ऐप आई थिंक इट हैज अ ह्यूज कमर्शियल एस्पेक्ट अटैच्ड टू इट एज वेल कि अगर इसमें कॉर्पोरेट्स या कंपनीज ये चाहती हैं कि वो स्पॉन्सर करना चाहती हैं और उनके जरिए भी इस ऐप को इम्प्रूव किया जा सकता है, या ओवरऑल जो एक टूरिस्ट ट्रैफिक है which has increased tremendously over the past 2-3 years. There's so many walking tours being organized over. If you go to Instagram, you'll find those pages. People are interested. They want to explore history. They want to connect with their heritage, and so it has a viable commercial aspect attached to it as well, right? So these are some of the sort of like projects that we work on and where we think there is a possibility of a collaboration between historians, artists, and computer scientists, engineers, and that these projects have their huge prospect, but they have huge challenges as well, which we need to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for such wonderful presentations. I would now like to invite both Fakir and Dr. Osman to come on stage so that we can hand over a token of appreciation. And everyone, please stay put. While I do that, I have an important announcement to make. All right, now we will break for lunch till 2:30, after which everyone will come back to B3 to attend our panel talks on teacher professional development, higher education, and upskilling. Please make your way to the ground at the back of this building where lunch has been set up. Our volunteers are right outside to help you navigate. Thank you. Hello, everyone. If you know anybody who's outside, can you please request them to come back in? We will be starting in 5 minutes. I would request everyone to please take their seats. We will be starting shortly.
Access to learning is a fundamental human right. When provided equally, high quality education has a far reaching social impact, allowing individuals to not only meet their own needs but also become active members of their community. However, the quality of education in Pakistan is affected by several issues, including but not limited to social class, gender, geographical location, and physical disabilities, creating an imbalance in society that is difficult to address through conventional strategies. That's where we come in. We at LUMSx believe that technology is a great equalizer. As the next frontier in Pakistan's education, LUMSx is a digital learning center that aims to realize LUM's vision of learning without borders. No matter who and where you are, whether you're a mid-career professional in Hyderabad looking to evolve in your career, or a university student from Peshawar wanting to fill certain gaps in knowledge, you can benefit from a range of our courses. LUMSx creates online learning experiences that are contextually relevant, inclusive, and accessible for Pakistan. We create hybrid, asynchronous, and massive open online courses. Our output so far has addressed fundamental gaps in teaching and learning, which will help standardize high-quality education across the country. We aspire to work towards a reality where tens of millions of Pakistani learners can learn anytime, anywhere. Join LUMSx and help us fulfill our mission to revolutionize digital education. For more information, please visit our website. Access to learning is a fundamental
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a chance to interact with each other during the lunch break. We will now move to our next panel discussion, which will focus on the future of teacher professional development in Pakistan. Moderating our session is Maria Nasser, Partnerships and Business Development Lead at Lums X. Maria has 6 years of experience in the education sector, including work on the TCF Alumni Development Program. Maria is also a gold medalist in Education Leadership and Management from Lums in 2023. At Lums X, she has designed professional development programs for K-12 teachers, including teaching English as a second language and STEM for educators. Let's now hand over to Maria to continue the discussion.
You all hear me now? Assalamu alaikum. This is a little intimidating, but I'll try my best. I hope you all are well and you had a good lunch break. Before I start, I would also like to call my fellow panelists. I would like to invite Ms. Ambrina Ahmed. She is the director at Teachers Resource Center. Ms. Sherizad Tarar, Assistant Director, Professional Development and Research at the Beacon House Group. Would appreciate if you can also thank you. And Ms. Salma Ahmed Alam, she is the CEO at Doorbeen. We unfortunately don't have Mr. Tajammul Abbas Rana joining us. He's out of country at the moment. Thank you everybody for being here. So आज सुबह से हम काफ़ी discussion सुन रहे हैं on Pakistan's learning crisis and how education is being disrupted. And इस सारे discussion में, when we talk about the future of education, we cannot have a discussion without including one of the vital stakeholders in this ecosystem, which is our teachers. So पाकिस्तान में around 2.2 million teachers हैं, जिसमें से तकरीबन 53% private sector में हैं और 47 public sector में हैं. तो जहाँ पे हम बात करते हैं कि needs change हो रही हैं, generative AI आ रहा है, so how are we equipping these teachers कि वो इस नए दौर में they can adapt to it. So my first question to all of you is कि अभी तक in the last decade, post COVID, post Gen I, how have the teacher professional development practices evolved so far? Anybody can start.
Hi, can everybody hear me? So first of all, let me correct you. AI आ नहीं रहा, AI आ गया है, बहुत जोर शोर से आ चुका हुआ है. So yes, not only teacher professional development has changed, I think everything we are doing nowadays has changed, and that has required us to look at things from a different angle. As for teacher professional development, one thing we are very cognizant of is that it has become more flexible, more accessible, and more tailored to your context. And that is because of technology that has been around for quite some time now. And as we will be talking more about all these models later on, so we just need to now realize that PD is no longer just a standalone one-room event in which you are standing there telling teachers, "Is tarah padhana hai aur is tarah karna hai." PD is in the hand of the teachers themselves, students themselves. So let's see where we take it from. But yes, one thing is clear, things have changed and we just have to become part of that change.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you to Lums X for giving me an opportunity to speak with all of you today. I don't have an easy answer to this question. My work is primarily with teachers. I work primarily in the public sector in Karachi. We're a pre-service teacher education program, and we offer a 4-year undergraduate degree in teaching. The problem in answering this question is that the context is so diverse. When you talk about more elite private schools or higher income group schools, wahan pe PD looks so different when you compare that with the public sector, where teachers struggle with basic digital skills, right? And then of course there's the whole IT infrastructure that again is so vastly different depending on which context you're talking about. So I think COVID ने हमने ये ज़रूर दिखाया, the learning losses that emerged from that kind of really put into context कि कितना बड़ा divide है between the have and the have-nots, especially in terms of technology, edtech, remote learning, and all of these things. Other complex, again, because I come from a public sector lens, एक और बहुत बड़ा मसला जो PD में रहता है और I suspect रहता है, it will continue to be there regardless of all these technological advances, is that of motivation. देखें, anybody, and this is not even unique to education, it's true of any industry, anybody who has a thirst to want to know, to grow, you will find a way to do it, right? And vice versa. आप एक बंदे को कितने भी tablets या laptops या devices दे दें, अगर उसकी intrinsic drive नहीं है, motivation नहीं है to learn, to upskill, then all of that investment goes in vain, right? So AI, yes, of course, has a lot of potential for those who are motivated to learn from it, but we really have to, critically examine whether the bulk of our workforce is, ready and if it's driven to take on that challenge and to reap all of its benefits.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to briefly introduce my organization. I come from an organization which has perhaps been the oldest CPD provider in the country. We've been working since 1986. We've trained over 100,000 teachers. And we stay a versatile institution because we work with all types of schools. We're based out of Karachi. Most of our work is focused, in the public sector. And I think my comments would resonate very closely with what Salma has just said. She's managing a fantastic model of a degree awarding institution, which they have turned around. So we are not a degree education institution, we're a CPD provider. So we work with a whole range of teachers coming from all kinds of schools. And we understand that our education system is highly stratified. So we have now a range of models within the private sector also. There are the public sector schools, but we have a range of models, and some of those models still have a very long way to go in terms of their growth and their trajectories and the kind of offers that they are meting out, to service the education needs, especially of the marginalized. And we know that most of the children remain marginalized, and there is a serious education emergency, as the term is very relevant in today's narrative. So technology, yes, we have a long way to go. It's an enabler. It has immense potential. It's something we can't shrug under the carpet, something that we have been doing as an institution for a very long time. We try to avoid technology, but then COVID just pushed us to jump onto the bandwagon and, launch a digital academy literally overnight. So that has been quite a transformative learning journey. So at the moment, yes, we have, we have varied learning experiences as far as our own programs are concerned. And as I said, our offers are also very stratified. So for private sector teachers, we have tailor-made programs, catering to the needs which are closely linked to the learning context that they teach in. For public sector teachers, those programs look very, very different. And the delivery models are very, very different. So at the moment, it's fully on-site, fully online, hybrid. Of course, it gives teachers a menu of choices to choose from. It is empowering, but and it has immense potential to improve access, because we have a huge access problem. We are one of the highest out-of-school populations in the country, and so the same goes for teachers. And I would like to mention that climate-induced disasters have a big role to play as far as, so the children who were previously in school are also now out of school. So we have that crisis to deal with, and the learning losses which Salma just mentioned. So yes, there's potential, it is enabling, but how we leverage it to suit the very, very diverse needs of our teachers spread out across, again, very unique geographies, is a big question mark. And that's something that we all need to work towards. It's not just going to happen from one institutional side. It has to be a very inclusive approach towards designing these programs and then implementing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sherazad, like you said, generative AI, it's very much here and very much here to rule. So how is Beacon House, because Beacon House is spread across Pakistan, so aapki jo teacher training programs hain jahan pehle the focus was on pedagogical content knowledge, has it now shifted to technological pedagogical knowledge when you're not only equipping the teachers on how to teach a specific subject but also kind of training them on how to integrate technology effectively in their classrooms?
Yes, Beacon House is moving towards a digitally enabled learning environment, but it's not recent or it's not something we have just started to do. If we look at the TPAC model that has been there for like since 2006, जब Mishra and Kohler ने उसे launch किया, and उसके बाद फिर SAMR model, when we talk about that technology is not just about enhancing, it's also about transformation. And then that was taken by Alan Carrington, and the pedagogy wheel came up where you link the different apps available, mobile friendly apps that can be married with Bloom's taxonomy and then with the SAMR model. So we have been following that in our curriculum for since 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. As you all know, we were all pushed into that, and that is when we realized that we cannot take it slow. As we all agree, it was an overnight change. It was an overnight transformation. Our teachers in outstation schools even use their fridge and freezers as whiteboard when we're teaching using a mobile phone propped up on their tables. And that's what we need to then realize, that yes, we have infrastructure problems, we have these issues, but we all have managed to find ways to navigate that challenge. And now with AI, I mean, look at the possibilities. Teachers sitting here, we used to spend hours and days coming up with lesson plans. Research करनी, किताबें खोलनी, कभी इंटरनेट का एक्सेस है तो इंटरनेट पे से पता चल जाना. Now you can get your lesson plan key activities done in 5 minutes just by adding your desired prompt, your desired research ka naam in your GPT or Gemini or whatever you're using. So the time that the teacher is saving, that is brilliant. And that time can be then spent on developing your own knowledge base, coming up with creative ideas to use in the classrooms. So yes, Beacon House is doing that. We are integrating AI in our lesson planning modules. We are integrating AI into our policy documents so that a teacher can type a question and relevant information from a certain policy document can come forward. We are using data analytics and BI dashboards to give access to our educators at their fingertips. Okay, if a PD plan has been made in this certain way, how is it linked to the observation that the teacher was, the school head did for a teacher? Okay, is it aligned with the school improvement indicators? Is it aligned with the evaluation that was done? So at a glance in 10 minutes, the school can easily see where the problem lies. So that is something we plan to do. But for that, I completely agree with my colleagues here. We need to be very mindful of how to approach our teachers, how to give them the ownership of their professional development, how to make them understand it's not something very scary or dangerous. It's in your hand, your mobile phone. Use the mobile friendly options and then proceed with that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your insights. Ms. Salma, like you mentioned, primarily student teachers के साथ deal कर रही होती हैं. So how do you ensure कि when they enter the market, they are comfortable with technology and then they are digitally literate enough to, incorporate it?
So Durpeen जो है, our model is a bit different because we're a fully subsidized degree program. Our student teachers don't pay any tuition fees. But at the time of the admission, they sign a 7-year contract with us where Durpeen commits for 4 years to fully subsidize the cost of education. And in return, they have to commit to 3 years of public service when they graduate. So public service से मुराद, they have to go teach in a government school. ठीक है, सो अब बिकॉज हमें पता है कि एंड गोल हम उनको गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स के लिए तैयार कर रहे हैं, तो वी नो कि वहाँ पे टिपिकल गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में काफ़ी रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट्स होते हैं. सो उस एनवायरनमेंट में पढ़ाने के लिए आपको ऑलरेडी टेक्नोलॉजी का रोल बहुत लिमिट हो जाता है, बिकॉज टिपिकल गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में नहीं है वो लेवल ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजिकल एक्सेस. हाफ द टाइम देयर इज नॉट इवन बेसिक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. What we have tried to do within our own program is make a distinction of where technology should be used and where it should not be used, and very purposefully, deliberately not used. So all of our students get a laptop. Okay? Every single student gets a laptop on day one. You cannot do the program unless you have that device on you. Okay? And who's not affording, we provide them a laptop. Who is affording, they either bring their own or we offer that on monthly installment payment plans. So one would think that we're fully geared for learning, digital learning, using Edtech, but we deliberately avoid using technology as a teaching tool. And not only do we discourage our student teachers from doing this, we actually discourage our own B.Ed faculty from also using technology. And the idea behind that is very basic, right? Ke aapne, first and foremost, as a teacher educator, you have to model how to teach in a resource constrained environment, right? Agar aap teacher educator khade hoke ek slide ke baad dusra slide ke baad teesra slide chala rahe hain, and you're giving the laptops pe aap Kahoot de rahe hain, and all of the scores of educational applications that exist. How is this usable by your student teacher जिसने future में जाके कैसे environment में पढ़ाना है जहाँ से paper और pencil है और chalkboard है, right? So the question is then, what is the technology for, right? Here, this is where we try to make a distinction that as adults, they need to have that digital literacy to take advantage of the entire universe of content, planning content, building up their own content knowledge, and all of the other ways in which they can build up their own skills online. Okay? But जब classroom में जाके पढ़ाना है, we revert to the old school, physical resources, low cost, no cost resources. So this is one way that we have tried to differentiate. And I feel, at least listening to some of the panels earlier this morning, that some of other providers in the edtech space are also realizing this, that perhaps technology as a teaching and learning tool in the classroom is less practical in our context than using that same technology to build up teachers' capacity. So ये एक nuance जो है, we have kind of evolved with time and settled on this.
Can I add something
Sure,
here?
sure.
And based on what you just said, we coming back to the SAMR model, we think that using technology is what is required. No, that's like you're just substituting it. In order for a transformation to take place, you need to take it to a level where the activity could not have been done without the technology, that it has added that much value to it. That's the redefinition of it. So that is one thing that we need to then teach our teachers and students.
Thank you. So all three of you have been involved with the teacher PD for a while now. So ऐसे कौन से features हैं that you feel make teacher professional development effective? या ऐसे कौन सी strategies हैं या frameworks हैं that you feel कि if they are incorporated, they will yield positive outcomes?
I think relevance to the context that they're coming from. So offers have to be customized and it has to be need-based. A lot of times you're designing programs in isolation, following the international benchmarks, which is great because, we should be cognizant of what the international best practices are, but how best could we contextualize them for our own context? And as I said, there is so much diversity in our education communities and teachers as such, that you can't have, you need to have some standards of excellence to look up to or to aspire towards, but then we also have to see the doability. How much of those could be translated right away? How much of those could be translated maybe, at the medium term mark or for long term? So I think phased approaches, and then need-based, designs, relevance to the context. And I think Salma just mentioned digital literacy. I think that is so important because we still have teachers who are not comfortable using the tech-based platforms. There is that reluctance or resistance to change. And we saw that during COVID also. As parents, we struggled, our children struggled, everyone was struggling, but then we were forced into a learning environment where we had to make learning happen, and we were experimenting with a lot of modalities too, right? So the challenges exist, but I think the linchpin is connecting them to the real professional development needs. And those, as I said earlier, are very, very diverse. So we have to have very diverse offers. We have to see what is the best possible mode to deliver those for maximum impact, because we do have a learning crisis at hand.
Right.
And then it's again, as Zainab said in the last panel, we're a country with a serious foundational literacy crisis. And how can we leverage technology and the data analytics and the research coming out from edtech spheres? How can we use all that knowledge, all that wisdom, all that information to address the foundational learning crisis at hand. And teachers being the main catalyst of change, we all understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gee, adding to that, definitely contextualized PD is what is required, and that has been the focus. And most importantly, in line with that, making it more job embedded. If teachers are not learning on their job while they are teaching, while they are doing something, then it's not going to benefit them, because वो फिर checkbox item बन जाता है, मैंने ये course attend किया, check. But when they are applying it, changing their strategies, learning on the job, giving each other coaching, peer colleagues, critical friends, mentoring, that really, really works. And we have noticed that it has made a marked difference rather than just attending a workshop and things.
So I'd like to, that's a very good question, Maria. And it reminds me of a World Bank report that I read some time ago, which kind of tried to define the main pillars that rather it was a large scale study of various professional development programs in a number of contexts, and it kind of tried to glean what should be there and what works across contexts, not just in one context. So I'll share some of the findings there. One, which I'm sure my esteemed colleagues would agree with, is a solid content knowledge base, right? All pedagogy is built on content knowledge. Agar aapke paas sahi conceptual understanding nahi hai uske upar, all pedagogy falls flat. Second, of course, is pedagogical content knowledge, classroom management hai, ye sari cheezein. In terms of delivery of these trainings, one interesting finding was the fact that training programs that actually had teachers doing some sort of practice teaching was very useful, rather than just being in a room where somebody talks at you or you workshop or whatever, but the actual act of getting up and teaching and using what you've learned in a particular workshop and trying to bring that into your practice was very helpful. And another thing that Shahrazad also just talked about is after that monitoring. You see, in the monitoring part is where most training programs miss out. And I understand why. They can, if you're looking at it from a government perspective, then of course just scale पे trainings हो रही होती हैं, उसमें मुमकिन ही नहीं है कि आप classrooms में जाके monitor कर सकें. But यही तो सबसे अहमियत रखता है, right? Otherwise you're just throwing money at a black hole. 2 दिन की training, 1 हफ्ते की training करा के मतलब classroom में behaviors change हुए नहीं हुए, teachers में वो motivation है नहीं है, accountability के बगैर वो लोग करेंगे नहीं करेंगे, ये तो मतलब then you're just conveniently looking away from the problem, right? And the reason that the needle doesn't move is because I suspect these factors are missing, right? There's nobody in the school that's checking. These teachers are not intrinsically motivated. So AI, technology, all of these things should work around these factors that we know greatly impact the efficacy of these PD programs. Otherwise, as I said, it's billions gone into the black hole of training, billions more will go.
Actually, yahi technology should be used to measure the impact of PD. Yeah.
Now that we're talking about measuring the impact, what are some of the success metrics that you use to actually evaluate the impact of a teacher professional development program? कि कितना successful रहा है? What are some of those metrics?
So I think I'm in a better position to talk about the kind of measurement techniques that we use. They're not very rigid or fixed. So as I said, contextualization is the key. And then again, when we're talking about measuring performance or success or how well they have understood and how well they are able to practice that in the real classroom setting, that's where the challenge lies, and that's where the real test of even your metrics lie. So so regular evaluations, they are inbuilt into our training programs, pre and post tests. Then as we just were talking about, that training is just an event, at best. It has to be a whole ecosystem. So training, unless it's coupled with a very robust mechanism of providing on-site support to teachers, to not police them, but to mentor them and to see whether, that training has worked, whether they have learned anything, whether there are any key takeaways, whether they're able to implement those concepts into their classroom challenges, because, they of course, they are engaging with children. They are coming from very, very diverse backgrounds, and there is no one size fits all approach. So I think all of that reflects, at least in the kind of measuring tools that we use and the indicators that we use. So yeah, that would be my take on this.
So one of my favorite frameworks for measuring the impact of PD is by Thomas Guskey. Some of you might have heard of him. If not, please Google him up. Guskey has this 5 levels on which he says that measure the impact of any program, which is like participants' reaction, their learning, the organizational support, the use of participants in gained knowledge, and then eventual impact on the student learning outcome. So what we do at Beacon House is we use these 5 levels, and at each level we use both qualitative and quantitative tools like surveys, observation forms, looking at the student copy checking, looking at what provisions we have provided them to implement the training they have gained. So that's a very holistic environment that it then creates to measure the impact. We try it, we use it for our head office analysis, and then encourage our school-based trainers to do it at their end. I'm not saying it's working really well. It's just a start, and we are hoping that over the years it will be a practice for everything. But in light of that, what we do is कि हम अब जो भी action plan वगैरह होता है, हम यही words use करके encourage करते हैं कि जी evidence of success दें, impact कर दें. जब तक it doesn't become part of your language in schools, it's going to be just one standalone item, so it won't that work. So yeah.
So, Ms. Amrina, you spoke about training ecosystem, and again, directing this question to all of you. हम teachers को अक्सर training करवा रहे होते हैं कि उन्होंने कैसे अपने classroom में conducive environment बनाना है for learner-centered learning, right? But जब हम इनके professional development programs बना रहे होते हैं, तो teacher is the learner. And जो learner-centered learning classrooms जो होते हैं, उसमें students are basically actively involved. They have agency over their learning. They're collaborating together. So when you're designing TPD programs, do you keep that lens that teachers are actually adult learners and they need that agency, autonomy? They need to have an active voice in not only in the design as well as the implementation of the programs. So what is the procedure like?
मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले भी ये बात की थी about the importance of modeling, right? As teacher educators, it's very important that your own practice set the bar or set an example for what good teaching is. So with that kind of, I can tell you how we do it in the BEd program, which is pre-service, but I suspect आपकी PD भी ऐसे ही design होती होगी, where whatever the so we in a typical BEd course session, we have 2 types of instructional objectives. One is instructional objectives or outcomes. Different people. This is an age-long debate: outcomes or objectives. But we have 2 types. One is based on the content of what we're trying to teach, and the other is a pedagogical objective. And the way that we design it is that in achieving the content objective, the teacher educator will use a very specific pedagogy that they model. And after they model it, then it's an open floor reflection on asking those student teachers to think that how did they experience this in the role of a learner first, so that they can kind of empathize with how their own kids would feel in the classroom. So first you get them to reflect on it as a learner, and then you ask them to reflect on it with the hat of a teacher, right? That how would you use this pedagogy in, say, a classroom of 30 kids, or a classroom with no resources, or whatever, however you want to switch up the context, right? So they have to be able to wear both hats, and that's where I think the design of teacher education or PD becomes so important, because आप classroom में जाके अगर आप lecture कर रहे हैं about a student-centric design, then you've lost the plot, right? So this is why that modeling is supremely important.
So what we do is, obviously we are a big system with more than 200 schools just in Pakistan, and then presence in 7 other countries. It's hard to go to each and every teacher. So we have to come up with certain mechanisms. And for that, what we do, we every year before the minute the academic year ends, we send out surveys, we hold focus group discussions with the school heads and select teachers. We get to understand, okay, this is what they are looking forward to the training for the next year. Then we look at their teacher effectiveness framework we have developed, which is like an observation form which teachers have to fill for themselves, and the school heads also do it for them. So what data is coming out consistently from the teacher effectiveness framework as to किन areas पे teachers की rating continuously थोड़ी सी impacted है. Here, we also look at the different PD plans that are made in schools for individual teachers, and in light of that, what school has planned for their school improvement plan for the next year. So when we look at all these key matrices, and then we then plan that, okay, this is our priority for this year. We are going to focus on classroom management. Can we just put it on our online platform, or do we just give that training face to face and design the courses that way?
So since we work with a range of schools and different types of teachers, and we also have a thriving alumni of TRC trained teachers across Pakistan. So what we do through informal and formal communication channels is we keep engaging with them, and we talk about classroom practice and what's working and what's not working. So as I said, there is so much diversification, so the needs are diverse, and we ensure that those voices are included when we are designing training programs. And then our training program design, again, we have a year-long diploma, for private sector and public sector teachers. Then we have short certificate courses, plus we customize or custom, design training programs to suit the needs of different education systems. We are called, or we are invited by different schools to come in, conduct quality audits or evaluations, and then, build a program around those needs. So our primary focus is including those voices, of teachers, even of children, because we, conduct assessments also on a regular basis in different partner schools just to assess what's working, what's not, because that is a direct reflection of how effective the teaching practice is, right? And then incorporating elements of SEL, trauma-informed schooling, and the likes, because those aspects are also very, very important. It is about pedagogy and content, of course, but then how the environment is being constructed, and whether it's being constructed keeping in mind that the children should thrive, and not just one or two children, but all, according to their, according to where they're at that point in time. So yeah.
Thank you. So as we consider the future of teacher professional development, it is essential to also acknowledge the current projects that are going on. For example, since the licensing policy was launched in 2023, जिसमें it was said कि हर 5 साल के बाद टीचर्स सिंध की टीचर्स का रिन्यू हो रहा होगा लाइसेंस, और वो रिन्यूअल जो है दैट विल बी डिपेंडेंट ऑन कि उन्होंने एटलीस्ट 5 क्रेडिट्स लिए हुए हो फॉर सीपीडी. Similarly, we also have NIYAT program, which was launched by Tarimabad with Ministry of Federal Education, which again focuses on how do we need to equip teachers so that they can effectively integrate technology. So with all these programs coming in, what do you think the future of TPD looks like? A, what are you hopeful about? And B, what do you think would be a potential challenge that we should anticipate?
The biggest challenge would be to make sure we all are also updated with what is required in the teaching front. Provision of resources, making sure that our teachers have the infrastructure, have the digital capacity to move forward, and being cognizant of our challenges and limitations, and look for mobile-friendly, low bandwidth options as well, which can be accessible in whatever locality and location they are based in. So, and as Salma pointed out, the mindset of the teachers would be something that we need to keep working on. And such conferences really do help, because it sets forward the questions that this is the reality now, and we have to move forward with it. Yeah.
The teacher licensing makes me hopeful for the future, because I think it fundamentally stems from a recognition that teaching is a profession. To be regarded no less than other skilled professions like medicine and engineering, architecture, etc., all of which require licenses. But जहाँ पे वो recognition है, वहाँ पे ये भी मतलब है कि अनकरीब we will face a human resource shortage, primarily because the bulk of your workforce is not currently professionally qualified. And public sector, which generally sees more B.Ed graduates, Most of those B.Ed degrees have also been de-recognized by the HEC, which were the old one-year B.Ed. जिसका मतलब है कि अनकरीब आपकी ज़्यादातर वर्कफोर्स जो है उसके पास वो requisite qualification नहीं होगी to be able to attempt a licensing exam. So that is the upcoming challenge. But as I said, it's a good time for mass reskilling also. But that means that a lot of private sector teacher education providers need to step up, and it's a good business opportunity also for them in terms of offering various teacher education programs, etc., which will allow all of this existing workforce to get qualifications to then move up. So yeah, lots of challenges, but I'm hopeful. I think teacher licensing is a huge step in the right direction. Any change is uncomfortable, but I see good things coming out of this net.
And as you pointed out, already Beacon House is a training center for teachers. We train and other take our teachers. So चलिए हम तो CSR कर ही रहे हैं, करते रहेंगे.
Teacher licensing is definitely a step in the right direction. At least we have the policy now. We have a mechanism. We understand the fact that the policymakers have recognized this need and worked hard enough to come up with the whole framework. How it gets rolled out and how it sustains. So that is something that we all have to see. But again, the approach has to be inclusive. Only one organization or one institutional framework is not going to work. So I think inclusiveness is the key here. Plus, bottom-up approaches of implementation. We talked about a digital divide. The digital divide is a reality. There is a huge divide between urban and rural populations. There are gender disparities in terms of, women not having access to mobile devices, for instance, which present inherent challenges as far as accessing quality TPD, offers are concerned. So, but again, technology is an enabler, and we need to find the right balance of how to use it, how to leverage it to tackle our own challenges, and how to devise a futuristic approach where Edtech can be integrated into traditional models of delivery, even for mass schooling, mass education, and for TPD. So yeah.
Thank you so much. I think a lot to be hopeful about. There's a lot of work jo capacity building pe ho raha hai for the teachers, and we can always use technology to leverage that and to scale up those interventions. Thank you so much for the insightful talk. We have around 8 minutes, so I would like to open the floor for questions. We already have one hand raised up, and two would request if we can keep the questions specific and relevant to the topic. Ji sir.
Venture, we serve about 500 schools across Pakistan, and one of the consistent feedbacks we get from school leaders, especially in the case of public schools and low cost and middle cost private schools, के देखें pedagogy और teaching method की तो अलग बात है, मगर हमारे जो teachers हैं उनके subject matter competence भी काफी नहीं है. In government schools, sometimes people move. In case of private schools, a lot of people, especially at the lower end, are brought in without much educational background. Specific areas where there are big problems, one is English language, subject matter expertise I'm talking about. In mathematics, things like statistics, because these have more recently come into the curriculum. Financial literacy, another problem. Then we are now trying to move towards, and I know Amreen Saiba is doing a lot in climate education, no capability, computer science and anything relating to technology, big gap in teachers. So apart from pedagogy, there's a big gap in teacher subject matter competence. Do you see the same experience, and do you think technology can be used to leverage that?
So recently, I don't know अगर आपको देखने का मौका मिला, the PI जो है Pakistan Institute of Education, they published the National Achievement Test results. This round was particularly interesting because alongside measuring learning outcomes for students, they also measured them for teachers. And there was an interesting finding where teachers actually served as glass ceilings for students. So in other words, because I was doing this work recently, math and science grade 8 they found average, national average at about 42%, and teachers were about 77%. Okay? So what you're saying is very real, is very prevalent, it's very much at scale. And as I said earlier, if we do not address this, there is no pedagogical training to be done, because the entire pedagogical content knowledge is intertwined with content knowledge. So if you don't have the former, you don't have the latter. And this is where I think technology really helps in teacher training. So building up content mastery of teachers, there's so much online, Khan Academy and so many more open sources हैं, जो आराम से आप अपने घर में बैठ के अपने phone के जरिए you can constantly be scaling yourself. But फिर बात वहीं आती है of motivation, right? Motivation and accountability. Either you're intrinsically driven or it's extrinsically driven. But yes, it's a absolutely critical need. And as I said, many pathways to get there.
Thank you. You had a question first. I'll come to you.
थैंक यू रियली इंटरेस्टिंग डिस्कशन मेरा सवाल ये है कि जैसे टेक्नोलॉजी ज़्यादा यूनिवर्सल हो रही है फॉर टीचर्स उसी तरह बच्चों के लिए भी access to technology has increased and will continue to increase and their engagement with technology is going to change the way they learn and so attention spans and behaviors and all of that is going to change and so the classrooms are also going to continue to become different. How fast is that stream of what's changing at the student end feeding into PD programs at least in Pakistan?
It is something that we also are still pondering upon, but yes, students are right now more accepting and embracing the change than us adults. Imagine the opportunities they have if we can cater to those by providing them access to other students sitting in some classroom in some other country. And that is what teachers can now do. The global connections, the global learning communities that are being created. So वो बच्चों की learning के ऊपर जो एक अलग एक आपको होता है ना एक perspectives उनके जो बदलते हैं. That is the opportunity. But yes, along with it, there are many vices that we parents and teachers have to be familiar as to how to monitor that interaction with technology, how to enhance their creativity by providing them the right opportunities to use technology, not just to substitute कि अच्छा ये वीडियो देख लिया इसका आंसर दो, but क्या और तरीके हैं जिन्हें टीचर्स यूज कर सकती हैं कि बच्चे actively engaged रहें rather than just substituting the pencil with the keyboard.
So we have one question here and then one there.
मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं होगा, सिर्फ जस्ट थॉट. सिर्फ अफगानिस्तान हमसे पीछे रह गया साउथ एशिया में तालीम में पिछले 5 साल में. थैंक यू. जरा इसके बारे में भी सोच.
Thank you very much, Mahmood. I second his words and extend my own thought. And Ms. Salma, 3 times you used motivation nahi hai teacher ki. So would you please guide us how to motivate teachers? Give us a solution. This is the first thought I want to share from you. And second is, out of the beacon house, what we are talking about, the average school teachers, do we have any specific course for this basic learning skills as director of the school? If we are on the recruitment segment, what the basic skills we must know, and from novice to average and from average to fortune? Thank you.
You're talking about skills of the teachers?
देखिए, I wish I had a silver bullet to offer. Unfortunately, motivation is a very complex part of human behavior. ये मैं आपको ज़रूर बता दूं कि हमने कितना हमारा एक कंट्रोल्ड मॉडल है, राइट? 4 साल हमारे पास ही पढ़ रहे हैं, उसके बाद हम उनकी जॉब प्लेसमेंट भी कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद we struggle with motivation. And I can tell you some of the reasons that we struggle with it. Number one is the act of fundamentally binding someone is in itself a kind of demotivator because you feel like you've lost your free will, right? एक ही aspect है. दूसरा, आप जितनी भी तनख्वाह बढ़ा दें, हमेशा कम होगी, ठीक है? Because of course relatively आपने देखना है ना, दूसरे पेशों को साथ आप compare करके देख रहे हैं. दूसरा, work environments, they matter so much. अगर आपको, for example, साफ बाथरूम नहीं मिल रहा है, that's a daily annoyance that brings down your motivation levels. classroom size as a teacher, right? If you are used to studying in 20 strength की classroom, अब आपने जाके एक 35 बच्चों की classroom पढ़ानी है, and the burn that causes, that's a demotivator. So there are a lot of things that have to be aligned for a person to be motivated. This is something that we ourselves are learning, right? How do we keep them, pumped up about the sort of larger, and जो लार्जर पॉलिटिकल क्लाइमेट है मुल्क का, उसमें ये बात उनको बताना कि आप एक नेशनल सर्विस कर रहे हो, यू गिविंग बैक टू द कम्युनिटी, यू बिल्डिंग द नेशन, ये भी कितना मुश्किल है, बिकॉज कितनी मायूसी है अराउंड यू. So, there are more reasons to be demotivated than there are to be motivated. And it's so much harder for us. And I'm thinking just one school level, I'm sure Shahrazad and Amrina can speak about their respective systems, but we are still figuring this out ourselves, despite all of the advantages and all of the controls we have. Keeping people motivated, teachers motivated about what they do is not easy. We're still figuring it out. Inshallah, ek saal baad mulaqat hogi, I might have more concrete answers to give you.
Sure.
Actually, I'll tell you what, I think teacher licensing is so important in this regard, because it's the first time since recognition that you need a specialized, thing. And Sindh mein jo achhi cheez unhone ye kiya hai, iske jo license yafta teachers hain, they're going to be inducted at a higher grade level. Aapki unlicensed teachers grade 14 mein induct hote hain government service mein, licensed teachers grade 16 mein induct ho rahe hain. So ek financial incentive bhi hai aur ek status bhi hai. Teachers, but long way to go now, because this is just one of the many things. Of course, money matters, right?
It does. It does.
Yeah.
Money matters, and of course, I think socially it's looked down upon
course.
because anyone who can't do anything else, they end up
Absolutely.
teaching.
Absolutely.
For as long as I was in engineering, when my journey changed to head of training at an organization, people around me said, "Teaching, Aisha."
Yeah.
And I was like, "What, man? Mother, enabling 1,500 people is looked down upon." So that's what happens
It's a
to
demise
teacher.
of a society when people start
देखें
thinking
हम
this way, right?
whenever somebody asks me कहते हैं नहीं कुछ नहीं बस टीचिंग करती हूँ. So जब हम अपना mindset बदलेंगे, motivation खुद ब खुद बदल जाएगी. And as a director of a school, as you said, giving your teachers voice and choice and hearing them out and giving them some autonomy also helps. We have experienced that, yeah. जी 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 आपका सवाल था.
मैं जस्ट एक कमेंट है कि एक तो हमेशा ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रहा करें. ये डीमोटिवेटेड सवाल ही मोटिवेशन को कम करते हैं. दूसरी बात, स्ट्रगल इज पार्ट ऑफ सक्सेस. तो स्ट्रगल करेंगे ही तो सक्सेस आएगी. तीसरी बात ये है कि इनोवेशन हेल्प्स यू. ये सारी टेक्नोलॉजी की जो ये कह रहे हैं कि हम किस हाल में बैठे हैं अफगानिस्तान में भी, आई बेग टू डिसएग्री. बात ये है थिंग्स आर इम्प्रूविंग. वी हैव टू बी ऑप्टिमिस्ट. हमारा यहाँ बैठना पूरा दिन, इट्स पार्ट ऑफ आवर प्रोग्रेस. We are talking about it. We are talking about different opportunities, different avenues of collaboration, use of technology, generative AI. आज से एक साल पहले किसी को AI का national narrative में discussion में भी नहीं था. So hardware पे बात हो रही है, Edtech पे बात हो रही है, public private partnership पे बात हो रही है, teacher licensing पे बात हो रही है, school meals program पे बात हो रही है, education foundations की expansion पे बात हो रही है, out of school children पे बात हो रही है. तो इसका मतलब है we are moving forward. Pace is not good, but at least something good is coming out. So हमेशा positive रहा करें. Thank you.
बिल्कुल. I think problem solving mindset जो है वो बहुत जरूरी है. Thank you for saying that. We'll just take last question and then we'll wrap.
Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. But thank you
this
so
is
much.
an incredible discussion. Thank you so much, Maria, for moderating, and a special thanks to our esteemed panelists. I would like to invite Dr. Salman to present a token of appreciation.
We will now move on to our panel discussion on Beyond the Classroom, the Future of Continuing Education. This session will be moderated by Dr. Salman Shahid, who is the founding director of Lums X, former founding director of Lums Learning Institute, and an associate professor of computer science at Lums. With that, I hand it over to you, Dr. Salman.
Thank you very much. May I invite the panelists, Saima, Yasser, third, कहाँ बैठे हुए हैं? Yes, Naveed, please, and Ali also. काउंटर चल गया सर, वो देखें आपके सामने। अभी हमने बात शुरू की नहीं है। नहीं, हमारे 50 मिनट्स थे, बट हम इंशाल्लाह 50 मिनट पूरे लेंगे। Welcome everyone again. Thank you very much for staying with us. We have been having a very, very good day. This is our, I think, second last panel. We have one more panel to go, then we have a closing keynote speaker. But आज का जो panel है, हमने इसको plan ऐसे किया है, the whole conference was designed in such a way that we had different issues to talk about and tackle. आपको मैंने सुबह की presentation में बताया कि Lums X के लिए भी 3 areas are very, very important. The first area which is very important is that there's a journal learning crisis in Pakistan. You know, and we've been talking about it again and again. जो भी सलमान भी बहुत ज़बरदस्त बात की, इससे पहले सुबह वारिस साहब ने बात की, रिचीमा ने बात की, वो यही कि learning crisis पाकिस्तान के अंदर है. That was the first area to sort of where intervention is required. Second is हमने जो बात की वो ये की कि Lums के internally, you know, we're living in an age of disruption. However you define it, उस केस के अंदर भी हमें इंटरनली काम करना, जहाँ पे Lums X या डिजिटल लर्निंग कैन प्ले अ रोल. एंड तीसरी चीज़ हमारे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थी, वो लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग की थी. इसके बारे में याद की है कि इन द चेंजिंग वर्ल्ड हाउ कैन वी एड्रेस द नीड्स एंड मेक श्योर दैट वी मेक आवर पॉपुलेशन रेडी, आवर स्टूडेंट्स रेडी, आवर यूथ रेडी, सो दैट दे आर कनेक्टेड विद द इंडस्ट्री. सो उस सिलसिले में हमारा जो थर्ड टॉपिक है, उसके ऊपर हमारा ये पैनल पूरे का पूरा स्ट्रक्चर हुआ हुआ है. विद मी वी हैव Dr. Naveed Iftikhar is the founder of AtomChem, a very known person, mobility, transportation, and data science, and many other interesting stuff he does. And he also has a lot to say about content education in the context of Pakistan. Yasser Bashir, who's a founder and co-founder and CEO. Another co-founder is also sitting in the audience. And you know that LUMSx and Lums X work together. We are very strong partners. So we're actually one brand working together to make this project a whole success. So Yasser is the CEO of that and very, very supportive of this whole idea. Then we have Ali Sadiq. He's the CEO of Amal Academy. And we'll talk more about it, what amazing work Amal Academy is doing. And then, of course, our own ex-on Saima Rana, who led the Lums Center for Entrepreneurship, but now she's doing some other interesting stuff, and she'll also talk about it. So सबसे पहले आप लोगों से जो मेरा बहुत simple एक basic सवाल है वो ये कि जब भी हम लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग की बात करते हैं, वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट कॉन्वर्सेशन वो जब सुनते हैं वो इसकी नोट की है कि एक्चुअल एजुकेशन खत्म हो गई, डिग्री बंद हो गई, यूनिवर्सिटीज का रूल खत्म हो गया, अब कुछ बचा नहीं. अब जो भी बचा है वो ये बचा है कि आप साल का डिप्लोमा कर लें, 6 महीने का डिप्लोमा कर लें, क्विक विन लें, स्किल्स लें, मार्केट में जाएं, नौकरी मिल जाएगी, मैजिकली आपकी दुनिया बदल जाएगी. और वो जो हम लम्स में 4-4 साल आप पे टाइम स्पेंड करते हैं, कहीं और स्पेंड करते हैं, उसकी वो ज़रूरत नहीं रहेगी जितनी पुराने ज़माने में थी. अब नया ज़माना आ गया. सो आई थिंक लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग की एक बड़ी अजब एसोसिएशन इस चीज़ के साथ भी. सो आई वांट टू स्टार्ट वेरी वेरी क्विकली कि डू यू थिंक कि मॉडल इसके बारे में सोचना गुनाह कबीरा है, गुनाह सगीरा है, या सवाब का काम है? सो हाउ वुड यू गो अबाउट इट? नवीद, आपसे स्टार्ट करते हैं.
जी, थैंक यू जी. I don't think there is time has reached कि university education बिल्कुल ख़त्म होने जा रही है, but yes, there are questions on the university education and those questions are being raised rightly so. And particularly जो आपने कहा है कि it also depends what kind of skill set you want to acquire, what kind of profession you want to pursue. तो क्या उसके लिए जो है वो आपको सबको यूनिवर्सिटी डिग्री चाहिए होगी या नहीं, दैट इज़ द क्वेश्चन आई थिंक. बट दिस इज़ नॉट द क्वेश्चन कि यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ख़त्म होने जा रही हैं. द मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग, जैसे आपने अभी इस पैनल का भी नाम रखा है बियॉन्ड क्लासरूम, आई थिंक दैट इज़ द राइट क्वेश्चन कि चाहे वो यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर है, यूनिवर्सिटी के बाहर है, किस किस्म की स्किल्स की बात कर रहे हैं, and how we are preparing our youth for the future. So that is more important. और यूनिवर्सिटी एजुकेशन does provide a foundation. इशू सिर्फ ये है कि यूनिवर्सिटी एजुकेशन में अभी जब मैं देखता हूँ तो नज़र ये आता है कि लोग अक्सर समझते हैं कि बस यूनिवर्सिटी डिग्री ले ली है एंड दैट्स इनफ फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ लाइफ. So that was working like 20-30 years ago, but it's no more working actually. So the right thing is that the continuing education, or I would just stop here and I would say that it really depends that what are your goals in career, what do you want to do, and we do need to have alternatives to university education. Even US का system लें आप community colleges का system ले लें. Even in Pakistan, we tried to have an associate degree program, but I think it's still not working. आप जर्मनी में जाते हैं, आपको वहाँ internships का ये जो apprenticeship का मॉडल मिलता है. So I think पाकिस्तान में जो skills और higher education है, वो solely universities के साथ link कर दी गई है, and we are missing that middle tier between high school and the university. So I would say university is still needed, but we need alternatives. And we need another layer actually.
Thank you. Yasser, please.
Gee, I think I will agree with that. बल्कि there's this model that I quote quite often. एक स्टैनफोर्ड का प्रोफेसर है, शायद स्टीवन बार्ली उसका नाम है. तो वो यही कहता है कि नॉलेज इकोनॉमी के लिए ना, you talked about some layers. He talks about a different set of layers. तो वो ये कहता है कि for a knowledge economy, the foundational layer is of people who have vocational skills, जो बिल्कुल बेस पे है, और वो सबसे बड़ी लेयर है. उसके ऊपर ऐसे लोग हैं जो जिनको इंजीनियरिंग आती है, उससे ऊपर ऐसे लोग हैं जो रिसर्चर्स हैं, और वो पिरामिड है, राइट? सो यू डोंट नीड एज मेनी रिसर्चर्स एज यू नीड इंजीनियर्स, एंड यू डोंट नीड एज मेनी इंजीनियर्स as you need those vocational skills people. The university ka kaam, in my opinion, is to prepare people for those two top layers. But the vocational skills, unfortunately, in Pakistan, the universities are also trying to impart vocational skills when it's not the university's job. आप PhD जाके ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम से नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन आप पाइथन प्रोग्रामिंग सीख सकते हैं. तो अगर यूनिवर्सिटी PhDs तैयार करिए तो बहुत अच्छा करिए, वो करती रहे, और अगर पाइथन आप ऑनलाइन किसी कोर्स से सीख सकते हैं तो सीख लें, राइट? सो दिस let's say delineation is not very clear, and I'm literally a broken record talking about why the university should focus a lot more on foundational skills which cannot be learned in a kind of a lifelong setting, and then for all of those other skills there should be other avenues, vocational training programs, online programs, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. Ji Ali.
I would agree with both of what you guys have said. But to add on, I think to contextualize to Pakistan, यहाँ पे ये सवाल नहीं है कि यूनिवर्सिटीज़ होनी चाहिए नहीं होनी चाहिए, मल्टीपल लेवल्स पे स्किल्स के मुताबिक जो ज़रूरियात है वो पूरी होनी चाहिए. क्या यूनिवर्सिटीज़ वो काम कर रही हैं जो कि उनको करना चाहिए? I would suggest that a vast majority of students in university are not getting the skills, the mindset, the attitude, the ability to ask questions as being part and parcel of who they are. Universities are not playing that role. And so in my mind, the question that I'd like to answer is a little bit different. It's a little bit broader. Universities की बिल्कुल ज़रूरत है, और भी levels पे मुख्तलिफ interventions की ज़रूरत है, लेकिन universities के साथ, and this is the work that we do at Amal, it's kind of a patch on top of a broken system. Because if you ask Yasser or anybody else in industry who hires people in, there's a massive gap between what the industry is looking for and the kind of attitude that students coming out of universities are exhibiting. And so that's I think when we talk about continuing education, it's not just continuing education and beyond the classroom. It also needs to be, what are the attitudes and mindsets that we need to instill, not just in our youth, but in our community, to make sure we are more responsible citizens. We are asking the right questions. We are discerning. We are showing social responsibility, and we are also figuring out how to navigate our own paths in a morally responsible manner. That's what I'd like to add.
Thank you very much. Ji, Saima, please.
Suleiman, I'm going to take a little bit of tangent here. I thought I'll share what I did when I felt stale as an educator. And when I joined Lums, it was already, I was 20 years into education. We just talked about what motivates people to change.
And when I joined LUMS in the teaching position around 4 years ago, बहुत कुछ तालीम में बदल चुका हुआ था. I realized I was doing okay in the classroom, but curriculum had changed, methodologies had changed, and also how this technology part of LLMs and all these things had changed. So I think I put myself into a very difficult position with LLI, and you were working with them at that time. And I think what helped me was having within the institute, and I'm very thankful to LUMS for that, कि हमारे LUMS के अंदर ही ऐसे institutes थे जो मुझे अपनी continued learning के अंदर and then take it to the classroom available थे, flexible timings थे, many times at the year available थे, and I think they really helped me do my own personal continued learning. And I thought other institute can maybe copy that model. And they also attached some certification to it, which you know, the 40-hour certification. So एक उसके साथ एक incentive भी attached था कि अगर ये कर लोगे तो you'll get better opportunities, you'll be recognized. So I think continued education हर stage पे आ रही है, सिर्फ university वाली पे नहीं आ रही, हमारे लिए भी आ रही है, who've studied, who worked for a bit and want to learn again.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's a very interesting way to talk about accounting education. मैंने पहले कहा सोचा कि लम्स को पहले सेव कर लें कि हमारी जरूरत है. अब वो सेव हो गया, अब अगला काम करते हैं, you know. So, you know, you all have been engaged in different form of, you know, lifelong learning, your organization doing it. Very, very briefly, can you talk about how do you define lifelong learning in the context of your organization and what are you trying to do, very briefly?
So हमारा जब हमने एटम कैंप बनाया ही तो I think the first thing that we wrote about atom camp, it was continuous education. That's what we wanted to promote. जो हमने जो philosophy हमारी हम follow करते हैं for continuous learning, it's personal development. That should be your goal, what you are gaining out of it. It's not just about skill set. It's also about emotional intelligence. It's also about your professional conduct. And the way we are doing it, हमारा जो strong focus है वो community building पे है. And the strength or uniqueness that we've cultivated over time is that what we say often कि atom camp में जब आप कोई boot camp कर लेते हैं, we do data science AI boot camps, and we tell people that our relationship with you starts when you graduate from atom camp. So वो जो community building है, where you know that community is a lifelong journey, जिसमें हमारे alumni भी आते हैं, they also share opportunities, they guide them, people ask questions, they ask problems. So lifelong learning के लिए classroom जैसे आपका खुद, I really like that thing beyond classroom जो है ना, तो what we've tried to inculcate is the learning beyond classroom through community and informal interactions. So this is where we are standing right now.
So yes sir, आप Lums X के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं हल्की सी अगर आप चाहें तो.
जी जी ज़रूर. I think हमारी फील्ड ऐसी है सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी जहाँ पे तो इट्स ऑलमोस्ट अनथिंकेबल कि आप लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग नहीं कर रहे हैं, बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी का लैंडस्केप इतनी तेज़ी से शिफ्ट होता है कि यू आर very quickly made redundant if you're not constantly learning. And not just individuals, but organizations have to kind of put structures around it. So just to give you a couple of examples of the kinds of structures that we put around it, is we have a competency ladder, for example, जिसमें we want people to upskill themselves, और उस competency ladder में clearly लिखा हुआ है कि अगर आपने इस level से इस level पे जाना है तो ये additional skills आपको acquire करनी होंगी. और वो competency ladder बड़ी fluid सी है, वो हर वक्त change होती रहती है. And then we put our money where our mouth is. When people complete those gaps, the organization actually pays for those trainings. और even when hiring, अब हमने शुरू कर दिया, जिस तरह एटम कैंप है, इस तरह एक ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म है फ्री कोड कैंप. तो अब से कुछ साल पहले मैंने एक पोस्ट भी किया था उसके और काफ़ी रिस्पॉन्स आया था जिसमें हमने ये कहा था, it's a free platform, right? So you can do like a certificate program on free code camp. So we said if you have, on top of your typical education, completed a certificate from free code camp, then we will fast track you in our hiring process. So both when hiring people as well as when promoting people, we are encouraging this idea that you need to be a lifelong learner to succeed in this industry specifically. बाकी industries में शायद कम चीज़ें change होती होंगी, लेकिन इस industry में इतनी तेज़ी से change होती हैं कि if you're not doing that, then very quickly you're going to be left behind.
अली आप तो काम ही यही करते हैं.
I'm trying to figure out like what exactly to say. Essentially, I mean, Amal Academy का जो one of the core things that we do is we try to help instill a sense of healthy curiosity in our fellows, in our students. And one of the core things is to instill in them a desire for lifelong learning and constant upskilling. Hamari jo team hai, for example, when we run our fellowship program, so we have students from a lot of different disciplines, different universities, men and women sitting together, and peer-to-peer learning is a very core component of the learning pedagogy that we have. Our team is not equipped to give specific advice to, let's say, a civil engineer on how they need to progress in their career or who they need to go and meet. And so what we do is we essentially ask them questions. Who can be a mentor? Who can you go to ask questions for this? Who is renowned in your field? What kind of industry, what kind of company would you like to go to? And then we ask them to go and follow up on those things and then follow up with them to make sure they're doing that. And so, I mean, this is just one example of, I mean, our whole program is very experiential, and the whole idea is put people out in the field, help them explore, help them discover, let them fail, and let them learn from that failure and develop resilience and develop an understanding. That's why we have a 3-month program. They need to develop an understanding that in order to move forward in life, they need to constantly be exploring, be willing to welcome failure as part of the learning experience, and constantly be thinking about if they want to get somewhere, what is the next step for them to do that?
Ali, I'll get back to this on this because I think that's a very important point. Saima, आप खास तौर पे जो आपने काम किए LCE के साथ भी और जो पहले इसका नाम कोई और था जो मैं लेना नहीं चाहता, तो वो आपका क्या उसमें एक्सपीरियंस रहा है?
So I think हमारा advantage ये था कि हम बहुत focused entrepreneurship की space के अंदर थे at the Lums Center for Entrepreneurship. We started off providing services to people who were in a business, जो पहले बिजनेस करना चाहते थे. दोनों एज ग्रुप्स को हमने शुरू वहां से किया. हमने कहा कोई जो होगा भी उसको भी हेल्प करेंगे और बताएंगे उसको स्केल कैसे करना है. अगर किसी के पास आइडिया है, क्योंकि हम यूनिवर्सिटी में बैठे थे, बच्चों के पास होगा, उनको हेल्प करेंगे. But very, very quickly, Suleiman, we realized that the age group was very vast. And we had to include, we have people from Beacon House sitting here. They send a lot of their students to our center to learn, and they're doing entrepreneurship already. They never fail to surprise me. So I think what good things come out of Entrepreneurship Center is you don't have to be part of formal education at all. You can still be part of the Entrepreneurship Center, and that's what we did at the Lums Center for Entrepreneurship too, that we opened it up to people outside Lums. And so people who had not studied, people who had studied, were taking a break, were taking a professional break. Women who were returning to and wanting to do something, I think we started giving free of cost training to them. And also, Suleiman, the technical training, which you are part of at the Makers Lab and the Usability Lab, I think that technical training also really helped at NIC.
मेरा जो अगला टॉपिक है, I think वो this is something I've been also looking at. हमने भी 4 से 5 पैनल्स किए हैं. अब जब भी किसी से बात करते हैं कि what is broken, वो कहता है लोग पीछे ठीक नहीं मिल रहे हैं. You know, you talk about, आप एम्प्लॉयर से बात करते हैं, आप कहते हैं यार लम्स ने ना जो बच्चे भेजे हैं, किसी ने भी भेजे हैं, वो ठीक नहीं भेजे. हम लम्स वाले कहते हैं यार जो OA लेवल से आए हैं ना, यहाँ से काम खराब था. वो कहते हैं यार जो मिडिल स्कूल है ना, उसको तबाह हुआ. मिडिल वाले कहते हैं प्राइमरी में काम ठीक नहीं चला. तो बात एक्चुअली माँ बाप तक ही आ जाती है नॉर्मली चलते चलते चलते. So I was just thinking कि in this whole value chain, this whole journey, now you as sitting on a very important hotspot जहाँ पता आपको ये है कि because essentially economics matter. You know, it has to be convertible. The degree has to have some value also, purely because you know many people students study कि नौकरी मिल जाएगी, job मिल जाएगी. अगर आप पूरी value chain को देखें, you know, starting from the employer all the way back to the parents, so उसके अंदर where do you think things needs to improve so that जो end result है वो बेहतर हो सके? And it's a very mouthful question, but you might have been thinking about it कि यार ये value chain के अंदर मेरे ख्याल में अगर यहाँ पे चीज बेहतर हो जाती तो journey बेहतर हो जाता. तो you know where the journey breaks actually. So आपका क्या ख्याल है उसके ऊपर?
So मैं 3 बातें इस पे करना चाहूँगा. एक तो अक्सर हम because we focus more on the workforce development. So at Atom Camp, what we try to do is to bridge the skill gap. And I often say that we can bridge the gap that you had in your university education. But for us, it is very difficult to bridge the gap that you had at school level. So doesn't mean कि वो bridge नहीं हो सकता. We are not specialized in that thing. So that is the challenge we often face. Second जो है, I taught at Lums for 3 years और before starting Atom Camp. और जिस दिन आप रिजल्ट्स अनाउंस करके भेजते थे ना, तो उस दिन 30 ईमेल्स आती थी मेरे ईमेल पे कि मेरा ग्रेड ये क्यों नहीं है, मेरा ये था, मेरा वो होना चाहिए था. So you know that universities, and I'm not saying they are doing it wrong, because they have to get grad admissions, और उसके लिए वो GPA देखेंगे, और उसके लिए वो जॉब पे जाएंगे, शॉर्ट लिस्टिंग होएगी, वो GPA देखेंगे. So the broken system in the university education right now is this, you know, this race for GPAs. और उस रेस फॉर जीपीएस की वजह से फोकस लर्निंग के ऊपर, क्यूरियोसिटी के ऊपर वो रह नहीं जाता. तो दिस इज समथिंग दैट वी रियली फील चैलेंज्ड. और स्कूल लेवल पे तो देयर आर डिफिशिएंसीज दैट वी टॉक्ड अबाउट. मैं जस्ट आई गिव यू वन एग्जांपल. रिसेंटली हम ज़्यादातर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बूट कैंप वर्कफोर्स लेवल पे कराते हैं. रिसेंटली वी स्टार्टेड एट O levels and A levels. एंड पर्सनली मैं आपको बताऊं, उस लेवल के बच्चों ने परफॉर्म्ड मच बेटर देन कंप्यूटर साइंस ग्रेजुएट्स. सो दिस इज आल्सो आवर एक्सपीरियंस. सो अगर आप स्कूल और यूनिवर्सिटीज में देखें कि विच वन इज मोर ब्रोकन, सो इट बिकम्स डिफिकल्ट टू कम अप विद एन आंसर.
जी, आई थिंक जो प्रीवियस डिस्कशन में सारी बातें हुई हैं, वी सी द सेम गैप्स. क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, अली जिस तरह बात कर रहे थे, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग, डीपली एनालाइजिंग अ प्रॉब्लम, ये सारी चीज़ें वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग नहीं है. और पीपल थिंक दैट वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग इज अ replacement for this. So this is what the schools and the universities, the formal institutions need to do, कि वो इन चीज़ों पे ज़्यादा फोकस करें. नॉन ट्रिवियल प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग कैसे होनी है, कम्युनिकेट किस तरह करना है, एक ग्रुप सेटिंग में किस तरह काम करना है. And the issue is that if you learn to, calculate really fast using the calculator, लेकिन आपको foundational subtraction, addition, multiplication नहीं आती, तो you might get a job because you can do the calculation, लेकिन फिर वो बहुत एक fundamental gap रह गया आपकी understanding में. इसीलिए I have been a strong proponent कि there should be a clear distinction between, what is it. I mean, my daughter goes to university and I told her कि constantly ask yourself at the university, what is it that the university is imparting to me that I could not have learned from a YouTube lecture or, just listening to a podcast? तो उसका जवाब इतना मुश्किल नहीं है. आपको हाई क्वालिटी डिस्कोर्स नहीं मिलेगा यूट्यूब के ऊपर, जो एक ग्रुप सेटिंग में आप बैठ के प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग कर रहे हैं, वो नहीं मिलेगी. बहुत अच्छी क्वालिटी के प्रोफेसर्स जो आपके डीप क्वेश्चंस को आंसर करें नहीं मिलेंगे, राइट? सो I think that the academic institutions, starting right from the beginning, जो आप बात कर रहे थे schooling से, should just really focus on the foundational skills, not कि आपने LLM को किस तरह यूज़ करना है, या आपने एक जिस तरह आजकल बच्चों को कि फोटोशॉप से आपने कैसे कुछ बनाना है, राइट? लाइक, आई मीन, यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू बिलीव दिस, आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू नेम द स्कूल, बट दे एक्चुअली टॉट द किड्स के आपने फोटोशॉप को क्रैक किस तरह करना है ताकि फिर आपको उसका लाइसेंस ना खरीदना पड़े. प्लीज ये ना करें. Like, just maybe teach them design skills, aesthetic skills. That's important, right? Like, just tooling से हट जाएं और foundation की तरफ आ जाएं.
And Ali, while answering this question, can you also connect कि आप क्या gap देखते हैं? Because you actually specifically focus on a very interesting audience जो खास gap के साथ आपके पास आती है.
Yeah. जो आपका original सवाल है, उसमें I would venture to say कि problem हर जगह पे, हर level पे exist करती है. So I would say कि parenting में भी exist करती है around the world, लेकिन पाकिस्तान में specifically, I mean, हमारी आदत ही है एज अ कल्चर के, यार ये बच्चा है ना, चलो इसको तंग करके देखते हैं, इसका जरा कॉन्फिडेंस मारते हैं, सवाल पूछे इसको उल्टा जवाब देते हैं. एंड आई थिंक दैट काइंड ऑफ we see that in our education space as well. I mean, growing up, the school that I went to was a pretty good school, लेकिन वहाँ भी टीचर ने एक का दो बच्चे चुने होते थे जो कि फेवरेट्स होते थे, और एक का दो चुने होते थे जिनको वो क्लाउन बना के तो तंग करते होते थे, और बाकी सब उनके एक्सपेंस पे. I mean, that was the humor. So I mean, I think parenting, teaching, mindset, thinking about, I mean, it's across the board. And so I just to give a little bit of background, मेरा अपना background engineering का. I also studied in a public sector university, UET Lahore का मैं graduate हूँ. And much later on, when I'd already done a master's in engineering, I somehow had realization कि मैंने social impact में या education में काम करना है. लंबा चौड़ा एक process था for me to come back here. And when I moved back to Pakistan, So I stayed in the US for about a decade or so. When I moved back to Pakistan, I was struggling with the same question. Like, there's so many problems. And लेकिन problems बहुत सारी हैं across education. आज सुबह से हम सुन रहे हैं. Solutions जो है ना, वो clear और articulate, that are clearly impactful and measurable और नजर आता है उनके results. वो experiments बहुत हैं, solutions clear बहुत कम है. जिस space पे अमल academy काम करता है, right? If I would ideally like to fix the things at the root, at the core, with government and all of that. Again, Amal Academy जिस level पे काम करता है वो ये है कि there are students that are graduating from university that may have good technical skills, but they don't have what it takes to navigate through life. They do, and they also have a degree of urgency to start earning, because when you look at underserved students who typically find themselves in public sector universities, उनको इस किस्म की leadership development नहीं मिली हुई पहले, right? And they need that leg up in order to start earning so they can support their families. I mean, ये ऐसे लोग होते हैं जिसे हम सबको पता है हमारे इर्द गिर्द. Amal fellows में there's a diversity, and that diversity also adds a lot to the learning. But there are people, father passed away a long time ago, mother जो है वो सिलाई कढ़ाई करके तो थोड़ा बहुत कर रहे हैं, स्कूल यूनिवर्सिटी पहुंचे हैं, scholarship लेके पीफ की या otherwise. And so there are people like that who definitely need it. And so here there's definitely a problem and there's a solution. जो नवीद ने अभी कहा कि हम at Atom Camp से हमारी philosophy बहुत मिलती है. They're, I think, a little bit more focused on the technical side, लेकिन नवीद से बड़ी अच्छी detailed एक discussion हुई थी a few weeks ago. They're also very, very focused on the mindset side of things. की चीज ये है कि क्या हम स्कूल में जो डेफिसिट पैदा हुआ है वो पूरा कर सकते हैं? Maybe not 100%, but at the university level, what we find is if we take in students and give them a nurturing environment, let them find mentors in people who actually really show that they care about them, and give them a safe space where they can share what they're feeling and not get judged. तो उससे वो जो डेफिसिट है ना जो स्कूल का है वो कुछ ना कुछ पूरा हो जाता है, उनकी कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्ड हो जाती है. वो जहाँ एक इंटरव्यू में जाके इंग्लिश बोलने को या जवाब देने को या सवाल पूछने को इंटरव्यूअर से पहले वो राजी नहीं होते, वो करने पे आ जाते हैं. So that's the space that we work in, and it's a small part of the very complex puzzle that needs to be solved. And the thing that we're trying to figure out is how to get to scale. That's the key thing.
Yeah, I'll get back to scaling, Abhi. Yeah.
I think again, Suleiman, I'll talk from the entrepreneurship perspective and talk about the key roles that people play in the value chain that you were talking about. So मुझे लगता है कि at the Center for Entrepreneurship, one thing that really bothered us, how people took something that came free to them. So the training, that entrepreneurship training that came free to them, even though it was offered by the best and was state sponsored, I think they started taking it very lightly. And I think nothing pained me more working for that center than people not turning up for sessions like yourself and other faculty members. So I think the individual has to change. If they own up or write up for something, then they have to kind of continue with it. I think two other stakeholders can make a difference. Continued education, may again going to the age group that I'm talking about. I just took a master's course, summer classes, and people are doing the weekend masters. Most of them are employed with 7 to 10 years of work experience. The support that an employer can give you if you want to study again, I think, or you want to do something more. Even if though they were doing a weekend course, I think there was still a lot of friction from their employers. And the same friction comes to our entrepreneurs also, कि वो अगर job भी कर रहे हैं because they have to make their houses run too, and वो पढ़ने भी आ रहे हैं. So I think there's a little bit of facilitation with trust can help there. And I think also spouses and families. If somebody wants to take a break at some period in time, whether it's men or women, I think women do get more advantage, but men don't. And I saw many of entrepreneurs who wanted to become entrepreneurs struggle when they said, okay, I've saved some money, but I'm going to take some time out to develop my entrepreneurial skills. I think there was a level of insecurity and panic in the family. I think these can really help.
Thank you very much. So I'll take one more question, but then I'm going to open up for the audience also very soon. मैं भी सलमा से बात कर रहा था एंड भी आपसे बात कर रहा था कि रात को मैं वाज ड्राइविंग विद माय मदर और वो मुझे पंजाबी में दोबारा बार बार यही बात कहती हैं कि मुल्क दा कुछ नहीं बनना, नौकरी कोई नहीं। और मैं उनको ये कह रहा था कि अम्मी सानू बंदे नहीं लभदे। मतलब आप कह रही हैं नौकरी कोई नहीं, हम 5-5 10-10 नौकरियां लम्स एक्स के अंदर, लम्स के अंदर जदून साहब बैठे हैं, ये 100 इंटरव्यू करते होंगे, एक हायर करते होंगे। मतलब आप कर करके आपका हशर हो जाता है। सो आई दिस दिस ह्यूज डिस्कनेक्ट एंड देन many of us are trying to talk about कि यार वो डिस्कनेक्ट कैसे फिल किया जाए। मतलब वी आर डूइंग आवर बेस्ट। आप लोग अच्छे लोग लेना चाहते हैं, हम लोग आपको अच्छे लोग देना चाहते हैं। वैल्यू चेन डिफरेंट जगहों पे ब्रेक करती है। And I think what can be done, that's where we'll conclude from you all, KR. What are some of the key points you think we as a society can sort of reflect on, work on, कुछ pointers, and then we can take it forward. कि यार ये जो gap है कि लोगों को नौकरी नहीं मिल रही है और हम नौकरी देने वाले आप मुझे पता है यासर आपके केस में भी लाइक आपका बहुत वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टेस्ट है इन पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो आप रन करते हैं, आपका पास डेटा है और बहुत से लोग भी हैं। मतलब देयर आर जॉब्स इन द मार्केट वी जस्ट डोंट फाइंड राइट पीपल. And then more people leaving Pakistan with the right skill set, gap is going to expand. So we need to reinvest in those people who might not have the right skill, जिस पे best ROI हमें आएगा. तो हमारी effort double हो जाएगी उस population के ऊपर जिसमें से return बहुत कम आ रहा है. So I think it's going to be a much bigger problem in the future. So how do you think that some of the key things we can work on and this audience can sort of reflect on, and then we open it up for the audience also. अगर नवीद आप कोई भी start कर सकते हैं या सर आप कर दें.
हाँ सुलेमान, आपको पता है मेरा तो इसके बारे में बहुत clear point of view, and I've always maintained that point of view, which is that if you give me a great English literature major who's really gone beneath the surface and studied English literature, I'd hire them in a jiffy. Give me a great philosophy major. मसला ये है कि यूनिवर्सिटी जो है ना वो उस सरफेस लेवल से नीचे जा नहीं रही, और इसलिए नहीं जा रही मेरे ख्याल से because not everybody needs to go get a university education. When you send everybody to the university, then it's very difficult to impart the same high quality education to everyone. Some of those people that are actually going to a university, and I'm not talking about LUMS, I'm talking about other universities, actually need to go to vocational programs so that when I'm hiring somebody for their skills, I'm getting somebody who has skills. And when I'm hiring somebody who I want to be someday a deep thinker, then I'm getting a deep thinker. So, मेरा ये कि unfortunately, the university is trying to teach skills. The school is also trying to teach employable skills. When, as an employer, what I really want are people who can, have a serious discourse about something, who can basically go beyond, what's obvious and go beneath the surface. So, मेरा pet peeve यही है कि यार university should be doing its job really, really well. और मैं आज भी कहता हूँ आप अपने बेस्ट इंग्लिश मेजर्स, बेस्ट फिलोसफी मेजर्स, बेस्ट फाइनेंस मेजर्स भेज दें, मैं सबको हायर कर लूँगा. लेकिन आके जब हमसे यूनिवर्सिटी पूछती है ना कि एज एन एम्प्लॉयर व्हाट इज इट दैट यू रियली वांट, आई हैव कंसिस्टेंटली सेड आई वांट यू टू डू योर जॉब रियली रियली वेल एंड नॉट आस्क मी. आई विल टीच the skills that are needed, or there are plenty of other places to learn those skills. लेकिन मैं लोगों को ये नहीं सिखा सकता कि उन्होंने सोचना किस तरह है, डिस्कोर्स किस तरह करना है, नॉन ट्रिवियल प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग किस तरह करनी है, कम्युनिकेट किस तरह करना है हाई स्टैंडर्ड पे जिस गैप को ये फिल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. वो अगर लोगों का ये ख्याल है ना कि एक 3 महीने का बूट कैंप या 6 महीने का बूट कैंप आपको वो डेप्थ ऑफ थिंकिंग सिखा सकता है जो एक 4-year यूनिवर्सिटी डिग्री सिखाएगी, आई थिंक दैट्स not going to happen. So the university needs to do its job, and vocational training institutes like Atom Camp, like Amal need to do their job really well and not try to interfere with what the other is doing, right? Like the university starts becoming a place जहाँ पे आप Java programming सीख रहे हैं या iPhone programming सीख रहे हैं, and the Amal Institute is teaching them data structures and discrete maths. That's not going to work.
मुझे याद आ गया, मेरे हमारे एक बड़े अच्छे टीचर हुआ करते थे अंडरग्रेड में, तो उधर सिंध के थे. तो एक दफ़ा हमने उनसे को बात की तो उन्होंने बड़ा ज़बरदस्त जुमला, अभी तक मेरे से स्टक है. उसने कहा साईं हम आपको टूल सिखाने इस्तेमाल करने वाला नहीं बनाना चाहते, टूल बनाने वाला बनाना चाहते. तो इस्तेमाल करने का काम इधर इसलिए नहीं आया हमारे पास. Literally,
and only distinct. That's absolutely spot on. The thing is, we need a lot of people who know how to use the tools as well.
Absolutely.
But don't mix the two.
Don't mix them. No, that's a very Naveed and Ali quickly.
So I agree what Yasser has mentioned. Just two things. One, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि skills का mismatch है, I would call it, due to my economics education, so that's a market failure. So that's an easier answer. So market failure in a way कि हमारी skills की market ही नहीं बन पाई पाकिस्तान में. There is no a market for degrees, but there is no market for skills. उस market for skills के लिए जो employers हैं उनको भी degrees से हटना पड़ेगा ना, और उसके लिए जो है वो लोगों को भी skills को prefer करना पड़ेगा. तो there is no thick market right now. So the kind of work हम करते हैं, लोगों को inspire करते हैं, we actually inspire, motivate. वो जो पैनलिस्ट पहले कह रही थी लोग मोटिवेट नहीं होते, तो what we do actually, the very first thing we do is to motivate them to learn. और वो लर्निंग किस तरह से आती है कि I can give you dozens of examples कि हमारे पास ऐसी women आई जिन्होंने शादी के बाद बच्चों के बाद ब्रेक ली और 2-3 सालों के बाद they totally lost confidence. अच्छा, जस्ट उनको ये उन्होंने कहा कि हम तो कभी लेबर फोर्स में एंटर ही नहीं हो सकते. तो only what we did actually, we inculcated some confidence, we taught them how to develop a roadmap, and they re-entered into labor force market. So skill set के लिए जो अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, लम्स है, 4-5 और आप, मैं I usually call 5, चलें 10 ले लें आप. अच्छा, तो वो 10 यूनिवर्सिटीज के अलावा जो बाकी यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, they all need a top up actually. तो वो टॉप अप चाहे वो अमल एकेडमी से आए, चाहे यूनिवर्सिटी खुद करे, चाहे वो आरबी सॉफ्ट एक कोहोर्ट को हायर करे और खुद उनको करे. तो आई थिंक दिस इज वेयर एवरीवन नीड्स टू प्ले अ रोल. जो गवर्नमेंट स्पॉन्सर्ड ट्रेनिंग्स है ना, उनके अंदर बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. जो सारी गवर्नमेंट स्पॉन्सर्ड है ना, जो वानी साहब भी लोगों को ट्रेनिंग्स देते हैं, वो उनसे पैसे नहीं लेते हैं. तो पाकिस्तान में एक मसला ये हो गया हुआ है, मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि 80% लोग जिनको स्कॉलरशिप दिया है ना, दे लेफ्ट द बूट कैंप इन द मिडल. So this is where private sector also need to play the role. Government doesn't mean कि government उनसे हम 30,000 लेते हैं, government भी 30,000 ले. Government सिर्फ 2,000 रुपया ले, 1,000 रुपया, and even that will show their commitment कि they are committed for that thing.
Quickly, Ali, if you want to, or Saima, you want to, then we open up the questions.
Can you just remind me what the question was?
Skill gap है, तो I thought कि what are 1 or 2 things you think can be done very quickly, इसकी वजह से ये gap address हो सकता है.
ठीक है, very quickly पे focus है, ठीक है. I think 1 or 2 things में ये है कि until we get to that steady state where things are all hunky-dory and are working fine, I think जो इस कमरे में जो conversations होती रही हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें होने वाली हैं. And I think Yasir is absolutely right कि different institutions need to be doing their job, but up until that point, there need to be organizations like Amal Academy, like Atom Camp,
like Lums X,
coming in and helping show कि ये models इस तरह से चल सकते हैं, इनसे ये benefit हो सकता है, experiments run करें. And then I think this is where the scale comes in. I think it's incredibly important that in particular a public sector is willing to take in and absorb those experiments.
Yes.
My ideal success at Amal Academy is to solve the problem so that the need for Amal Academy, the way that it exists right now, does not exist anymore.
No, makes sense. Saima, 30 seconds.
Sure.
Yeah.
I thought I'll share that the public-private partnership, I am a great proponent of that, and you were mentioning that also. And I think in the case of Quetta, we were working with Quetta, you've been there. So increasing the scale of the kind of work that the 3 of them are doing and yourself are doing, I think public-private partnerships can really get these things to the grassroots levels and to a wider audience in Pakistan. Otherwise, it will continue to stay within small cohorts of the primary city. So I'm a huge supporter of that.
Lovely, Ji. So I'll summarize it at the end. We have about 5 minutes. We can ask. We'll start with Vani Saab, and then can you raise your hands? Then yourself and yourself and yours, and of course.
Excellent discussion. One thing is कि ये कोई चीज एक दूसरे के साथ वेरिएंस भी नहीं है. जो यूनिवर्सिटीज कर रही हैं और जो ये एटम बूट कैंप और बाकी दे आर कॉम्प्लीमेंट ईच अदर, एक दूसरे को उसको कर रहे हैं. दूसरी बात जो ये है कि यूनिवर्सिटीज, बिल्कुल आप सही कह रहे हैं कि हायर एजुकेशन इज अ प्रिविलेज, इट्स नॉट अ राइट. वी हैव मेड इट अ राइट कि जिसने मुझे दे एडमिशन, मुझे पैसे भी दे, मुझे स्कॉलरशिप भी दे, वेदर यू आर क्वालिफाइड और नॉट, वो एक हाई एंड जो क्वालिटी का बंदा है वो जाए. तीसरी बात यह है कि पाकिस्तान में, मैं आपको बात से एग्री करता हूँ, कॉम्पिटेंस का तो पे किसी को जॉब का मसला नहीं है. काबिल लायक आदमी को कोई मसला नहीं है, उसके लिए अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं है. बात है कि जो पढ़ता नहीं है, जो वो स्किल सेट नहीं रहता, फिर वो रोता भी है कि मुझे जॉब क्यों नहीं मिली. तो ही नोज द आंसर कि उसने पढ़ा नहीं था, उसने वो स्किल सेट नहीं ली थी। तीसरी बात ये है कि जो स्किल गैप्स और गिफ्ट चीज़ों की बात कर रहे हैं, आई हैव लर्नड अ लॉट इन द लास्ट 3-4 years इन दिस पॉलिसी एरिना। पहली बात ये है कि आईआईटी मद्रास में अंडरग्रेड प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने आज से 2-3 साल पहले स्टार्ट कर दिया डेटा साइंस, एआई, ब्लॉकचेन के 6 मंथ्स के डिप्लोमा कोर्सेज, जो हाई एंड ट्रेनिंग करना शुरू हुए। तो मुझे वहां से जब पहली दफा पता चला, मैंने स्ट्रेट अवे अडॉप्ट किया। वी स्टार्टेड इन जीबी गेट द सेम प्रोग्राम जिसको नस्ट ने एग्जीक्यूट किया, सेम को हम नीचे लाए। अच्छा, उसके बाद मैंने फिर अगेन केजरीवाल की एक स्पीच सुनी जिसमें उसने कहा कि मैंने तो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का करिकुलम बनाया है और मैंने दिल्ली में रोल आउट कर दिया, बड़ा इफेक्टिव है। मैंने उसको उठाया, उसको जीबी में रोल आउट कर दिया, सेम इज बीइंग इम्प्लीमेंटेड इन इस्लामाबाद। अब ये वो सारी चीजें हैं जो एग्जाम बेस्ड नहीं है। अब मसला ये होता है कि जब भी आप एग्जाम और असेसमेंट के साथ लिंक कर देते हैं, आधी कौम भाग जाती है। बात ये आप एक्टिविटी के साथ लिंक करें, स्किल के साथ लिंक करें, लर्निंग के साथ करें और एम्प्लॉयर के साथ उसकी कनेक्ट करें। नस्ट के साथ हमने ये एग्रीमेंट किया कि आपको हम पैसे देंगे अगर 70% बच्चे इसमें एम्प्लॉयबल होंगे। तो लास्ट चेक आपको उस वक्त मिलेगा जब मुझे एम्प्लॉयमेंट सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा। यहाँ पर भी सर जो हमने नेफ्टा की ट्रेनिंग को लिंक किया है, गवर्नमेंट खुद ट्रेनिंग नहीं कराती, वी ओनली फंड। पार्टनर्स हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर के हैं। हमने उनको कहा है कि जितने मर्जी बच्चे एनरोल कर लो, अगर उनमें से 60% या 70% बच्चे एनरोल नहीं हुए तो लास्ट 50% का चेक आपको नहीं मिलेगा। तो ये पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप का मॉडल है, इट हैज टू बी एम्बेडेड इन द सिस्टम। स्कूलों में स्किल डेवलपमेंट को आपने इंट्रोड्यूस करना है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को अपने करिकुलम में नॉन एग्जामिनेशन बेस्ड डालना है, और डाटा साइंस, एआई, ब्लॉकचेन हैज टू बी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड एट एवरी लेवल ताकि बच्चों की अंडरस्टैंडिंग बढ़े। प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग की आखिरी बात जो मैं ये कह दूं कि सर वी हैव स्टार्टेड इंट्रोड्यूसिंग माइंड गेम्स इन द स्कूल, जिसमें बच्चों को चेस, स्क्रैबल, जिसमें आप कहते हैं ना कुछ कॉग्निटिव डेवलपमेंट, तो ये सारों चीजों की एब्सेंस में वो हो रहा है जो आप बता रहे हैं। तो जब तक तो इंटरवेंशन आपने हर टीयर पे करनी है, चाहे वो प्राइमरी हो, मिडिल हो, हाई और हायर एजुकेशन हो। थैंक यू सर।
शुक्रिया वानी साहब। फकीर आप, एंड देन आई गेट आपका नाम सर? मोइन आप एंड देन फकीर। गो अहेड जी प्लीज।
जी मोइन बाटले सर। अनइंटेंडेड कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस का जी मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि ये जो हमारी थिंकिंग है ना जी कि यूनिवर्सिटी एजुकेशन इज वन ट्रैक और फिर वोकेशनल आप चूज कर सकते हैं कि जी गो फॉर द वोकेशनल ट्रैक। एक रियलिटी ये है कि हमारी क्वालिटी ऑफ स्कूल्स इज काफ़ी चैलेंज्ड है। तो उसमें जो मतलब स्टैंडर्ड्स स्टूडेंट्स रीच करते हैं दे आर एट ऑन द लोअर साइड। तो अगर ये हमारे कल्चर में चीज़ आ जाए कि अच्छा जी मुझे मैट्रिक ही करना है, और जो मतलब एबल हैं टू गो ऑल द वे वो अपना ये गोल बना लें, और फिर कुछ हैं जो यूनिवर्सिटी कोर्स ट्रैक पे जाएं, कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं होगा कि हम एक डमिंग डाउन कर लेंगे कि जी क्योंकि अगर आप, सॉरी ये बड़ा लंबा हो गया क्वेश्चन, लेकिन यूएस में अगर आप देखें तो जो हाई स्कूल ग्रेजुएट्स होते हैं, जब वो हाई स्कूल ग्रेजुएट वो लेवल रीच करके ही दे हैव अ प्रीटी गुड लेवल ऑफ स्किल्स। तो ये दिस इज माय कंसर्न कि कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है द कॉन्टेक्स्ट, जो कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऐसा तो नहीं है कि हम उसको रियलाइज नहीं करें।
बार अगर नीचे कर दी तो देन मोर पीपल विल गो फॉर लोअर बार।
जी अनइंटेंडेड उसका कॉन्सिक्वेंस ना हो जाए।
I think what I was saying was the opposite of that, right? I think the universities need to raise their bar a lot more so that not everyone can go to the university. Like, I think Vani Saab ne bilkul sahi kaha hai कि it should be a privilege. And then one of the biggest problems I feel Pakistan में ये बहुत से university से मैंने directly सुना हुआ है कि they're not incentivized to produce people who should be university graduates. They are incentivized on their numbers. So I won't quote a friend of mine who teaches at Air University in Islamabad. They said कि I literally took the curriculum of the probability course on Coursera and I went to my dean and I said I'm going to teach this. And the dean said ये आप पढ़ाएंगे तो लोग पास ही नहीं होंगे, इसको तो नहीं मैं आपको इजाजत करता, सारे पेरेंट्स आ जाएंगे यहाँ पे। तो हमारे incentives are completely messed up, unfortunately. And the thing is कि I want to hire, let's say every year 40-50 people, and I want 30-40 out of those people to not be engineers at all. I just want them to have really good vocational skills. I will hire them. And then the other 10-15 people, I want them to be good thinkers. Some of my best hires are people who are philosophy majors, English literature majors, honestly बता रहा हूँ, जो कि अपनी फील्ड शिफ्ट करके आए, लेकिन उन्होंने लिटरेचर और फिलॉसफी बहुत अच्छे तरीके से पढ़ा हुआ था, तो फ़ायदा हो गया हमें उसका। तो हमें अपने इंसेंटिव्स को बहुत ज़्यादा फिक्स करने की ज़रूरत है। आपने एक पॉइंट किया था कि वी शुड टीच दिस, दैट आई डिसएग्री विद, आई एग्री विद मोस्ट ऑफ व्हाट यू सेड कि एआई हर जगह पढ़ानी चाहिए। ऑनेस्टली आप मुझसे आके पूछे ना कि यू वांट अ ग्रेट एआई पर्सन, हियर्स वन गाय हु नोज हिज स्टैटिस्टिक्स रियली वेल, स्टैटिस्टिक्स पढ़ी है जो कि 40 साल में डिसिप्लिन चेंज नहीं हुआ, एंड हियर्स अनदर गाय who's done 3 courses in AI. I take the statistics guy because the 3 courses in AI I can teach him. लेकिन वो जो depth of statistics है, of linear algebra है, वो मुझे नहीं मिल रही मार्केट से। जो गैप की बात करें ना, वहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम है। When we start asking them basic questions about statistics, they have created, you know, LLMs, but they don't know कि अच्छा probability theory क्या है, distributions क्या होती हैं, बेसिक चीजें नहीं पता, linear regression क्या होता है ये नहीं पता। ये प्रॉब्लम है, बहुत बड़ा डिस्कनेक्ट है, एंड वी हैव टू इंसेंटिव क्रिएट डिफरेंट इंसेंटिव्स फॉर डिफरेंट लाइंस।
जी फकीर, and Manahil आप, and my last bit of those सवाल and then we close because we have to go to the next
Thank you.
round.
So my question is for Ali. You raised a really good point. I think a lot of policymakers, a lot of education leaders, when they're looking at education, they have a reductive way of looking at it. It's knowledge and skills. And they miss like the other side of the picture, which is intentions and attitude, which you talked about a lot. That was a theme in a lot of your answers. I'm wondering, how do you think we can impart those skills, not impart, but like cultivate those intentions and attitudes so people can be set up for success?
Wow. I mean, I'll just go back to what I said before. I mean, I don't think it's an intervention जो कि सिर्फ higher education के बाद जहाँ अमल academy intervene कर रहा है वहीं पे हो सकती है और वहीं पे होनी चाहिए. I think it needs to start from the very beginning and it needs to be across the board, you know, K through 12 और उससे आगे भी. मतलब ये हमारी एक mindset shift की ज़रूरत है in how we treat education. वो कौन सी movie थी वो Three Idiots, right? उसमें जो एक सीन है शायद आपने देखी हो जिसमें वो प्रोफेसर जो है जो सवाल पूछ रहा होता है वो डेफिनेशन जो है वो बुक बेस्ड डेफिनेशन दे रहा होता है कि जी किताब क्या चीज़ है या एक मशीन क्या चीज़ होती है. I don't know how many of you have seen it. If you haven't, I would go. I would. It's that's I think the core problem. Our youth is not. They are discouraged from asking questions. I've literally seen that same scene play out with me in my engineering machines lab. I remember the professor's face as clear as day. और ये यूनिवर्सिटी में था. School में, I spent the first few years of primary schooling in the UK following my father's academic career. मैं 8 साल का था, वापस आया हूँ. इतना शदीद cultural shock था मुझे. I was in a fairly good school at the time. I won't name the school. One of the teachers picked up a boy, दोनों हाथों से, from his ears. I mean, lifted him up off the ground. I was traumatized. तो मतलब वो बच्चा कभी सवाल पूछेगा. My teacher used to treat me especially as a कि मेरे पास एक मोटा फुट्टा होता था तो मुझसे बोरो करती थी, मुझे बड़ी स्पेशल ट्रीटमेंट देती थी कि बाकियों की इससे पिटाई करूंगी. I mean, so like I think intervention जो है ना वो, and I'm sure all of us have these stories. So the interventions, ये अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं employability की, mindset की, the interventions, सब लोग यहाँ पे education से उनको वास्ता है, उनको कुछ लगाव है, because everybody knows that this is the core that if we fix, then there's going to be a domino effect across everything. And we need to continue doing that. We need to be very strategic and we need to figure out कि जो हम ये experiments कर रहे हैं, once again, I think in experiments को acknowledge करना, accept करना, public-private partnerships के साथ या otherwise government को इनको adopt करना और scale पे लेके जाने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है.
Ji, thank you. I think we'll close here. Manahil, you are from us, so I'll invite you to ask questions at the tea time. I'll summarize. We have talked about number of points, and of course, in 50 minutes, we can only this much. When I'm not doing Lums X, one of the things I teach also is customer experience design. And in customer experience, one of the things we always talk about is that how would you, if you want to offer a great customer experience, you want to make sure that you connect silos. You know, so people are working in one department, another department, another department. You can't offer a great experience if there is no connection between these silos, right? So just can't have a very, very good experience. So if you look at learning experience and if you look at the journey of a kid, what we see very often is that this journey is completely broken because the university is not talking to the school and the school is not talking to the home and the home is not talking back. So पूरी की पूरी chain broken है. You know, मुझे उस पे गुस्सा आता है, मैं उस पे अपने छोटे पे गुस्सा करता हूँ, घर जाके गुस्सा होता है, वो circle चलता रहता है. So I think अगर if we look at, if we want to improve this whole journey, I think the idea is that you can't disconnect from K-12 from higher education. You can have ministries for those. You can have a ministry of higher education and K-12, but in reality, there is, the mother nature didn't give us, physics, chemistry, and science. It gives us nature. It is who we are who says कि ये biology है, ये chemistry, ये physics है. In a similar fashion, I think we need to sort of connect that and invite through this panel that the gaps we're talking about can only be fulfilled if we start this conversation where we go back and forth in connecting higher ed with K to 12, and hopefully we can answer some of those questions. I invite you to the tea in iske baad, and then we take the conversation forward with the last very, very interesting panel. Isme Wani Saab hain, Mariam aa gayi hain, and a couple of very interesting panelists there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salman, and everyone for adding such valuable insights. Dr. Salman, if you could please give our esteemed panelists token of appreciation. After this, we'll take a really short break for 15 minutes. So we want you all to be back by 4:40 sharp. And tea stalls are right outside, and help yourself to some refreshments.
Access to learning is a fundamental human right. When provided equally, high quality education has a far reaching social impact, allowing individuals to not only meet their own needs but also become active members of their community. However, the quality of education in Pakistan is affected by several issues, including but not limited to social class, gender, geographical location, and physical disabilities, creating an imbalance in society that is difficult to address through conventional strategies. That's where we come in. We at LUMSx believe that technology is a great equalizer. As the next frontier in Pakistan's education, LUMSx is a digital learning center that aims to realize LUM's vision of learning without borders. No matter who and where you are, whether you're a mid-career professional in Hyderabad looking to evolve in your career, or a university student from Peshawar wanting to fill certain gaps in knowledge, you can benefit from a range of our courses. LUMSx creates online learning experiences that are contextually relevant, inclusive, and accessible for Pakistan. We create hybrid, asynchronous, and massive open online courses. Our output so far has addressed fundamental gaps in teaching and learning, which will help standardize high-quality education across the country. We aspire to work towards a reality where tens of millions of Pakistani learners can learn anytime, anywhere. Join LUMSx and help us fulfill our mission to revolutionize digital education. For more information, please visit our website. Access to learning is a fundamental human right. When provided equally, high-quality education has a far-reaching social impact, allowing individuals to not only meet their own needs, but also become active members of their community. However, the quality of education in Pakistan is affected by several issues, including but not limited to social class, gender, geographical location, and physical disabilities, creating an imbalance in society that is difficult to address through conventional strategies. That's where we come in. We at LUMSx believe that technology is a great equalizer. As the next frontier in Pakistan's education, LUMSx is a digital learning center that aims to realize LUM's vision of learning without borders. No matter who and where you are, whether you're a mid-career professional in Hyderabad looking to evolve in your career, or a university student from Peshawar wanting to fill certain gaps in knowledge, you can benefit from a range of our courses. LUMSx creates online learning experiences that are contextually relevant, inclusive, and accessible for Pakistan. We create hybrid, asynchronous, and massive open online courses. Our output so far has addressed fundamental gaps in teaching and learning, which will help standardize high-quality education across the country. We aspire to work towards a reality where tens of millions of Pakistani learners can learn anytime, anywhere. Join LUMSx and help us fulfill our mission to revolutionize digital education. For more information, please visit our website. Access to learning is a fundamental human right. When provided equally, high-quality education has a far-reaching social impact, allowing individuals to not only meet their own needs, but also become active members of their community. However, the quality of education in Pakistan is affected by several issues, including but not limited to social class, gender, geographical location, and physical disabilities, creating an imbalance in society that is difficult to address through conventional strategies. That's where we come in. We at LUMSx believe that technology is a great equalizer. As the next frontier in Pakistan's education, LUMSx is a digital learning center that aims to realize LUM's vision of learning without borders. No matter who and where you are, whether you're a mid-career professional in Hyderabad looking to evolve in your career, or a university student from Peshawar wanting to fill certain gaps in knowledge, you can benefit from a range of our courses. LUMSx creates online learning experiences that are contextually relevant, inclusive, and accessible for Pakistan. We create hybrid, asynchronous, and massive open online courses. Our output so far has addressed fundamental gaps in teaching and learning, which will help standardize high-quality education across the country. We aspire to work towards a reality where tens of millions of Pakistani learners can learn anytime, anywhere. Join LUMSx and help us fulfill our mission to revolutionize digital education. For more information, please visit our website. Access to learning is a fundamental human right. When provided equally, high-quality education has a far-reaching social impact, allowing individuals to not only meet their own needs, but also become active members of their community. However, the quality of education in Pakistan is affected by several issues, including but not limited to social class, gender, geographical location, and physical disabilities, creating an imbalance in society that is difficult to address through conventional strategies. That's where we come in. We at LUMSx believe that technology is a great equalizer. As the next frontier in Pakistan's education, LUMSx is a digital learning center that aims to realize LUM's vision of learning without borders. No matter who and where you are, whether you're a mid-career professional in Hyderabad looking to evolve in your career, or a university student from Peshawar wanting to fill certain gaps in knowledge, you can benefit from a range of our courses. LUMSx creates online learning experiences that are contextually relevant, inclusive, and accessible. Access to learning is a fundamental human right. When provided equally, high-quality education has a far-reaching social impact, allowing individuals to not only meet their own needs, but also become active members of their community. However, the quality of education in Pakistan is affected by several issues, including but not limited to social class, gender, geographical location, and physical disabilities, creating an imbalance in society that is difficult to address through conventional strategies. That's where we come in. We at LUMSx believe that technology is a great equalizer. As the next frontier in Pakistan's education, LUMSx is a digital learning center that aims to realize LUM's vision of learning without walls. No matter who and where you are, whether you're a mid-career professional in Hyderabad looking to evolve in your career, or a university student from Peshawar wanting to fill certain gaps in knowledge, you can benefit from a range of our courses. LUMSx creates online learning experiences that are contextually relevant, inclusive, and accessible for Pakistan. We create hybrid, asynchronous, and massive open online courses. Our output so far has addressed fundamental gaps in teaching and learning, which will help standardize high-quality education across the country. We aspire to work towards a reality where tens of millions of Pakistani learners can learn anytime, anywhere. Join LUMSx and help us fulfill our mission to revolutionize digital education. For more information, please visit our website. Access to learning is a fundamental human right. When provided equally, high quality education has a far reaching social impact.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll be starting our session shortly. Please be seated. Welcome back, everyone. We will now move on to our final panel talk for the day, which will focus on Policy and Governance for Tech-Enhanced Education. Moderating this session is Dr. Farah Nadeem, Director of the Office of Accessibility and Inclusion and an Assistant Professor at the School of Education at Lums. Dr. Farah, a Fulbright scholar with over 10 years of experience in data science and educational analytics, leads initiatives to create inclusive and accessible educational spaces. She holds a PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Washington, where she was also a Washington STEM Engineering Fellow and a Husky 100 awardee. I'll now hand over the session to Dr. Farah Nadeem. Please join us on stage. Please take your seat over.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'd like to start by introducing and calling our panelists on stage. So I'd like to start with Mr. Mohiuddin Wani, who is the Federal Secretary for Education Professional Training. As a seasoned public administrator with extensive experience and a dedication to education reforms, Wani Saab has a critical role to play in determining the place of technology in Pakistan's educational sphere. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Wani on board. With that, I'd like to invite Dr. Mariam Chughtai, who has served as the Director for the National Curriculum Council and is currently a faculty member with the School of Education at Lums. Dr. Mariam has a deep understanding of Pakistan's educational framework and curriculum development process and will make valuable contributions to this conversation. I'd like to invite Ms. Bela Jamil, who of course needs no introduction. She's the CEO of Idara-e-Taaleem o Agahi, a leading organization in Pakistan that champions education, particularly for marginalized communities and girls. And I'd like to call Mr. Umar Nadeem, who is the founding partner and head of advisory at the Bath Lab, leading innovation public policy in Pakistan. So before we start, I'd like to hand it over to Wani Saab for a brief presentation of some of the initiatives around Edtech in Islamabad and the Federal Capital Territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. If you can move forward. Yes, the scope of tech integration in Pakistan education institutions, policy challenges and opportunities. Basically, in the last 7-8 months, we have introduced a lot of tech integration in Islamabad schools, public sector schools, and it is linked with my earlier interventions in Gilgit-Baltistan, where I was Chief Secretary for 2 years. Next. So, that was the vision for our tech integration to enhance digital literacy at all levels, to foster equitable access to technology and to ensure integration of tech in teaching and learning process. तो ये वो features थे जिसको लेके हम आगे चले. और ये मैं एक बात बताऊं, मैं किसी sequence में नहीं चला, किसी strategy को लेके नहीं चला, क्योंकि जब तक आप strategy बनाते हो और plan बनाते हो, ना आप रहते हो ना हुकूमत रहती है. तो I picked up best practices around the world जो prevalent थी. तो मैंने कहा वो प्रोजेक्ट लेते जो साइमल्टेनियसली जो 4 महीने में जिसका क्लोजर भी हो जाए, इंप्लीमेंट हो जाए, क्योंकि ना मेला रहता है ना आप रहते हैं. नेक्स्ट. सो मेरा टारगेट ये था कि तमाम पब्लिक स्कूल्स को टेक एनेबल्ड किया जाए इन इस्लामाबाद. मैं कहा इस्लामाबाद के अगर 434 स्कूलों में नहीं कर सका तो पाकिस्तान का ठेका मैं कैसे लूंगा, पहले इस्लामाबाद को तो ठीक करूं. तो दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट. नेक्स्ट. ये देखिए, ये नियत बार बार कहा जा रहा है. बेसिकली ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान का इनिशिएटिव है जिसको हमने एक प्रोजेक्ट के जरिए लॉन्च किया और तालीमाबाद इसमें बिड पे क्वालिफाई करके हमारा पार्टनर बना. और जिसमें हम आप ये देखें, लुक एट द इकोसिस्टम वेयर वी हैव 75 टीचर ट्रेनर्स जो कोचेज हैं, जो स्कूलों में जाके टीचर्स को मेंटर करते हैं, इनको ट्रेन करते हैं, उनको लेसन प्लान्स बना के टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू करते हैं, उनको फॉलो अप्स करते हैं. और एआई बेस्ड पेपर बेस्ड एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम इन्होंने शुरू किया है. तो टीचर्स को दे आर हेल्पिंग अस इन many ways. So it's a good initiative. In the last 5 months, it has rolled out and it's helping us and our teachers. Next. So this is the whole the concept, how it is working. Real time progress tracking हो रही है, learning experiences हो रहे हैं, बच्चों को आप approach कर रहे हैं, parents को approach कर रहे हैं, वो सारा database इनके पास है, and we are getting a lot of feedback and evidence on the basis of which we are able to improve our existing practices. Next. Now these are the, ये आप IT lab right side पे देख रहे हैं, इस तरह की 70 बनाई हैं इस्लामाबाद के स्कूलों में, और ये वो जितने डिग्री कॉलेजेस हैं और प्राइवेट रूरल स्कूल्स हैं, उसमें हमने कहा कि हाई एंड IT लैब्स बनाते हैं। और मैंने वो जो IIT मद्रास का कोर्स था डेटा साइंस AI ब्लॉकचेन का, वो अडॉप्ट किया और तमाम यूनिवर्सिटीज को मैंने दे दिया कि आप 5 कॉलेजेस में आप इसको रन करें। और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पहला बैच थर्ड मंथ में है जो 6 मंथ्स का कोर्स रन कर रहा है। तो उस स्कूल के अंदर हमने डाटा साइंस AI और ब्लॉकचेन को विद द हेल्प ऑफ आवर यूनिवर्सिटीज रन कर दिया, तो एक इकोसिस्टम में इंप्रूवमेंट हुई। दोपहर के बाद ये तमाम कॉलेजेस इरेलेवेंट हो जाते थे, खाली होते थे, तो हमने एग्जिस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो अंडर यूटिलाइज था उसको यूटिलाइज किया है। नेक्स्ट, अगेन दीज आर रियल पब्लिक स्कूल पिक्चर्स। ये हमने रोबोटिक्स लैब्स बना दी हैं, 2 बनाई हैं सैंपल के तौर पे 2 कॉलेजेस में, 7 और बना रहा हूँ, और हर एक लैब को एक कॉलेज के अंदर 5 फीडर स्कूल्स के साथ कनेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, और इसको रन करेंगे इंशाल्लाह। मैं आपको बताता हूँ इसके लिए हमने, नेक्स्ट पे आता हूँ, इसके लिए जो HR कहाँ से ला रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट, अच्छा, बीच में कॉलेजेस के अंदर जो हॉल्स होते हैं और स्कूल्स में हॉल होते हैं, बड़े अंडर यूटिलाइज्ड होते हैं। मैंने एक प्रिंसिपल से पूछा इस हॉल में क्या होता है, कहते हैं साल में 5 फंक्शन होते हैं, कश्मीरी डे का फंक्शन होते हैं। मैंने कहा जी मुझसे ज्यादा बाइस्ड और प्रेजुडिस कश्मीरी कोई नहीं है, जिसका वालिद मकबूजा कश्मीर से आया था। तो मेरा कश्मीर उस वक्त आजाद होगा जब आप तालीम प्रॉपर करेंगे, तो खुदा का वास्ता इसको कोर एजुकेशन एक्टिविटीज के लिए यूटिलाइज करें। तो 5 कॉलेजेस में मैंने STPs बना दिए हैं, सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क्स। इनमें फ्री इंटरनेट, फ्री इलेक्ट्रिसिटी और इंडस्ट्री का लिंकेज कर दिया है, साथ ही IT लैब्स हैं, साथ ही डाटा साइंस के कोर्सेज हैं। तो वही स्कूल गर्ल्स कॉलेजेस में गर्ल्स बच्चियां और बॉयज कॉलेज में बॉयज, इनको 24/7 ये बनाकर दे दिया है। इट हैज स्टार्टेड वर्किंग इन द लास्ट फ्यू वीक्स। तो ये हमने 2 महीने में डेवलप किए एंड दे आर नाउ फंक्शनिंग। नेक्स्ट, अगेन दीज आर रूरल स्कूल्स हैं। ये रूरल स्कूल्स में हमने डिजिटल हब्स बनाए हैं 50 स्कूलों में, ताकि यहाँ बच्चे बैठ के, इनको जितनी टेक ट्रेनिंग है, इसी के लिए मैं टेक फेलोज लाया हूँ जो इस हफ्ते डिप्लॉय होंगे। हर 2 स्कूलों पे एक टेक फेलो होगा। वो कहाँ से आए हैं मैं आपको बताता हूँ। नेक्स्ट, ये वो फंक्शनल हो गए हैं डिजिटल हब्स इन रूरल इस्लामाबाद, जहाँ पे रोबोटिक्स की भी उनको ट्रेनिंग हो रही है, IT की भी इनको ट्रेनिंग, कोडिंग, पाइथन, स्क्रैच, हर चीज पढ़ाई जा रही है। नेक्स्ट, 300 कॉलेजेस में स्मार्ट क्लासरूम्स बना दिए हैं विद द हेल्प ऑफ क्लिकर्स। बच्चों को उनको तो हमारा तालीम का कंटेंट है वो उनको एक्सेस किया जा रहा है, टीचर्स ट्रेन किए गए हैं, बच्चे एक्सेस कर रहे हैं, दे आर लर्निंग, क्लिकर्स पे असेसमेंट, उनकी फीडबैक जाती है, एंड नाउ वी आर मूविंग फॉरवर्ड। और इंशाल्लाह बाय एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर इसको 550 करूंगा। नेक्स्ट, ये वो है, वी हैव स्टार्टेड रिक्रूटिंग एजुकेशन फेलोज, टेक फेलोज एंड कोडिंग एंड AI फेलोज। 120 एजुकेशन फेलोज हमने पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में हायर किए हैं, बिडिंग करके टीच फॉर पाकिस्तान से, जो कि सारे मैंने रूरल स्कूल्स में प्लेस किए हैं, जिससे क्वालिटी ऑफ, यानी उनकी जो लर्निंग लेवल है वो 1.5 साल इंप्रूव कर गया है। पिछला एक्सपीरियंस भी था, तो ये एक पहला इंटरवेंशन है। दूसरा, नेक्स्ट, कोडिंग और AI फेलो, कंप्यूटर साइंटिस्ट और इंजीनियर्स हमने नस्ट के साथ बिडिंग करके एग्रीमेंट किया है। 75 फेलोज हैव बीन हायर्ड, 150 में प्लेस हो रहे हैं जो उनको कोडिंग और AI का करिकुलम पढ़ाएंगे, जिसमें वो लैब्स शामिल हैं। तो ये वो उसकी HR है जो हमने डिप्लॉय की। नेक्स्ट, फिर नेक्स्ट बैच में 175 फेलोज आ रहे हैं, वो भी पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में हमने बिड करवाए, जो कि 350 स्कूलों में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, स्टेम और कंप्यूटर ग्रेड 6 to 10th पढ़ाएंगे। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का करिकुलम भी हमने डिजाइन करवा लिया है। ओरिजिनल करिकुलम मैंने केजरीवाल का दिल्ली से अडॉप्ट किया था, उसने GB में उसको रोल आउट किया था, उसको मजीद थोड़ा इंप्रूव किया है, और हम नॉलेज प्लेटफॉर्म को हमने बिड के बाद कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया है, वो इसका डिजिटल कंटेंट भी बना रहे हैं। तो बाय एंड ऑफ दिस ईयर वो डिजिटल कंटेंट भी बन जाएगा। नेक्स्ट, अगेन पब्लिक स्पीकिंग कम्युनिकेशन की हमसे पहले किसी ने बात की थी। 26 कॉलेजेस में मैंने पॉडकास्ट रूम्स बनाए बच्चों में पब्लिक स्पीकिंग स्किल्स के लिए। इनके अपने डिजिटल यूट्यूब चैनल हैं जिनको डिफरेंट टॉपिक्स पे, सोशल इश्यूज पे ये कॉन्वर्सेशन करते हैं, इंटरव्यूज रिकॉर्ड करते हैं, ताकि उनका कॉन्फिडेंस, कम्युनिकेशन इंप्रूव हो। नेक्स्ट, अगेन एस्ट्रोनॉमी, 125 स्कूलों में मैंने हाईटेक टेलीस्कोप डिप्लॉय किए हैं, और 7 एस्ट्रोनॉमी की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, रोशन है क्या है, उनको मैंने एंगेज किया है। बच्चों को, टीचर्स को ट्रेन कर रहे हैं हाउ टू यूज इट, हाउ टू लुक अपवर्ड्स, so that they can explore that the trigger, it should trigger their imagination कि कहाँ दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है। तो इंशाल्लाह अगले 10 दिनों में ये भी फंक्शनल हो जाएंगे। 100 स्कूलों में आ गई है, 25 में और भी आ जाएगी। नेक्स्ट, अगेन पहली दफा इस्लामाबाद में, नथिंग टू डू विद टेक्नोलॉजी, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी से बेनिफिट हो रहा है कि पहली दफा पब्लिक स्कूल्स में फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस में स्टार्ट करा दी हैं, जिसमें मैंने नमल के साथ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया। ये 4 लैंग्वेजेस जिसके मुझे ट्रेनर्स मिल गए वो कर दिए हैं, और वो जो IT लैब्स हैं उनको हम यूज इसलिए कर रहे हैं ताकि वो इंटरनेट से एडिशनल मटेरियल, सप्लीमेंट्री मटेरियल एक्सेस कर सके और IT लैब से। तो ये फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस, आई कंसिडर लैंग्वेज एज अ स्किल, तो जाके स्किल के तौर पे इस्तेमाल कर सके। नेक्स्ट, घेर गार के गूगल वालों को पकड़ा, मैं कहा यार तुम भी कुछ करो उधर, तो उनसे 2 मैंने रेफरेंस स्कूल इस्लामाबाद में बना दिए जिनमें बच्चों को बेसिकली इंटरनेट सेफ्टी यूजिंग गूगल टूल्स फॉर एजुकेशन और सारी चीजें ट्रेन करा रहे हैं। उन बच्चों को मैंने ये कहा है, यू आर द ट्रेनर, यू हैव टू ट्रेन आवर फीडर स्कूल्स अराउंड योर विसिनिटी जो आपके उसमें हैं। नेक्स्ट, अच्छा जी, फाउंडेशन लर्निंग के लिए भी हमने डिजिटल एप्लीकेशन जो सब की थी रोल आउट कर दी है, और मजे की बात ये जो नीयत है उसमें लम्स हमारा पार्टनरशिप है जो हमने तालीमाबाद के साथ किया था। नेक्स्ट, फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, ये भी मैंने, हम हर जगह हाथ फैलाए फिर रहे होते थे, तो एक दिन मैं कारंदाज के पास गया, मैंने कहा तुम्हारे पास बड़ा पैसा, तुम करते क्या हो? उन्होंने कहा जी ये हमारा मैंडेट है। तो मैंने पढ़ा फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, तो मैंने कहा हेल्प मी इन फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन। तो दे gave training to 3000 teachers of ICT जिनको फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी का करिकुलम हमने डिजाइन करवाया स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पाकिस्तान से, जिसमें डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी भी शामिल है। उसकी बुक्स पब्लिश करा दी हैं, और 2 हफ्ते पहले ये रोल आउट हो गया। द किड्स शुड नो हाउ टू ओपन अ बैंक अकाउंट, हाउ टू यूज ऑनलाइन बैंकिंग, हाउ टू डू सेविंग्स, हाउ टू डू एवरीथिंग। सो 5 से 10 साल के बच्चे का एक करिकुलम है, 10 से 15 साल का एक है, 15 से 20 साल का एक है, एंड इट्स मोर ऑफ अ स्टोरी टेलिंग गेमिफाइड वर्जन ऑफ करिकुलम। नेक्स्ट, अगेन पावर बैकअप के बगैर टेक्नोलॉजी की ऐसी की तैसी है, कुछ भी नहीं हो सकता। तो 1 हफ्ता पहले स्टार्ट हुआ है, इंशाल्लाह अगले 3 महीने में 125 स्कूलों में सोलराइजेशन 100% हो जाएगी। आगे चले, नेशनल ओपन डाटा पोर्टल का हमने बिडिंग की थी ताकि ये डाटा के बगैर कुछ एविडेंस कलेक्ट नहीं होता, एविडेंस के बगैर कोई पॉलिसी नहीं बनती। मैंने कहा आखिरी वाला जो काम सबसे पहले होना चाहिए था, इंशाल्लाह सबसे आखिर में करते। तो वो मैंने कहा कम से कम जो आने वाले हैं उनके लिए हम एक चीज भेजें ताकि एक डाटाबेस बनता जाए। नेक्स्ट, अच्छा जी, फेडरल बोर्ड ऑफ एजुकेशन में हमने ये किया है कि AI बेस्ड असेसमेंट हमने शुरू कराई है। अभी मॉक चल रही है कि एग्जाम है, स्कैन हो, रिजल्ट आपके सामने आए, यहाँ 4 महीने लगते हैं, और रिजल्ट में भी राइट साइड पे आपके नंबर लिखे हो 7 आउट ऑफ 10, एंड इट शुड बी अ स्पीकिंग रिजल्ट कि तुमने ये एविडेंस कम लिखी, ये लैंग्वेज में करेक्शन नहीं थी, ये राइटिंग स्टाइल पे डेफिशिएंसी थी। सो द पर्सन हु इज कन्फ्रंटेड विद योर रिजल्ट, ही हैज नथिंग टू ऑफर बट टू कीप साइलेंट। ये इंशाल्लाह इसका रोल आउट भी करेंगे। नेक्स्ट, बाकी छोड़ दो वीडियो, गला काफी हो। These are the initiatives the last 5-6 months. मकसद ये था कि मैंने मल्टीपल इंटरवेंशंस ली कि अगर मैं एक से स्टार्ट लेता तो 6-8वें महीने बाद उसका एक स्ट्रेटेजी डॉक्यूमेंट बनता, लम्स में कोई इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट होती, फिर उसका की रिपोर्ट आती, फिर उसकी लॉन्च होती, फिर मेला लुट चुका होता। काम ग्राउंड पे, हमने कहा ग्राउंड पे काम करते हैं, दुनिया भर की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस लेते हैं, उनको अप्लाई करते हैं, डेफिशिएंसी होगी, इम्परफेक्ट होगा, बट स्टिल बेटर देन द स्टेटस को। So we have to break the status quo, we have to create these in the public sector schools so that लोगों का इंटरेस्ट इन पब्लिक सेक्टर स्कूल वापस आए, कॉन्फिडेंस वापस आए। वो जो मैंने स्कूल मील्स की बात की थी, इस्लामाबाद के हर सरकारी स्कूल में, प्राइमरी स्कूल में दोपहर का खाना फ्री है। तो हमारा सुबह हॉट मील्स, कल्चरल मील्स 65,000 बच्चों के सुबह बनता है और स्कूलों में डिलीवर हो जाते हैं। लोग कहते हैं यार इस्लामाबाद तो अमीरों का है, मैं कहा 48% स्टंटिंग है इस्लामाबाद के स्कूलों में। सुबह 40 में से 25 बच्चे नाश्ता करके नहीं आते, वेट उनके कम है, हाइट। आप टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें, आप लर्निंग पॉवर्टी की बात कर रहे हैं, यहाँ एग्जिस्टेंशियल थ्रेट है, और 22% बच्चे शॉर्ट साइटेड है, उनकी नजर कमजोर है। तो वो जो आप बच्चे को समझते हैं कुन ज़हन है, एक्चुअली उसको नजर नहीं आ रहा और सर में दर्द हो रहा है, आप उसको एड्रेस नहीं कर रहे। तो उनकी हमने मैंडेटरी आई स्क्रीनिंग शुरू कर दी है, फ्री ग्लासेस दे रहे हैं ताकि ये चीजें शॉर्ट। प्लस 125 स्कूलों में हमने हेल्थ इन्फर्मरीज बना दी हैं, बच्चियों के लिए मैंडेटरी कर दिया है कि उनके स्कूलों में उनको जो एनीमिक होती है उनको हम फोलिक एसिड देंगे, और उनकी जो हाइजीन रिलेटेड किट्स हैं वो मैंडेटरी प्रोवाइड करेंगे। तो ये मैंने शुरू में कहा था इट हैज टू बी अ 360 डिग्री वर्क, खाली लर्निंग डेवलपमेंट, इन्वेस्टमेंट, हर चीज है, कोई चीज छोड़नी नहीं है। जो चीज आप 100% करेंगे तो टेक्नोलॉजी आपको हेल्प करेगी। जब खाना कुछ नहीं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, फिर अगेन लास्ट बच्चियों का एक्सेस खत्म हो गया था। ये इंपॉर्टेंट बात किसी ने डिस्कस नहीं की कि पिछले 3 सालों में फ्यूल प्राइसेस ऊपर गई हैं, तो जो रूरल इस्लामाबाद की बच्चियां थी उनका ड्रॉप आउट शुरू हो गया था अर्बन अच्छे स्कूलों से। जब मुझे पता चला, मैंने 20 बसें ली, पिंक में कन्वर्ट की और फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट रूरल से अर्बन चला दी 20 रूट्स पे। उससे 5000 बच्चियां फौरी तौर पे वापस सिस्टम में आ गई। तो यू हैव टू इनोवेट, यू हैव टू रिस्क। मजे की बात, ये मैंने 1 रुपया स्टेट से एक्स्ट्रा नहीं लिया। ये सारा काम एग्जिस्टिंग रिसोर्सेज में किया, सिर्फ सेविंग्स की, यहाँ से पैसा बचाया, यहाँ से पैसा बचाया, उसकी मिन्नत की, इसकी मिन्नत की, फॉरेन टूर रोके, टीएडीए रोके, सब कुछ रोके, पैसा निकला है। तो बात रिसोर्सेज की भी होगी, लेकिन जो एग्जिस्टिंग है उसको तो इंसानों की तरह हम इस्तेमाल करें, उसको एफिशिएंसी के साथ, ईमानदारी के साथ करें, तो अल्लाह ताला रास्ता निकाल लेता है। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much. I think that was a very valuable introduction to the initiatives that are already taking place. During your conversation, you touched a little bit on, aspects that we need to consider, for example, power for any technology solutions to work. So sort of building on the infrastructure and digital divide, my question is for Mr. Nadeem, and how we can leverage technology to deliver educational content that bridges the digital divide, particularly where we have less access, less connectivity, and less infrastructure.
Thank you for I think Vani साहब ने एक बहुत expansive view of what technology can offer दिया है, but the reality is कि हर एक के लिए वो accessible नहीं है अभी, and उसके लिए I think सबसे ज़रूरी चीज़ ये है कि हम पहले digital divide के layers को समझें। एक डिवाइड आपकी स्टार्ट वहां से होती है जहां पे हाउस होल्ड्स या बच्चों के पास किसी किस्म की भी डिवाइस का एक्सेस नहीं है, सो दे डोंट हैव अ फोन, दे डोंट हैव अ बेसिक फोन और अ स्मार्टफोन, टीवी भी नहीं है, रेडियो भी नहीं है, और ऐसे हाउस होल्ड्स भी हैं। और फिर इट गोज अप ऑल द वे जहां पे फोन है बट इंटरनेट नहीं है, बेसिक फोन है, स्मार्टफोन नहीं है, टीवी या रेडियो है बट लैपटॉप्स या टैबलेट्स नहीं है, एंड देन ऑल द वे टू अ मच मोर nuanced form of the divide जहां पे फोन भी है या डिवाइस भी है, इंटरनेट भी है, बट द इंटरनेट कैन नॉट सपोर्ट द काइंड ऑफ एप्लीकेशंस जो जरूरी हैं उस तरह के गैप को ब्रिज करने के लिए। तो इस पूरी डिवाइड का स्पेक्ट्रम समझना बहुत जरूरी है टू अंडरस्टैंड हाउ टू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस। एंड गिवन वेयर वी आर, जो एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है वो ये है कि while Edtech offers a lot of solutions, it does not offer all the solutions. And so हमें अपने पाकिस्तान के context, both rural and urban, across provinces, across the categories of schools, ये सोचना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि spectrum जो है वो no tech से शुरू होता है। So no technology के बगैर अगर हम सोचेंगे education delivery का, तो हम automatically एक group को exclude कर रहे हैं। And then you have options for groups or segments that are connected, जिनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी का एक्सेस है और किस लेवल का एक्सेस है। तो पहली चीज फ्रॉम पॉलिसी तो ये कि बिकॉज वी हैव टू कंसिडर एवरीवन एज इकोसिस्टम, तो सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सॉल्यूशंस पे हम फोकस नहीं कर सकते हैं। सो अ लॉट ऑफ टेलरिंग विल नीड टू हैपन फॉर द नो टेक एंड द लो टेक एंड द मिड टेक एक्सेस सेगमेंट्स। उसके लिए जरूरी ये है कि अगेन फंडामेंटल्स पे वापस जाएं और जो कंटेंट है उस कंटेंट से बच्चों को क्या सीखना चाहिए उसको समझ के उसके नॉन टेक्नोलॉजी वर्जन्स बनाने जरूरी हैं। फिर हर एक के पास स्मार्टफोन नहीं है, वी अप्रोक्सीमेटली हैव 50% पेनिट्रेशन ऑफ स्मार्टफोन्स। नॉन स्मार्टफोन्स के साथ भी बहुत कुछ हो सकता है जिसको अभी फुली एग्जॉस्ट नहीं किया गया, एंड उस तरह के सॉल्यूशंस के बारे में सोचना भी बहुत जरूरी है फॉर households or children who don't have access to smartphones and internet bandwidth. फिर ऑफलाइन सॉल्यूशंस इज अनदर रियली इंपॉर्टेंट कैटेगरी। वानी साहब ने जीबी में भी एक पायलट रन किया था जिसमें आपने सिर्फ एक दफा इंटरनेट इनेबल करना है टू डाउनलोड एंड मेक द कंटेंट अवेलेबल ऑफलाइन, एंड अगेन उस तरह के सॉल्यूशंस या इनोवेशंस हमारे कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बहुत ज्यादा रेलेवेंट हो जाते हैं जहां पे कनेक्टिविटी विल बी अ चैलेंज रिमोट एरियाज में, डिस्टेंट एरियाज में। The other thing is using or leveraging community as an enabler for connectivity. And again उस तरह के मॉडल्स एग्जिस्ट करते हैं जो हर इंडिविजुअल बच्चे या हाउसहोल्ड में एक्सेस की जो डेफिशिएंसी है उसको कम्युनिटी लेवल पे ब्रिज करते हैं। तो गाइडेड एंड फैसिलिटेटेड सेंटर्स इन द कम्युनिटी और volunteers or arrangements that can enable children to have some supervised access through technology. So there's a range of options. जो सबसे important बात है वो ये सोचना यही है कि the child has to be at the center of what we think of, and if we are gearing towards addressing the needs of the children, then those needs will define the solutions with. ये retrofit नहीं हो सकता कि हमने solution एक conceive किया और उसको फिर हम apply करने की कोशिश करें, because that leads to an exacerbation of the digital divide in and of itself.
Thank you so much. So building on those notions and of course looking at a spectrum of solutions, going from no tech, low tech, all the way to high tech. My next question is for Dr. Chuktai. Really building on that, what are the potential challenges, including relevance in integrating Edtech within our existing educational system? And how do we leverage more innovative solutions?
Challenges ka pucha? Yes. So, like I worked on the national curriculum, and it was a very difficult thing to do. Sare subon se, sare areas se, unke experts ke saath consensus lena. On the one hand, having a sector jahan pe provinces mein aapke very low capacity in what good quality education is, but nonetheless they had the authority to be the signatories, and on the other hand to work with the private sector to ensure that the curriculum that we sign off on in the end is a high quality curriculum, so a curriculum that works for all children. So it was a very difficult task, but I will say that the curriculum itself, it has 4 components. There are the standards, which is basically the national curriculum is national standards, national minimum standards of education, that every kid by grade 3 will know this much of math, by grade 7 will know this much of history, and by physics or whatever you pick. So these are the standards. But curriculum has 3 other core components. There are many components. There's a hidden curriculum as well. But there's standards, there's textbooks and learning materials, there's teachers, and then there's assessments. And I will say that in my work, I traveled across the country about 3 times, not just to main cities, but really tertiary cities as well, and met with a lot of stakeholders. Honestly, it was like another PhD, but a lot harder than the one I did before. But usme, I will tell you this much, that all our interventions in education are input driven. कि हमने curriculum बना दिया, हमने textbooks upgrade कर दी, हमने इतने teachers को train कर दिया. Nothing works in education unless you have tested a child's learning on concept-based exams and the child has demonstrated a shift in their learning level. Unless you have that evidence, everything else is input-driven. Not to take away from working on inputs, but if I had to pick one focal point of all these 4 sort of verticals, I would say it's assessments. And assessments में आप यूं सोच सकते हैं कि बच्चा वही पढ़ता है जो इम्तिहान में आता है, टीचर भी वही पढ़ाती है जो इम्तिहान में आता है, पेरेंट भी उसी स्कूल में डालता है जहाँ पे नंबर अच्छे आते हैं. So if you can fix assessments, you can actually have a very strong pivot in how education is delivered. Now, to the theme of today's panel, how can technology be leveraged and what are the challenges in that? मैंने जब curriculum बना लिया, so I wanted to work on जब standards बना लिया on these other 3 verticals, and Sindh of all provinces who was against us, who had parted ways and we brought them back, was the first province to pilot this curriculum in 3 of its districts through teachers training. And I was in conversation with the exam boards of Hyderabad, Sakkar and Karachi to do their trainings on how to design and deliver concept-based exams. कॉमर्स का पेपर जो है उसके लिए 70,000 बच्चा अपेयर होता है और उसके लिए जो लोग बैठते हैं उसको चेक करने के लिए पेपर को, वो कॉलेज के टीचर्स प्रोफेसर्स हैं जो दोपहर 2 बजे से 5 बजे तक बैठते हैं 3 घंटे, और अगर वो एग्जामिनर ना लंच ब्रेक ले ना बाथरूम ब्रेक ले तो फी पर्चा उसके पास 2.5 मिनट है. 2.5 मिनट, एक बच्चे की 2 साल की मेहनत वो 2.5 मिनट में असेस करता है. तो जब आप टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं और जो नो टेक की बात करते हैं, जब आप इक्विटी की बात करते हैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी इज नॉट जस्ट टैबलेट्स एंड फोन्स. Technology is how can you design assessments that in a high population developing country can deliver an equitable assessment of a student's conceptual knowledge understanding in a way that does not bias against a child's socioeconomic status. And I think there's immense potential here. Exams can be designed in a way that, they are, you can give it a chat GPT generated answer and ask the student out of a multiple choice question, okay, what are the faults in this chat GPT generated answer to this question? Feel free to use your phone. So there's so much that can be done. And I think jitna challenging hai Pakistan mein delivering quality assessments, there is no answer but technology to leverage, to bring it towards more equitable educational delivery. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. So touching upon something that Mr. Nadeem and Dr. Shuktai said, one, our educational endeavors are primarily input driven, but also thinking about community as an enabler. My next question is for Mr. Jamil. How do we engage local communities and educators in, developing relevant and effective edtech content? Something that moves us again a little bit away from being input driven to being focused on student learning outcomes.
Thank you very much. I think Mani Saab ne bahut achhi framing ki of, what can be done. And when a civil servant who's gone through, the works, has been a chief secretary, knows how to make his budgets fungible, make the system move, set some targets, बहुत सारा कुछ हिल-जुल जाता है. और उसमें अगर वानी साहब की प्रेजेंटेशन में देखी तो उसमें न्यूट्रिशन भी थी, उसमें डिसेबिलिटी को भी देख रहे थे, इंक्लूसिव भी देख रहे थे, टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग भी थी, बहुत कुछ था उसमें. और ज़ाहिर है उसमें एक इम्प्रेशन ये भी है कि बहुत इनपुट ड्रिवन भी है, बट ज़ाहिर है मेजरमेंट हो रही है, उसको हम देखते हैं कि क्या है. मगर आई नो उसमें कहीं पेरेंट्स और कम्युनिटी को भी इन्वॉल्व किया है. अब यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन आ रहा है जो आप सवाल पूछ रही हैं कि how do you involve parents? I'll talk about two things. One is something that's happening just now or just ending, which is looking at a very simple solution. Umar had spoken about where there's no tech to where there's low tech. तो अगर cell phones हैं और आप उसमें 20 minutes के sound bites के ऊपर आप solutions दे रहे हैं basic literacy या numeracy के, और आप सिर्फ phone based tutoring कर रहे हैं और parents को भी involve कर रहे हैं और कोई tutor भी involved है, because it's not the child alone, it is with the community itself. And we saw that during COVID as well, क्योंकि वहाँ पे तो एकदम से हम WhatsApp पे शुरू हो गए थे और जहाँ story telling भी थी, जहाँ पे basic literacy और numeracy भी थी. And the most exciting part everywhere was in very deep rural areas was कि parents saying कि हमें पहली दफा अपने बच्चे के साथ हम learning कर रहे हैं. And during that time, because as you know, ITA does lots of assessments, we were actually asking questions of how parents are engaging with children. And what came out during the COVID study of 2022 was that children said that 70% support came from their parents. And yet that is an elephant in the room, just like the child is. The parent or the community is also the elephant in the room. And I wanted to speak. So the results of this edtech or phone-based tutoring are very exciting to see कि जहाँ parental engagement होती है और जो content भी वहीं से बनाया जाता है, which is locally relevant, makes sense. It has a huge impact. But the second piece that I really wanted to talk about, because हम किस चीज की बात कर रहे हैं? हम major disruptions की बात कर रहे हैं. सुबह सलमान ने बात की पैम्प से, इतने बड़ी disruptions हुई.
मोटरवे की डिसरप्शन हुई वगैरह वगैरह, बट इसमें भी एक बहुत नॉन लिनियर मेथड्स ऑफ लर्निंग आउटकम्स और कंटेंट डेवलपमेंट जो है ना वो हमें सोचने पड़ेंगे। इस वक्त की जो लिनियरिटी है और उसमें और आप जो देख रहे हैं एक रेवोल्यूशन है, as we talk today here, a national summit, there is also a global summit taking place, Summit of the Future. And basically that's also looking at AI, digital, all of these disruptions, but what we are not talking about is the non-linearity of the process. And there I want to really touch upon the content that you spoke about and that is endogenous content. हमारे पास कोई समझ में नहीं आ रही। मैं थोड़े दिन पहले थरपाकर थी, नगर गई हुई थी, तो मैंने वहां पे करूंजर के पहाड़ देखे, 17 किलोमीटर पे हैं, 3.5 to 5 बिलियन ईयर्स ओल्ड, फिनोमिनल। कौन सी जगह हमारे यहाँ हेरिटेज और स्पाइसेस ले लें, हमारी ऑयल्स ले लें, हर्ब्स ले लें, दुनिया जहान इस वक्त हेल्थ सिस्टम्स उससे लिंक्ड है, तो इतना इंडोजिनस हमारे पास कंटेंट है, but there is no effort to develop that. In fact, what is happening is कि हम बाहर का कंटेंट लेते हैं, उसी में कुछ हम थोड़ा मोटा उसको एनिमेट कर लेते हैं, उसको डिजिटाइज कर देते हैं, मगर जो हमारा अपना इंडोजिनस कंटेंट है, जो बच्चा शुरू से देखता है, शायद पेट में भी देख रहा होता है, सुन रहा होता है, सो वो हम कंटेंट को नहीं पिक कर रहे हैं। And today, more than ever, it is easier and great if we were to really curate that endogenous content from the community, from the parents, from the environment, and from every particle of this country that we can get, from all the diversity, from Gilgit-Baltistan to Sindh to wherever you are. तो उसके ऊपर as such हमारे यहाँ content develop नहीं होता। अलबत्ता some of the work that we are doing on creating new indigenous stories where we are not just adapting stories, but doing original content for stories, which is being written by authors over here. तो वहाँ पे कोशिश है कि हम इस तरह के endogenous content को बहुत contemporary तरीके से, उसकी ना सिर्फ कहानियाँ हो मगर उसकी digitization हो, उसमें बच्चे सीख सके, and that becomes a trigger. Storytelling is your best trigger. Alif Leila Basaris is here as well, but storytelling is, and you all know it, Noor Academy is here, it's your best trigger in your mother tongue or in whatever tongue, but it gets to the social emotional learning bits of the child, gives the child the voice, the child the confidence that Mani Sahib was speaking about. कि अगर वो बच्चे को एक खुशी होगी और वो there's this whole notion of, okay, keep the child in the center in a country which is facing polycrisis of the worst kind, in which I also say the population explosion is part of that, as is climate change, as is stunting, as is food insecurity, and so many other issues that we are facing. तो उसके अंदर अब आपके ने एक बच्चे को खुश भी नहीं रखना, तो फिर क्या फायदा? और उसके अंदर अगर आपने पेरेंट्स को बाहर रखना है, तो क्या फायदा? So here is an opportunity for us to bridge our social, digital, and emotional, spiritual capital with the best of the best means. I think even in this room, I've been hearing this morning, itni amazing kaam ho raha hai, कि there is no dearth of capacity over here to turn it around. But where is that vertical? I would, as just now Mariam was speaking about all the verticals, where is that vertical on the content? We still don't see textbooks like that. We still don't see, and I mean, Faisal and myself said in many occasions recently, कि भाई कहानी सुना दीजिए, 25 कहानियां रख लें, but that should be enough. साथ उसमें numeracy डाल दीजिए, ताकि गुफ्तगू हो सके. The child knows how to be able to manipulate, look at that concept construction, the sense of linkage at the local level, and also internalize it, and then to be able to use it digitally or on the phone or anything. So technology भी हम यही कह रहे हैं कि उसमें हम learning outcomes भी देख रहे हैं, मगर हम learning और social emotional outcomes भी देखना चाहते हैं. This is not just for the child who's young. This is the child who's K through 12, even university. सबसे बड़े messed up बच्चे ये नहीं आते कि in universities and colleges who do not know how to write, but they are suffering. They're suffering, and no one is asking that. And we know the mental health challenges that we have. We're not talking about it. बल्कि अभी recently जब ये हमारी national foundational learning policy बन रही थी, उसमें कहा social emotional learning को हटा दो, time नहीं है. Social emotional learning के लिए time नहीं है. तो जो इस वक्त schools 2030 काम कर रहे हैं, which is looking at 27 domains of learning, combining both academic and non-academic, and doing it as digitally as possible. I think there are some wonderful examples, open source learning examples, because of technology that are available. Now, how do you look at those open, and that I was saying recently in a keynote in Bangkok as well, that today you have some phenomenal open source knowledge that is becoming available, whether you look at the Yidan Prize, you look at the Schools 2030 work, you look at the UN systems work, you look at the WISE prizes, you look at, I mean, all of this is phenomenal work, which is open to anyone to pick. I mean, there are websites today जहां से आप 2 लाख कहानियां डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं और अपनी जबान में कर सकते हैं. Are we doing it? Are we teaching our teachers how to do it? But more importantly, going back, where do we find the connections of the child, the parent, the teachers, and even other members who are facilitators? जैसे अभी वानी साहब हमें बता रहे थे, it takes just like it says it takes a village to raise a child, it takes learning teams to make learning happen in the most holistic sense, and where you are looking at all the disciplines in the most phenomenal way possible. And it could only happen because of the fact that we have these possibilities of digital and AI as well. Question is, how do we use them? And how do we not lose sight? Again, saying what Umar had said earlier, कि भाई पाकिस्तान के हालात तो देखें, वो जो अभी हमारी सेंसस से डेटा आया है या हमारी मिसिंग थर्ड का इंफॉर्मेशन आई है, आपके पास डिस्ट्रिक्ट या तहसील बाय तहसील डेटा है, कितना बच्चा स्कूल में है, कितना नहीं है, किस हालत में है, आपके पास सेंसस से अब परफेक्ट डेटा है जैसे अभी है. अब आप कहें कि वो भी डेटा ठीक नहीं है, ये तो पाकिस्तान में ये बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. किसी डेटा को कहते हैं कि डेटा ड्रिवन होना चाहिए, बट डेटा को मानना भी नहीं है. बट व्हेन यू सी के इम्यूनाइजेशन के क्या हाल है, बर्थ रजिस्ट्रेशन के क्या हाल है, स्टंटिंग के क्या हाल है, ये सब चीजें उसमें से सेंसस से नजर आ रही है. और फिर उसके बाद अगर आपके पास वो डाइवर्सिटी को हम आके बंद कर लें, क्योंकि वानी साहब को तो ये सोचना पड़ेगा आफ्टर ही ये सर कर लेंगे ये मुहिम, तो ये सोचेंगे कि अच्छा ये कैसे हम काम करेंगे इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में जहां पे ये हालात हैं, इतने बड़े आउट ऑफ स्कूल और बच्चे पैदा हुए जा रहे हैं, उसका क्या करेंगे? सो द क्वेश्चन इज, एंड माय लास्ट पॉइंट इज, all of this business of parents, communities, giving that customization to the child doesn't happen without local level action. And Pakistan hates local level action. Wani Saab's success is exactly because इनके पास 432 या 437 या जो मर्जी इतने ही स्कूल्स थे ना. हमारे पास तो यूनियन काउंसिल से हम भागते हैं, हम स्कूल बेस्ड एक्शन से भागते हैं. तो हमारे यहाँ जब तक लोकलाइजेशन नहीं होगी और लोकल लेवल प्लानिंग को तरजीह नहीं देंगे, या लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स, अली चीमा का इतना काम है यहाँ पे, लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स की बात से जो भागते हैं सारे सियासतदान या सारे लोग, तो पाकिस्तान विल नॉट. वियतनाम की सक्सेस क्या है? विलेज लेवल प्लानिंग, यही है ना. So without that, how will you get the voices of not just the children, but also the parents and the community? And they can be lettered or unlettered, but their knowledge and wisdom is phenomenal. You know, I'm not saying every community and every parent has positive things. There are horrible things that we have in negative parenting practices, but we may be looking at positive parenting practices, but positive knowledge systems that are just going to waste in this country. Nobody is talking about them. It's time we looked at those endogenous systems, and from which some people are already looking at collecting a cache of stories in multiple languages. Zubair Torwali हमारे परेशान रहते हैं कि ज़बानें ख़त्म हो जाएंगी. घाट की अभी थरपारकर में सिंधी नहीं बोली जाती, ढाट की बोली जाती है। उसकी ज़बानें हमने एक एवरी लैंग्वेज टीचर्स यू का इनिशिएटिव लिया, 5 ज़बानों के मुहावरे, मिसरे, कहानियाँ, नज़्में इकट्ठी करी ताकि लोगों को अपने इस्तिआरे ना भूल जाएँ। So I just want to stop at that, but you know, it's time we also worked on the content, and the content which is coming from the dimensions of science, of stories, of heritage, of language, of numeracy, measurement, हर चीज होती है. So we are doing this initiative, which is basically called looking at herbs, spices, seeds, and oils, and to see, okay, what do they have to tell us, all the way through to mental and physical health as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a really comprehensive response, and I want to focus on a few of the key themes that came up. One, of course, is the role of the community, the parents, the teachers, entire village, and looking at contextualizing technologies, content and technology, which is much needed. So I'm going to sort of pose this question to Mr. Nadeem, thinking about both the relevance and sustainability of educational technology within Pakistan's context. And thinking about, the endogenous knowledge, what do you think are some of the key strategies that would ensure relevance and sustainability in our context?
That's a challenging one. So building on what Bela just said, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी एक तो इस तरह का जो कंटेंट है उसकी अब जनरेशन में बहुत रैपिडली असिस्ट कर सकती है, and that leads to a scale that we haven't seen before. So एक तो scaling का aspect है और propagation का aspect है, that वो supply side है. और जो दूसरी side है उसकी वो adoption वाली side है, and वहाँ पे भी जो एक बहुत nuanced role technology और social platforms play कर रहे हैं, वो ये है कि लोग influence कैसे होते हैं और किस चीज़ से होते हैं बहुत drastically change हो रहा है, and so technology offers that layer. अब जहाँ तक sustainability की बात है या relevance की बात है, एक चीज जो मैं देखता हूँ वो ये है कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी को एज एन एड ऑन अभी तक ट्रीट करते रहे हैं ऑन एग्जिस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर्स एंड प्रैक्टिसेस एंड जो भी हो रहा है. अगर हमने इसको एक्चुअली सस्टेनेबल और इफेक्टिव और एफिशिएंट बनाना है तो हमें इसको एज ए नेसेसरी कंपोनेंट इंटीग्रेटेड इन हाउ वी डू थिंग्स करना है और उस तरह सोचना है, बजाय इसके कि एक चीज चल रही है और उसके अंदर हम टेक्नोलॉजी को intervene karate rahe, because that's essentially something that we don't have the money for. Education is already underfunded. Vani sahab bilkul rightly said ke पैसे जितने भी हैं उनको ज़्यादा efficiently और effectively कैसे use करना है और वो एक बहुत high priority है. But अगर आप एक bottom up working करें of पाकिस्तान के बच्चों की क्या ज़रूरियात हैं, दोनों जो स्कूल में हैं और जो स्कूल से बाहर हैं, तो उतने पैसे कभी हम शायद सोच में भी तालीम को allocate ना करें. And so एक तरीका जो टेक्नोलॉजी की मेन स्ट्रीमिंग या उसकी रेलेवेंस को एनहांस करने का वो ये है कि हम अपनी एग्जिस्टिंग वेज ऑफ डूइंग थिंग्स को कैसे री इमेजिन कर सकते हैं, जिसको ज्यादा कमर्शियल टर्म्स में हम बिजनेस प्रोसेस इंजीनियरिंग कहते हैं, जहां पे आपने एक एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोसेस को सिर्फ ऑटोमेट नहीं करना बट यू एक्चुअली रीडिजाइन एंड रीडिफाइन हाउ यू डूइंग थिंग्स. एंड सो एजुकेशन के केस में भी a lot of value could be created by reprioritization and reallocation. It could be created by redeploying resources. दूसरा public private partnerships की बात हुई थी पिछले उसमें. I think there's a lot of value that the private sector brings जिसको अभी भी हम at scale उतना utilize नहीं कर रहे, and so a lot of the learning curves can be shortened और जो वो scale वाली चीज़ है वो वहाँ से आ सकती है. तीसरी चीज़ especially in the case of technology जो मैंने काफ़ी देखी है वो ये कि वैल्यू फॉर मनी पे इतना फोकस नहीं है कि जो $1 या ₹1 हम टेक्नोलॉजी पे लगा रहे हैं उससे रिटर्न क्या निकलेगा, स्पेशली इन द कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ एजुकेशन. एंड सो आई थिंक वो डिजाइन वाली चीज पे चला जाता है कि आप कितना रोबस्टली उसको डिजाइन कर रहे हैं टू एक्चुअली जनरेट हाई वैल्यू फॉर मनी. Investment in platforms will be outdated very, very rapidly. Given the pace of change, and so thinking more about what we're doing and how it's going to be scaled is really important. कि आप उस टेक्नोलॉजी में जो इन्वेस्टमेंट जा रही है उससे वैल्यू फॉर मनी जनरेट कर सकें, which is much higher than what we've typically thought of in terms of inputs into education. And lastly, I think जो एक हमारे पास सबसे बड़ा asset है, which is a very very young cohort in terms of population in Pakistan. And so उनकी enablement से long term development or fast tracking of things किस तरह support कर सकते. So all the investment into education is going to lead to longer term benefits. तो वो knock on cycle है, उसके बारे में भी सोचना बहुत जरूरी है in terms of doing a lot of this. But for me the biggest pick is कि जो कर रहे हैं उसको अगर हम सोच के करेंगे तो ज़्यादा value generate होगी. Trial and error के margins बहुत जरूरी होते हैं, but there's a lot of learning that we can draw from. And it's really important कि हम जो design दे रहे हैं in terms of interventions उसके ऊपर बहुत focus करें ताकि जो limited funds या जो limited opportunities हैं उससे हम impact extract कर सकें.
Thank you so much. That was a really comprehensive response. And then I'd like to pass it on to Dr. Chughtai. Building on that, how can universities and research institutions play a role in, in contributing to research on effective use of EdTech within our local context?
Universities for EdTech. I would like to reference to the previous panel, जहाँ पर बात हो रही थी कि how we have diluted. Universities are not centers of learning anymore. They're centers of credentialing. Just you buy a credential basically. And now what I'm hearing from, because I'm also at the School of Education here, I've consulted with the BNU and being from the education sector, students nowadays say कि आपने मुझे B क्यों दिया है? When I've paid my tuition and I'm spending my time, I should just get a transcript with all A's. इससे तो बेहतर है मैं X या Y यूनिवर्सिटी में से जाऊँ. I should not name the universities. जहाँ पर I basically, if you just show up and you don't do any work, you basically get the credential. You pay the money and you get the credential. And the world, the way it is changed now, credentials will not matter anymore. It's all about skills. So what Yasir Bashir was saying earlier was that we are funneling people into universities and diluting our standards ताकि we can effectively credential all these kids and make money off of them while doing a serious disservice to the economy. So I think that around the world post-pandemic, a university is going to be an outdated concept. People, the economy is not going to go by what degree you have. Your degree will get you your first job, but after that, it's what you know and what you can do. So I think that the best thing that technology can do is for every individual to carve their own learning path of being a lifelong learner. Like 10 years from now, everyone in this room, whatever job they're doing, at least 60% of the people in this room will be doing a job that they've not heard of. Uska title nahi hai. This is actual research coming on the jobs of tomorrow. So the people who will be successful are the ones who will be able to learn new skills consistently over the course of the next 40 to 50 years of their lives. And any learning space, institution that helps a person, irrespective of what age they are in, or even an individual through a YouTube platform, if you can leverage technology to carve an individual path of learning, that I think is the future. And universities are just one pathway towards that future, which I think is going to be soon outdated, save a few, brand names in the US or over here. But generally, I think universities is an outdated concept.
So perfect. All right. So thank you so much for the incredible conversation we've had. We're going to open it up for a couple of questions. And so, yes, we have more than a couple of candidates. So we'd like to go in the order of first come, first serve. I think the first hand came from this side. Yeah. Them to yes.
Thank you. मेरा सवाल वनी साहब के लिए. Thank you for giving us an overview of all these amazing initiatives, especially nutrition से मुतालिक, vision correction से मुतालिक जो आपने बातें की. I think आपके जो fellow panelists ने raised एक point which was related to input driven versus finding return on investment. तो आपने सब चीज़ों का जिक्र किया, इसमें हम किस तरह से incorporate कर सकते हैं outputs को measure करना?
So let's take another couple of questions and we'll address all of them in one go.
थैंक यू मेरा क्वेश्चन है डॉक्टर मरियम से एक्चुअली बीइंग द पार्ट of a public sector I've been serving public sector for more than a decade and to use innovative methodology is a big deal in these colleges. You said that assessments patterns or styles should be changed and recently I got the chance, not chance, deliberately they asked me to check the papers of FSC and that was bitter experience for me. I told them that I don't want to do that but I had to only one bundle. As far as the syllabus is concerned, the content we teach to the students, don't you think that should also be revised? Because the content of English in particular, China's way to progress, I would like to give an example. We teach this to the students, चाइना कहाँ से कहाँ पहुंच गया लेकिन आज भी वही हम पढ़ा रहे हैं जो शायद मेरी मदर ने पढ़ा था. सो आपको नहीं लगता कि इसको रिवाइज करना चाहिए और इसके अंदर अकॉर्डिंग टू द करंट ट्रेंड्स I mean they have been they should have been incorporated in this course content. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to Vanessa.
Number one, करेक्ट जी, बिल्कुल इनपुट ड्रिवन शायद ये लगे, लेकिन मैंने तो कहा ना कि मैंने इसकी पहले एविडेंस भी कलेक्ट की है. जैसे न्यूट्रिशन प्रोग्राम है, उसके लिए मुझे फ्रेश सर्वे करने की जरूरत नहीं. ग्लोबली स्कूल बेस्ड प्रोग्राम, इट्स एन एक्सेप्टेड प्रोग्राम. व्हाई टू री इन्वेंट द व्हील? मैं फिर कुछ 4-5 लाख डॉलर का कंसल्टेंट हायर करूं, सरकार का पैसा जाहिर करूं और फिर वो एक एविडेंस रिपोर्ट आए फिर मैं इंप्लीमेंट करूं. बेस्ट पिक अप द बेस्ट नॉलेज व्हिच इज अवेलेबल. सेकेंडली, एडटेक पे भी जो इनपुट ड्रिवन आप बात करें, देखें दुनिया भर में कौन सा ऐसा स्कूल है जहां पर अब कंप्यूटर्स और आईटी लैब्स नहीं होती. तो अगर मैंने कर दी वो इनपुट ड्रिवन नहीं है. मैंने बेसिकली ये नीड थी उनकी, बच्चों को, ये गरीब बच्चे, ये घर में उमर साहब ने कहा कि ये स्कूल कंप्यूटर अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते, तो स्कूल के अंदर एक कमरे में मैंने उनको 20 कंप्यूटर्स की एक लैब बना दी, इंटरनेट का एक्सेस दे दिया और टीचर अब कंप्यूटर दे दिया जो उनको गाइड करे कि यार बच्चों इससे क्या क्या चीजें रिट्रीव करके एकेडमिकली पढ़ना है. एक वो हो गया. तीसरा जो बात कंटेंट की है, तो बात ये है कि मुझे पता था कि सरकार का जो मेरा एग्जिस्टिंग टीचर है उसका मोटिवेशन लेवल वो नहीं है, उसकी कैपेसिटी वो नहीं है. इट विल टेक टाइम, स्पेशली जो 50+ क्रॉस कर गए हैं प्राइमरी स्कूलों में. लेकिन यंगस्टर्स हैं, मैं उनको ट्रेन कर सकता हूँ. लेकिन उनको ट्रेन कैसे कर सकता हूँ? कंपटीशन क्रिएट करके. कंपटीशन कैसे कर सकता हूँ? तो टीच फॉर पाकिस्तान के 120 फेलोज ले लिए, नस से 75 फेलो ले लिए, अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन के 150. अब टीचर्स का कंपैरिजन हो रहा है आपस में, एक दूसरे का परफॉर्मेंस का एक पीयर रिव्यू भी हो रहा है, एक दूसरे को देख रहे हैं, एक दूसरे से लर्न हो रहे हैं. चौथा ये कि मैंने जब वीडियो एडिट कंटेंट ऑफलाइन, जहां कनेक्टिविटी का मसला है वहां ऑफलाइन लेके गया हूं. जीबी में सर मैंने पायलट नहीं किया था, 100% रोल आउट. वी शुड ऑलवेज गो फॉर होल हॉक. इस पायलट ने इस मुल्क को मरवाया कि जब भी पायलट करो उसके बाद 2 साल उसका असेसमेंट करते रहो, तब तक नया सेक्रेटरी आ जाता है, नई गवर्नमेंट है, फिर नए सिरे से पायलट होता है. तो इट वेंट वेल. वो जो था हमने 100% सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स को स्मार्ट स्कूल्स में कन्वर्ट किया, हायर सेकेंडरी स्कूल को, और सोलराइज किया. रिजल्ट्स बेहतर आए. मैडम बेला विजिटेड सम ऑफ द स्कूल्स इन गिलगित एंड वी हैड लॉट ऑफ गुड. तो इनपुट की नीयत मेरी थी, है नीयत मेरी इनपुट की, लेकिन एक्चुअली एविडेंस बेस्ड था, क्योंकि बेसिकली पाकिस्तान में तो सबसे एंड पे चीज आती है. तो मैंने तो ग्लोबल बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस उठाई, उनको थोड़ा माइंड अप्लाई किया. वो ये यूईटी के हैं, मैं भी यूईटी का हूँ. इंजीनियरिंग माइंड अप्लाई किया, एनालिटिकल माइंड अप्लाई किया. दुनिया भर में बेसिक काम करने के लिए आपको पीएचडी होना जरूरी नहीं है. बेसिक काम करने के लिए 3-4 पीएचडी से मशवरा करना चाहिए. वो मैंने किए. व्हेन आई वाज इन गिलगित बाल्टिस्तान, वन ऑफ माय स्टाफ ऑफिसर वाज अ पीएचडी फ्रॉम स्टैनफोर्ड. एक कॉर्नेल का था, 3 लम्स के थे, 2 ना. मैंने कहा यार बेस्ट आइडियाज तुम यंगस्टर्स मुझे दो, उसके बाद चीफ सेक्रेटरी का डंडा होगा और सेक्रेटरी फाइनेंस के मैं पीछे होऊंगा. तो वही हुआ. दे यूज्ड टू गिव मी गुड आइडियाज, आई यूज्ड टू अडॉप्ट देम. सारी टीमों को ले आता था और सेक्रेटरी फाइनेंस को मैंने कहा था कि एजुकेशन और आईटी पे एक पैसा भी तुमने रोका तुम्हारी खैर नहीं. कैन यू इमेजिन, इन 1 ईयर वी ट्रिपल्ड द एजुकेशन बजट जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस. कि हमने कहा यार 25 डिपार्टमेंट्स को मैं ठीक नहीं कर सकता, 2-3 पिक करते हैं, उनको हम स्केल अप करते हैं। एजुकेशन इज फॉर डेवलपमेंट, एजुकेशन इज फॉर ग्रोथ, एजुकेशन इज फॉर ब्रिंगिंग पीस, एजुकेशन इज फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। So that was the whole intent.
आपने बड़ा अच्छा सवाल किया कि डोंट यू थिंक द करिकुलम शुड बी अपडेटेड? आई एब्सोल्युटली थिंक इट शुड बी अपडेटेड एंड आई हैव PTSD आफ्टर अपडेटिंग इट, स्पेंडिंग 3 years in government and successfully updating it. बट आपने जो बात की ना, वो वही वाली बात है कि आपने स्टैंडर्ड्स बना दिए, लेकिन जब तक क्लासरूम में आके वो सही तरह पढ़ाए नहीं गए और बच्चे ने वो पढ़ के इम्तिहान नहीं दिया, तो मतलब व्हाट्स द पॉइंट? मैं आपको एक बात बताती हूँ। कंपल्सरी सब्जेक्ट्स तो हमने कर लिए, वो लास्ट 2006 में अपडेट हुए थे, और वो भी मोर और लेस ऑन पेपर ही हुए थे और पब्लिक स्कूल्स के लिए हुए थे। अब जब हमने नेशनल करिकुलम 22-23 बनाया, तो आई लर्न व्हेन आई वाज फीलिंग वेरी हैप्पी कि हमने 12वीं तक कर लिया है, सबका कंसेंसस आ गया। आई लर्न कि जो हमारे इलेक्टिव सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, यानी कि एनीबडी हु डजंट डू फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, बायोलॉजी, द रेस्ट ऑफ एवरीबडी, उनके स्टैंडर्ड्स जो हैं वो 1995 के बने हुए हैं। यानी जब मैंने मैट्रिक किया था, जो मैंने जो कुछ पढ़ा था, वो ही अभी तक चल रहा था। तो जो आपने कहा कि मैंने वो पेपर जो चेक किए, तो फिर उसमें ये था कि कुछ टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के सब्जेक्ट्स भी थे, और वो इस तरह से बने हुए थे जो मेरे टेबल पर थे अप्रूवल के लिए, कि होटल मैनेजमेंट का करिकुलम है, एक वोकेशनल उसमें है टेक्निकल एजुकेशन। तो वो होटल मैनेजमेंट का क्या था, पाकिस्तान का पहला होटल 1960 में बना। और फिर आईओटी का एक सब्जेक्ट था जिसमें कंप्यूटर सॉफ्टवेयर जो है वो आईओटी सॉफ्टवेयर एक जमात में पढ़ाई जाएगी, आईओटी हार्डवेयर अगली जमात में पढ़ाएगी। इनके वाईफाई राउटर जो है, पहले उसकी हार्डवेयर एक साल पढ़ेंगे, अगले साल पढ़ेंगे कि वो करता क्या है। तो दे वर रियली प्रॉब्लमैटिक, जस्ट थियरी बेस्ड। एंड वानी साहब तो उस वक्त चीफ सेक्रेटरी जीबी थे, मुझे छोड़ गए मिनिस्ट्री में, और 1.5 साल मुझे without funding I had to run this whole thing. But because I believe in the same problem that you have, मैंने आपकी तरह पेपर नहीं चेक किए, जिस तरह वानी साहब ने कहा कि he has relied on the support of good citizens. So I wrote letters to universities across the country and I asked people, these electives need to be updated. मेरे पास पैसे कोई नहीं है। अगर 50 लोगों ने नॉमिनेशन भेजी अपनी, जब उन्हें पता लगा कि पैसे नहीं है तो 2 रह गए, लेकिन उन 2 के साथ 200 की टीम बना के हमने तकरीबन 80 इलेक्टिव सब्जेक्ट्स को अपडेट किया और उनको हमने नोटिफाई करवाया फेडरल में भी। और हमारा जो कोर करिकुलम है, मैंने मार्च में प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट कर लिया, आई कम बैक टू लाहौर नाउ इट्स बीइंग नोटिफाइड। पंजाब ने अब 9वीं से 12वीं में भी साइंस सब्जेक्ट्स अप्रूव कर दिए हैं। सो education takes some time to come forth. If there was a line of people, all of whom believing that standards should be updated, I would be in the front of that line. And I think that it takes a lot of effort, but as I said before, it's not just about standards. जब तक इम्तिहान उन standards पर नहीं होंगे, तब तक आपके पेपर उसी standard के आएंगे जैसे आपने देखे।
जस्ट सेकंड, मैं इनको सप्लीमेंट कर दूं ताकि हमारी बात रही न जाए, दोबारा कौन बुलाएगा। अच्छा, वो ये था कि व्हेन आई वाज चीफ सेक्रेटरी, तो मैंने एक दिन फोन किया, मैं कहा वीसी कौन है लम्स के? उन्होंने कहा जी फलां फलां हैं, और वो आपसे जो प्रीवियस वाले थे वो इस वक्त स्कर्दू में बैठे हुए। मैं कहा स्कर्दू बैठ, उनको मैंने फोन किया, मैं कहा जी गिलगित आए, कहते नहीं हम उधर जा रहे हैं हुनजा। मैं कहा सर इधर आए तो एक दफा तो आ जाएं। बहरहाल जदून साहब भी थे, सारे आए, रात को मैंने इनको घेर के बिठाया, इसी तरह की मैंने कैप्टिव ऑडियंस बना के जबरदस्ती प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाई, पूरा इनको घेरा। सुबह मैं इनके साथ एक MOU साइन कर चुका था फॉर लम्स ग्रेजुएट्स टू कम टू GB टू टीच स्टूडेंट्स इन समर्स। मैंने कहा जिनका खाना मैं दूंगा, गाड़ी मैं दूंगा, फिराऊंगा मैं, चीफ सेक्रेटरी हाउस में बिल्कुल फिरेंगे, जो पैम्पर कर सकते हो इनको। क्या हमारे कैन यू इमेजिन, जब वो बच्चों को मैथ्स, डिजाइन थिंकिंग की क्लासेस कराते थे, टीचर्स भी हमारे साथ बैठते थे, तो वो उनकी लर्निंग हुई। तो बात ये है कि मैडम इस तरह घेरते हैं, तो ये मैं आपको सिखाऊंगा कि ये घेरना किसको कहते हैं। तो मैंने कभी किसी की मेहनत की, किसी की तरला किया। कैन यू इमेजिन, बाबर अली साहब ने अपने घर बुलाया, वो किसी चक्कर में थे, गपशप ये वो बूट पे थे ना, ही इज अ लेजेंड। मैं उनसे भी 50 लाख रुपए ले गया अपने GB के स्कूलों के लिए। तो बात ये है कि पैशन के साथ अपना मुकदमा लड़े, कमिटमेंट के साथ लड़के। 100% रिजल्ट्स कभी नहीं आते, लेकिन बात आगे बढ़नी चाहिए। थिंग्स विल मूव। कंटेंट की बात है, लास्ट बात में कर दूं कि एक इंडियन एम्बेसडर आया स्टाफ कॉलेज में। आई वाज डूइंग माय स्टाफ कॉलेज। हमने कहा वो पाक इंडिया रिलेशंस पे लेक्चर देगा, उसने लेक्चर दिया इंडिया एंड इट्स एक्सटेंडेड नेबरहुड। बात यह है कि यू शुड टीच किड्स टू नो अबाउट द एक्सटेंडेड नेबरहुड ऑफ पाकिस्तान, ग्लोबल। इसलिए मैंने कहा चलो अब एक्सटेंडेड नेबरहुड उसने कि हम इनको यूनिवर्स पे लेके जाते हैं। तो यू हैव टू थिंक बिग। हर चीज किताब से नहीं आएगी, क्लास में से बातों से भी आएगी, कॉन्वर्सेशन से भी आएगी, को करिकुलर एक्टिविटी से भी आएगी, समर कैंप से भी आएगी, टेक बूट कैंप से भी आएगी, चेस से भी आएगी। सो वी हैव टू ऐड एवरीथिंग इनटू द सिस्टम। कोई चीज बच्चा 3 चीजों से सीख जाएगा, कोई 2 चीजों से सीख जाएगा। तो ओवरलोड रोड मेमोराइजेशन बना करे, लेकिन खूबसूरत करे। आखिरी बात, अगेन आखिरी बात, कि स्कूलों को खूबसूरत इतना करे कि बच्चे वहां आए। पाकिस्तान में गुर्बत है, 2 कमरों के घर में टूटे में रहता है। जब वो स्कूल है, स्कूल भी टूटा हुआ, उसका क्या दिल लगेगा? तो हमारा ये ऑब्जेक्टिव था इस्लामाबाद में कि स्कूलों को इतना कलरफुल करो, इतना प्लेफुल करो कि वो आए उसका वापस जाने का दिल ना करे। तो यू हैव टू ऐड ग्लैमर इनटू एजुकेशन आल्सो। Until and unless you make your schools glamorous to attract kids to come to visit, और क्या हमने वापस नहीं जाना, ये तो बड़ा जबरदस्त है। इसमें स्पोर्ट्स रूम भी है, इसमें माइंड स्पोर्ट्स रूम भी है, फिर लैब भी अच्छी है, खाना भी मिल रहा है, किताबें भी हैं, बूट कैंप्स भी है, स्पोर्ट्स भी है, तो वो क्यों जाएगा? तो अगेन मैं कहता हूँ 360 डिग्रीज करें। टेक्नोलॉजी अगेन पार्ट ऑफ इट। जिस बच्चे ने सारी जिंदगी फोन नहीं देखा, आपने उसको कंप्यूटर और क्रोम बुक्स दे दिए, तुम बैठ के इसमें करो। तो बात यह है कि टेक्नोलॉजी अट्रैक्ट्स किड्स आल्सो टू लर्न। तो वो कई बच्चे ऐसे थे, हम गरीब जब होते थे तो हमने कहा जिसके घर में पहली दफा वाटर कूलर आया तो वो समझता था इसके अंदर बड़ा जबरदस्त किस्म का पानी होता है। तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए जब वो कंटेंट लर्न करेगा, कंटेंट तो नॉर्मल है, लेकिन वो जिस तरीके से अनरेवल हो रहा है उसकी लर्निंग इंप्रूव होगी। ये मेरी शाम गरीबान थी, हमने कहा।
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Farah, and to all of our panelists for such a wonderful conversation. I will now invite Dr. Suleiman to hand over. All right. Our panel talks have now come to an end, and we will be heading to our final segment, which is our closing ceremony. This will include a keynote address followed by closing remarks by the director of Lums X. For our closing keynote address, I would like to introduce Dr. Fareed Panjwani. Dr. Fareed Panjwani is an academic with over 27 years of experience in Pakistan and the United Kingdom. His passion lies in improving the quality of education in developing countries in Muslim contexts. His approach has resulted in publications across various vital subject areas like teacher and religious education, Islamic studies, imagination, and citizenship. He has a doctorate from the University of Oxford and is currently serving as the Dean of AQIED at Aga Khan University. Dr. Panjwani, please join us on stage.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and much grateful for this invitation to share some reflections, as my title shows. And reflections जो होते हैं वो थोड़े स्लो होते हैं, वो इस तरह bombardment नहीं होती जैसे कई दफ़ा हो सकती है. So हम scholars इसी तरह चलते हैं. I missed the first day of this conference, but I came here this morning, and what a wonderful occasion it has been. Each and every presentation that I heard, each and every panel that I heard was full of optimism, was full of energy, full of innovations and hope, all of these things that we need in Pakistan today. So I really congratulate the organizers of this conference for this wonderful thing. And I suggested to them, and they already had plans, that something should be written about it and should be made public so that what we heard here and learned here becomes part of the public discourse. I think this also reminded me of about 3 months ago, we at the Aga Khan University did a conference on health and AI. And it was equally fantastic. Presentations after presentation told us about the power of AI, whether it is medical diagnosis, whether it is trials of medicines, everything, amazing things. Things that needed 20 years to do can be done in 2 months now. And huge benefits. And that day also, I was so glad that I was there as I am here today. But I want you to imagine something. I want you to imagine that instead of this gathering of educationists, suppose we were sitting in a gathering of corporate executives of marketing and sales. And there were presentation after presentations about how to use technology and AI in particular to nudge people to buy goods, to promote consumerism, to make people's profiles, to find their weaknesses, their psychological points, to make them believe they need things which they actually don't. How would we feel at that occasion? Let me give you another scenario. Suppose you were fly on the wall in the conference where ministers were sitting with people of different institutions, and they were talking about how best to use AI and technology for surveillance of the population, how to eavesdrop, how to listen to their conversations, and how to make sure that no dissenting thought becomes proponent in the population. अब आप कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में सोचेंगे? अब आप एआई के बारे में क्या सोचेंगे? एक आखिरी एग्जांपल, ये इनफैक्ट एक किताब ऑलरेडी आ चुकी है, which is called The Age of Capitalist Surveillance, which is by a Harvard professor, and really works out how these two things, capitalism and surveillance, are creating a completely new way in which the world is being shaped. Last example, imagine आप एक war industry, arms industry के लोगों के साथ बैठे हैं, who are talking about how to use technology in war, how to use AI to target. और हो चुका है, I give you this example. गाजा में इसी तरह से इस्तेमाल हुई ये टेक्नोलॉजी. Now, how do you feel about technology and AI? I don't want to take away the optimism, but I want to create a critical stance towards this optimism. Because आप एक जाली डॉक्टर के पास जाएंगे ना, वो आपको बहुत ऑप्टिमिज्म देगा. आप फिक्र नहीं करें, आपके सर में दर्द है, ये खाएं ठीक हो जाएगा. आपको ये मसला है, आप ये खाएं ठीक हो जाएगा. अब जेन्युइन डॉक्टर के पास जाएंगे, वो आपको ऑप्टिमिज्म भी देगा, लेकिन कभी डिप्रेस भी करेगा. आपको आपकी रिपोर्ट्स भी बताएगा कि जी आपकी ये सिचुएशन है. उस सिचुएशन के अंदर वो आपको ऑप्टिमिज्म देगा, which I call critical optimism, which I think we need. Critical optimism, not a naive optimism. So I gave you these three examples because I wanted you to think that technology is shaping the society, not just education. And if we are promoting technology in education, we should think about how it is going to shape the society as well, because our education and our children will be part of that same society. That is why I gave you these examples with evidence that this is all happening. Technologies succeed or fail not on their own, but as part of an ecosystem. And the success of the technology is, in my view, that it benefits most people and not just few people. It creates more just society. It creates more equitable society. It creates more free society. And that requires an ecosystem. I'll give you an example. Think of a car. The same car with the same technology will operate in Karachi in this way because the ecosystem is terrible. And in some other country, let's say Switzerland, it will operate the way it is because the ecosystem is different. And in traffic sense, the ecosystem consists of not just technology, but laws and regulation, human behavior and values, and infrastructure. If you don't get all of this right, the technology, instead of blessings, in the long run can become a curse. हम तो चले जाएंगे, लेकिन जिनके लिए हमने करके गए, उनके लिए हम मसले करके जा सकते हैं अगर हम इकोसिस्टम को ना देखें, अगर हम इकोसिस्टम को ना देखें. That's the point I want to make, that the technology's success is that it has to be seen as part and parcel of an ecosystem. And even within education as well, we should consider a few things. Abhi last Wednesday ko, we did a seminar with these scholars who wrote a paper on Edtech industry. And it was a fantastic seminar because the Edtech industry takes education as a business opportunity. And their investments is there because they see future potential of consumers and market. And this presentation, it is recorded, you can have it. Billions of dollars are being invested. And you see, it's not just that they are giving softwares, they're also influencing the content and the curriculum. आप खुद सोचें कि एक एजुकेशनल सिस्टम अगर एडटेक से फंडेड है तो क्या वहां एडटेक पे क्रिटिक हो सकेगी? क्या अब चूंकि एडटेक बिजनेस की तरह आ रहा है तो क्या बिजनेस पे क्रिटिक हो सकेगी? और अगर बिजनेस पे नहीं हो सकती तो क्या इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम पे क्रिटिक हो सकेगी? So you see how even what values and what possibilities you have in education is shaped by the ecosystem in which the technology is introduced. अब ये ecosystem की जब हम बात करते हैं, so I want to suggest few things because मेरा ये ख्याल है कि at the moment the ecosystem is deeply problematic. Let me share a few things. सबसे पहले let's see the biases that our human data is. The technology is getting data from humans, जो humans ने produce किए. जो हमारे biases हैं, वो सारे के सारे AI में जाते हैं क्योंकि machine learning से that's what is produced और उसके results के अंदर भी यही होते हैं. What are the biases? I'll again give you examples. Gender biases are very strongly there in the results. The biases of historical nature. आप अगर पूछें सवालात, मैं खुद कई दफा ट्राई कर चुका हूं, non-Western civilizations are hardly present in the answers. वही Eurocentric responses आपको मिलते हैं. Political biases are there. And there are Eurocentric biases. ये तो सिर्फ 4 मैंने लिस्ट किए, political, historical, gender, Eurocentric. Without considering these things, to talk about technology and to make people learn through that, we have this danger that all these biases will be perpetuated and will become part of the next generation as well and will in fact become intensified. But ये तो एक dimension है. Let me take you to another dimension. Look at this next graph. This is from Swiss Credit, which is a bank that produces wealth report every year. This is his 2021 outcome. ये जो ग्राफ आपको बता रहा है, ये बता रहा है on the extreme right figures, दो चीजें, percentage of the population and percentage of wealth. What you see here, अब ये और वर्स हो गई है, this is 2021, कि 76% of the wealth, global wealth, is in the hands of only 10% of the people. इंडिया में 5% के पास 65% वेल्थ है. आपने शो भी देखा जनवरी टू जुलाई जो अभी गुजरा था. 76, 10% of it's like आप ये सोचें, और फिर next 22% wealth is with 40% and the bottom 50% have only 2% of the wealth. It's like अगर यहाँ पर 100 रोटियां हो और 100 लोग हों तो 76 रोटियां 10 लोगों के पास हों, 40 रोटियां 22 के पास हों और 50 लोगों के पास 2 रोटियां. आप सोचे कैसी दुनिया, किस किस्म की मारामारी, किस किस्म की कंपटीशन और किस किस्म की मेंटल हेल्थ और वहां होगी. बट दैट्स द कंडीशन ऑफ द वर्ल्ड जो इस वक्त है. और अगर आपको ये लगता है कि ये अभी है और इत्तेफाक से हो गया, ऐसा नहीं है. आप ये नेक्स्ट ग्राफ देखें. दिस इज द शेयर ऑफ द टोटल हाउस होल्ड वेल्थ. ऊपर आपको दिख रहा है 0.01% का, और ये हिस्टोरिकल है फ्रॉम 1995. So 1995 से it's not even 10%, it's not even 1%, it's 0.01% के पास जो wealth है, that has increased from 7% to 12% in the last. So जितनी आपने मेहनत की है ना, प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ाई है, जितने आपने प्रॉफिट जनरेट किए हैं, वो सब के सब ऊपर जा रहे हैं. और जो बॉटम 50% है, आप देखिए उनको 0.2% से वो 2% तक पहुंचे. सो मतलब ये कि जो प्रोडक्टिविटी भी हम बढ़ा रहे हैं ना, कि आज एआई या टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए हम 1 घंटे में जो काम करते हैं, अब 1 घंटे में उससे 3 गुना ज्यादा काम कर सकते हैं. तो उस प्रोडक्टिविटी से प्रॉफिट बनता होगा. वो प्रॉफिट कहाँ जाता है? वो यहाँ जाता है. तो हम जो 12-12 घंटे काम करते हैं, वीकेंड्स पे भी काम करते हैं, हम कहते हैं कंटिन्यूअस एजुकेशन करें, काम भी करें, पढ़ाई भी करें, उससे आपकी वेजेस तो शायद थोड़ी सी बढ़ती होंगी, उससे जो प्रॉफिट आता है वो सारा, और ये ग्राफ आपके सामने है, यू कैन सी इट, दीज आर दी नंबर्स दैट आर देयर. तो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि इफ वी बिलीव दैट फ्रॉम अ ह्यूमैनिस्टिक पर्सपेक्टिव technology should benefit most and not just few, and if technologies operate in an ecosystem that shape their benefits, then the current ecosystem of the digital technologies and the AI is biased, exclusionary, and inequitable. And in that sense, unless addressed, this ecosystem will lead to the AI being good for a few and bad for many, and will exacerbate current inequities and their consequences. आज देखें, एक बहुत इजी मैं आपको एविडेंस देता हूं. पिछले 20 सालों में 2 कंट्रीज जिन्होंने सबसे ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम किया है, जिस पर आप डिनाई नहीं कर सकते, एक इंडिया है और एक अमेरिका है. और आज दोनों मुल्क ऐसे मुल्क हैं कि जिनको आप कोई एनवी नहीं कर सकते. अमेरिका की पॉलिटिक्स देखें, इंडिया की पॉलिटिक्स देखें, अमेरिका की सोशल लाइफ देखें, इंडिया की सोशल लाइफ देखें. टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत बड़ी, लेकिन अगेन द इकोसिस्टम वाज प्रॉब्लमैटिक, which got worse because no attention was paid to it. So what do we do? Do we give up? We can't. इस दुनिया में तो रहना है, ये चीजें तो हैं, मैं खुद भी यूज करता हूं, हम सब भी यूज करते हैं. But can we do something about it? Can we think beyond projects and beyond just our own field and think like a human and think for the humanity and think for the society that will be created in which our children will grow up? So I suggest few things. I suggest these 5 things. First of all, explain the nature and power of AI. मुझे अभी भी लगता है बहुत सारे लोगों को AI की समझ ही नहीं है. वो AI को एक टूल समझते हैं rather than agent. वो AI को प्रिंटिंग प्रेस से कंपेयर करते हैं, कहते हैं जी प्रिंटिंग प्रेस. AI बिल्कुल प्रिंटिंग प्रेस से कंपेरेबल नहीं है. It's a printing press that after 100 books of printing will tell you, now I can produce my own books, you don't have to worry about it. It's that kind of printing. It's not the printing press जो गटेनबर्ग में बना था, जो आज तक human input पे dependence है उसकी. So it is very important that we understand and we explain to people in power, that AI का nature. अब यूरी हवाली का अभी एक इंटरव्यू आया है, you must listen to it. He is a historian, he has a book भी लिखी है, Nexus, and really very important people who know the AI very well are worried कि ये हमने क्या चीज प्रोड्यूस की और अगर उसकी गवर्नेंस सही नहीं हुई तो क्या इश्यूज हो सकते हैं. फर्स्ट थिंग. सेकंड, आई think of the technologies used beyond your own field and for wider human society. Always ask कि अगर हम ये इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं तो ठीक है, हमारी कंपनी को तो ये बेनिफिट मिलेगा, हमारे सेक्टर को तो ये बेनिफिट मिलेगा, but what about those biases? What about those inequities? How is it going to impact that? Is it going to ensure that we have a better society or not? That's the question we should be asking. A very important thing, educate students into the ecosystem and not just into particular technology. This is where I think no technical education should be just technical education. It should always have the humanities and social science, so that the technically educated person can think in moral terms, in social terms, in psychological terms. As Aristotle said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education. And that's what we should do. We should make sure that there's no such thing as just pure technical education, but technical education that is grounded in social science and the humanities, so that one can think about it. Then we need global and national regulations. It is going to be very difficult without them. I was surprised to hear that there are people who say, let's just do things and not sit down and think. That's not how any society has improved itself. Prohibit certain uses of the AI. I think use of AI in the war, in weapons, in surveillance, in censorship should be prohibited, just like we have prohibited use of nuclear energy in certain things. There should be guidelines for the use of AI and technology for common good. And also the job losses. I think there should be very stringent compliances for job losses that are being created through AI. आप देखिए, इतनी आप एजुकेशन पे मेहनत करते हैं, अगर जॉब्स ही नहीं होंगी वहाँ, ये तो एक पायस होप है कि जी ऐसी जॉब्स होंगी जब अभी इमेजिन भी नहीं कर सकते. maybe not. But what's the point of focusing so much on education? Ultimately वो जॉब्स ही नहीं होंगी. कुछ भी हो जाए इतनी जॉब्स तो नहीं होंगी जितनी आज हैं, क्योंकि between robotics and AI they will also have to do something. We need to fight against that. Not एक single job भी अगर इससे लॉस होती है, we need to fight, क्योंकि आज किसी और की बारी है, कल हमारी भी बारी हो सकती है. एंड इत्तेफाक से अभी कल ही यूनाइटेड नेशंस की जो गवर्निंग, उन्होंने एक एडवाइजरी पैनल बनाया था. इट केम अप विद अ रिपोर्ट ऑन AI, and their first and foremost recommendation is regulated nationally and internationally. और मैं उसमें से आपको एक कोट भी सुनाता हूँ. Easier said than done, yes, but I think इसकी awareness तो होनी चाहिए, इस पे बात होनी चाहिए, और इस पर हमें जिस हद तक भी हम कर सकते हैं काम करना चाहिए. Let me give you this. This is from this report that has just come yesterday. Artificial intelligence is transforming our world. This suite of technologies offers tremendous potential for good, and it goes on and on. No doubt about the first dot. Look at the second paragraph. Left ungoverned, however, AI's opportunities may not manifest or be distributed equitably. Widening digital divides could limit the benefits of AI to a handful of states, companies, and individuals. Missed uses, failing to take advantage of and share AI-related benefits because of the lack of trust or missing enablers, such as capacity gaps and ineffective governance, could limit the opportunity involved. And given where we are not likely to be in those who will benefit. Or maybe a very tiny fraction of our country will benefit. So, कहना क्या चाहता हूँ? कहना ये चाहता हूँ, amazing tool that we have, amazing potential that we have. But like any potential, it needs regulation. It needs to be thought as a social product and not just a technical thing. And it needs to be applied with this idea in mind that we should use it for common good and not for personal or partial good. I want to leave you with this. You look at this pie. ये pie की आप usually किस तरह से cut करते हैं, but somebody has taken the pie in a different way. What has that person done? Used his freedom. Freedom है ना, ले लिया. But नुकसान करके. This is not a responsible use of freedom. And I think that is the point I'm making. That technology should be used. We have the freedom to use it, but there is a responsible use and there is an irresponsible use. The responsible use can only happen if we think of technology in an ecosystem, if we think of it as a potentially something that can go wrong, and then make sure that we put in place all that needs to be put in place to make sure that it achieves and it has the potential to achieve the optimism and the good intentions with which we are starting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fareed, for your insightful words. I would now like to invite Dr. Tariq Jadoon to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Fareed, and would like to request Dr. Tariq Jadoon to please share a few closing remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'd like to thank all the audience to stay on Sunday afternoon for this really insightful conference that we had on the future of on future Edtech. We've seen throughout the wonderful presentations that we've had throughout the day that technology has great potential, but as Dr. Panjwani mentions and gave us words of caution, that it has to be sort of evaluated with caution, as well as we've got to sort of see the bright side as well as the dangers of technology. But undoubtedly, given the scale of the challenges and the problems, it does provide hope. And without hope, of course, nothing can be done. I'd like to thank all the presenters, the organizers, everyone, the audience, for this wonderful technological, for the summit. for this national summit. And I hope that this is a start of a conversation, and we sort of keep on engaging with these conversations and share them with a wider audience as suggested by Dr. Panjwani. I thank you all very much on behalf of LUMS, on behalf of Lums X, on behalf of LUMSx, on behalf of all the organizers who've put in a really wonderful effort. And I hope that you've had a wonderful 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tariq Sahab. Bahut shukriya. Thank you, everyone. We had a wonderful time together. दो तीन important चीजें, all talks, all panels are recorded. हम आपको उसका एक refined version, refined link भेजेंगे. We'll be working on a white paper. Some of us will be contributing on that, and we hope to share some of these insights from these panels in a sort of a more structured way with the audience. You will also get to that. उस पे LUMSx, LUMSx की team with some, some of the support from our, panelists हमारे पास आ रही होगी. तीसरी चीज़ ये कि this is just as Jadoon Sahab said, start of the conversation. Inshallah, this event will continue. We'll invite you again next year on this, and we want to make sure that this ये जो conversation अभी हमने start की ये रुके नहीं, because future of education जिस तरह AI आई है, कोई नया खिलौना आ जाएगा, फिर नया आ जाएगा, फिर नया आ जाएगा. So I think we need to be reminded कि इन खिलौनों के साथ खेलने के तरीके क्या होने चाहिए. So I think पंजवानी साहब ने बहुत ज़बरदस्त तरीके से इसको close up किया है कि there's a hope, but there is a caution, and how can we sort of make all these things together. I thank you all. I really wanted to thank the LUMSx team for putting a great show. Thanks a lot, LUMSx, for doing a wonderful job. And we'll share all these things with you. Finally, if you are invited or you have paid for the networking dinner, in both cases, you're very welcome to join us in about 15-20 minutes. You know where the location is, Edtech. We'll be around, and we can help you to move there. But still, if you have not been to LUMS before, it's a beautiful campus. Have a good stroll, walk around, and then we'll see you at Edtech in about 30 minutes. And the dinner will start at 7 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone. And inshallah, see you next year. Allah Hafiz ji.